we'll be going over exciting new version content in just 1 minute. With the arrival of PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, the Imagiversary theme mode is about to commence. To start off, there are 2 themed areas of varying sizes on the map: Imagination Plaza and Imagination District. They are simply brimming with creativity, with complex 3-dimensional architecture and compact 2-story layouts. Tactics that utilize high maneuverability are now more advantageous than ever. Several newly added items can provide extraordinary mobility. Freely build cover using block cover, which can be used as an elevator when placed directly below a player's feet. Use the dual-purpose cannon to launch throwables and yourself into the air. With portable trampoline, even tall buildings are within reach. Besides these items, Imagiversary also includes a supply converter that can be used to combine different item types. So explore for yourself and discover new crafting recipes. In PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, we will be officially welcoming the all-new World of Wonder mode, where you can play other players' creations. Countless maps that differs from classic mode await discovery. What's more, everyone has a chance to become a creator. Publish your own creations in the game for everyone to enjoy. Gearfront will be making its return next month, alongside the new Jet Boost board skill, which allows you to move about swiftly. Creation mode will also be undergoing an update. A special function that allows players to quickly switch outfits and backgrounds has been added for an even better selfie experience. Moreover, we will be introducing a new gun shield attachment for the M249 and DP28. Come and experience it for yourself. PUBG Mobile's anniversary celebration is about to begin. Get ready! With the arrival of PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, Air Wrangle has added 2 attention-grabbing imagination plazas to the map. They're really noticeable on the mini-map. The 2 imagination plazas are located at Stalber and the Quarry. There'll be hotly contested jump locations for this version. It's very simple. Compared to other areas, there are tons of supplies to be found, enough to gear up very quickly. Themed items like block cover, portable trampoline, and the dual-purpose cannon can also be found here. So it's vital to be fast as soon as you land in order to get first dibs on these awesome items. Also, within Imagination Plaza are anniversary crates and their secret. On platforms with floor-marked locations lies the key to uncovering the secret. Enter the yellow area of the platform and the progress bar will start filling. This means that the anniversary crate is being unlocked. Although it's possible for a single player to fully unlock it, it's way more efficient to do so with teammates. But be wary, as you don't want to be a free target for enemies while unlocking the crate. Once the progress bar has started filling, players can make good use of the gun shield to block enemy gunfire. Once all 4 platforms have been fully activated, a laser will activate the plaza's center tower. That's where the anniversary crate is. Players can use the dual-purpose cannon to fire themselves and teammates straight to the crate at the top of the tower. It's important not to relax, as there may still be enemies lying in ambush for the final moment. Only the final players that remain will get to reap all rewards of the anniversary crate.
PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary is coming soon. Let's take a look at all the new content. In version 2.5, we'll be introducing the new World of Wonder feature, which includes tons of maps for different gameplay. Apart from the classic Battle Royale gameplay, you can experience unlimited possibilities in PUBG Mobile. In World of Wonder, even more gameplay maps will be coming in the future, so be sure to keep an eye out on updates for more details. On March 18th, the all-new themed gameplay, Imagiversary, will be available. In this new gameplay, players can use 3 themed items: block cover, portable trampoline, and the dual-purpose cannon. Use them to complete all sorts of creative maneuvers. Block cover can generate 3 different shaped toy blocks, which can be used as a bridge or cover. It can even be used as an elevator when placed below the player's feet. After placing it on the ground, you can touch it to bounce to higher ground. Players can launch themselves with the dual-purpose cannon to travel long distances, or launch all kinds of throwables as ammunition. It's way more powerful and effective than a regular throw. Get your creative juices flowing and come up with different combinations to unleash unexpected tactical effects. Furthermore, your backpack comes with a unique item, the supply converter. You can use the device to get new supplies by converting them 2 for 1. Give it a try, and you might just discover something unexpected. At the same time, The large new themed area, Imagination Plaza, will appear in Erangel, Stalber, and Quarry. Battle it out to occupy designated locations and compete for a vast amount of advanced supplies. The small themed area, Imagination District, will also appear in Erangel and Livik. Explore these areas and get your hands on supplies. Classic Mode has also undergone several updates. DP28 and M249 can be equipped with a new gun shield attachment. Once equipped, it can be used to block enemy gunfire. Supply shops are now available in Miramar, Vikindi, Senok, and Payload to provide players with an extensive array of tactical options. In Payload, powerful and heavily armored tanks will be available. Drive them into battle. In Metro Royale, there will be loads of updates to items and mechanics for you to explore. Creation Mode will also be undergoing an update. You'll have access to many creative functions, such as change outfits, emote change speed, scene effects, and more. More options will be added to the camera and chat, so showcase your brilliant captures. The all-new Noosa Tycoon event is available in the new version. During the event, each player gets their own island. Noosa coins can be used to upgrade buildings, which raises the prosperity of your island. As your island's prosperity increases, your island's appearance in the lobby also changes. Upgrade buildings and manage your island with friends now to unlock more advanced appearances. For more details, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
In Imagiversary, we've added the all-new Supply Converter. It's super practical and easy to use. Just drag excess supplies over to the empty spaces of the Supply Converter and tap the button below to convert them. There are some simple rules for converting. 1. Items of the same type can't be converted. 2. The more valuable the item, the less likely it is to get it from a conversion. Throwables, attachments, consumables, and supplies can all be converted. Every 2 types of item can be converted into one of 6 fixed items. Which item you get is up to luck. If you think you'll forget, don't worry. Tap the question icon above the supply converter to bring up the rules. You'll also be able to see your successful past conversions. So, when the match starts, in addition to weapons and armor, players can now prioritize searching for attachments, ammo, shop tokens, and fuel. There's a chance to convert them into a flare gun. Hustle at the start of the match. And once you reach the mid-game, you'll be able to get ghillie suits, level 3 helmets, and more by converting. Going the traditional route of getting stronger weapons is also not a bad idea, but be sure to mark out useful supplies for your teammates. That way, everyone will have the greatest chance of getting the items they want. Lastly, the supply converter also has a chance of giving some mysterious items. We'll leave that to the players to discover for themselves.
Hello everyone, Payload Mode is getting an update. This update brings a new, powerful weapon, the tank. Experience the adrenaline of Payload with all new tank battles. The new tanks will be found in Erangel. They have incredibly resilient armor and immense firepower. They can seat up to 4 players. The driver will control the tank's direction and can also look through the tank's gun sights to aim and fire at distant vehicles and enemies. The co-pilot can fire the tank's machine gun for even more firepower. The tank gun and machine gun can both rotate a full 360 degrees. The tank is extremely durable, and passengers will not take damage from gunfire, grenades, red zone bombing, vehicles, or other physical threats. But that's not to say that the tank is invincible. When the tank's durability is reduced to 0, it will explode, dealing damage to the passengers. Of course, the sturdy and powerful tank also has downsides. For one, its large size makes it easy for your team to be discovered. It's also quite slow, making it easy to chase down and surround. When you're facing a tank, firing on the heavily armored front doesn't deal much damage, but attacks from the rear deal additional damage. Shots fired at the tank at a 30-degree angle or less will ricochet, dealing significantly less damage. Attacking the tank's weak points and firing from an optimal angle are the keys to taking them down. You can also use a bit of strategy, lying in wait while within firing range, and launching an ambush when the enemy comes within range. In order to help players find tanks more easily, this update will also add a tank airdrop. Find the tank flare gun, and use it to call a tank into battle. Aside from that, we've also added purchasable recalls. Players can now opt to spend shop tokens at shops to recall eliminated teammates.
Thanks.
If it's too dangerous to get to a recall tower, this is another excellent option. So call your teammates and dive into Payload to experience exciting, all-new tank battles together.
Let's see what new content awaits us in Classic Mode, as well as other general improvements. In terms of firearm adjustments, we increased the DP28 and M249's damage and stability, as well as its default ammo count. It now comes with a full clip of 47 bullets when first picked up. At the same time, the DP28 and M249 can now be equipped with the gun shield attachment. Once equipped, it'll automatically unfold when players lay prone to help block enemy gunfire. We've made a series of improvements on the game's basic controls. Now, when the spawn island countdown ends, it plays a team assemble animation. Hurry and show off your team. The reticle has been added to the jump phase to make marking things easier during this phase. Concurrently, the light column that shows after marking something now shrinks as a player gets closer to avoid it blocking your view. Upon equipping a throwable in a match, the throw arc now appears immediately to better gauge where something will be thrown. Also, the throw arc is no longer interrupted by glass windows. We have added firearm ammo type descriptions to the pickup list to make gathering suitable supplies more convenient. The carry system has also undergone adjustments. When being carried by teammates, players can choose to break away. After doing so, the teammate will be unable to carry the same player again for a minute. What's more, players can choose to enable sound visualization on the main gameplay interface. After enabling, footstep sounds, vehicle sounds, and other sounds will show directional information. You'll be able to have a better grasp on what's happening in a match. We've also upgraded creation mode. Players can now switch outfits, select loads of scene special effects, and display companions in creation mode. For more details, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
It is now already day number 2 of the PMSL SEA Spring 2023. I'm Tash, but your host today. And right now, we are currently inside of the arena, the battlegrounds of where the players are not only fighting for placements, but also their chicken dinners and their honor. Behind me, I have the booth of Sem9, where they yesterday, if you remember, Depp had a 1 versus 3. And speaking of Depp, he's over here, so let's call him in. Depp. Yo, what's up, Deb? How are you doing today, and how are you feeling?
I'm fine today, and I'm feeling excited.
All right, so I have a few questions for you, and this is going to be very, very exciting. So for you, my question for you today is, we had some good moments yesterday, right? Especially from the 2023 PMSL SEA Day Spring Day 1, where we had Sem9 1 versus 3 VPE. So can you share with us more about how you think, or what goes through your mind during those fights?
Actually, I cannot think much because I was cold during that time. So I just do or die lah.
Do or die situation because he was cold. In that situation, was it like a instinct? Instinct, macam naluri.
Yes.
Okay, so he says that it's actually just instinct at that point. So do you have any words you want to say to VPE?
I don't have any words to say, but Nuzi is my idol lah.
Wow. We have a player, no words to say, but just an idol. Now, last question for you. So we have a lot of fans. You have a lot of fans, Deb. And you've made an amazing movement yesterday, especially by throwing the pan to get the winner chicken dinner. And the 1v3 yesterday against VPE, one of the biggest teams from Thailand, by the way. So do you have any words to share to your family and your friends?
Thank you for supporting me through all the bad and good times. Keep praying for us.
All right, thank you very much, Deb, and good luck later. All right, so let's go around and see what other teams are moving on. I just witnessed BIGETRON throw the biggest cheers so far. And they're on the BIGETRON side of the arena right now. And you know who we want to talk to? We really want to talk to Yuhai Boy. If he is here, Yuhai Boy, are you around? Alrighty. So I think he forgot his mic actually, but it's okay. So Yuhai Boy, let's do a little bit of a game with you. Okay, so in the this or that challenge, you chose Dumroot over Ryzen. And right now, Ryzen is your current teammate for BTR, right? Okay, so could you share with us if there is any special reason you chose Dumroot over Ryzen? And is Dumroot someone special to you?
I chose Dumroot that time because of he was there. Ryzen was not there, so I was caring for his heart. So yeah.
Caring for his heart. Wow. So if Dumroot's gone, you don't care about Dumroot anymore. Wow. Oh, you care about Ryzen now. Okay. So during the PMGC documentary, you mentioned that PMGC is going to be the last ride you're going to have with Dumroot. But then you played with him during the, but you will be joining Dumroot again during the SEA Games lineup for the Malaysia representative. Could you share with us what's your feeling about playing with Dumroot soon?
My feeling to play with them, I think quite excited. We reunion back because we've been through a lot also. We learn a lot from each other, and yeah, hope to play with them forward.
All right, thanks very much. Speaking of Dumroot, I think I see him over there. Dumroot, get over here. What are you doing here? Hi, Dumroot. Okay, so this is your former teammate. Obviously, you know that. I love it. So you know that Yuhai Boy had chosen you over Ryzen in this or that video, right? What do you feel about that?
What I feel, excited lah because he chose me over Ryzen. I'm happy lah.
Okay, but just now he said that he doesn't choose you anymore because you're not in the same team.
It's okay.
It's okay. Okay. So now, since Yuhai will be joining you guys for the upcoming SEA Games as the Malaysia representative, are you guys going to be training together for during the event?
Yeah, we will do some training after PMSL maybe, because we need to train our chemistry first, and then yeah, we'll see about that.
Okay. So do you want to say anything to Yuhai Boy and BTR?
Okay, to you, hi, good luck. To BTR, good luck. May the best team win.
May the best team win. No toxicity here.
No, we friend, not toxic.
Oh, you
toxic.
guys are friends. Okay, we love that. We love positivity. Now, for you guys over there in the chat, if you guys are, since you guys are here, are you guys going to be, let us know in the comments if you guys are going to choose. Are you guys team BTR or team Yuhai Boy? Or are you guys team Damrud or team Geek Fam? Let us know in the comments. Now, because I didn't ask you earlier, Yuhai Boy, is there anything you want to say to Damrud?
Good luck for Geek Fam. We will beat you guys. We will make sure that we secure the top 1 slot.
He will beat you and secure the top 1 slot. And you were being nice to him.
Hopefully they can.
Hopefully. You know what? I would love to see more of this arguing and this fighting, but we're about to start our day 2 of week 1 of the PMSL SEA Spring 2023. Tash Bunny out, and good luck to Damrud as well as you, Hi Boy. See you guys later. Bye!
And we are back here for more action-packed PMSL, and today has been a good day for most of the team. It's starting off day number 2, and we are your casters here today, which can be Choo Choo and Sir Cloud. Super stoked. Yesterday is a history, but yesterday's setting up a different tone entirely. We're talking about starting off really a high note yesterday, so today is going to be day number 2 with B group coming in.
Oh, yesterday was crazy. But let's recap on our format before we talk about the teams a little bit later. So our format is that we have 20 teams divided into 5 groups, and from the 5 groups, well, they can't be comfortable because every week the groups will change, and we'll look at the top 16 teams who will move on to the grand finals later on. 6 matches per day for each day. And of course, the point system, you guys know it by now. Winner chicken dinner will receive 10 points, second place 6 points, third place 5 points, fourth place 4 points, fifth place third 3 points, sixth place 2 points, 7 to 8 1 point, 9 to 16 will not have any placement points, and then elimination point 1 each as usual.
Yep, and it's going to be 3 weeks long of league. Plus, we do have the playoff finals on the 14th of April up to 16. Only 16 teams can make it. So when it comes to week 1, right now is already kind of secured for all the grouping. But week 2, we have no clue how the grouping will be done yet, as it will depend on their ranking or their initial week of ranking first week. For our weekly bonus points, we have more extra, and definitely you guys who've been with us for quite a bit, you know there's already a new format system for the weekly bonus and total bonus point, which is going to be 3 weeks of total bonus point, plus the 3 weeks of all the points will be their initial points based on their placement of each week here. But for today, we have the Group B playing, so this is going to be all 5 groups when it comes to PMSL. We have Group A, Boom, Yoodo Alliance, Vampire, SLD, Group B, BIGETRON, and then GEEK, SLATE, Bacon Time, Box Gaming, and we do have more groups here, C, D, and E, Cloud.
Yeah, so these groups, today of course, like what you said, we'll be seeing a couple of powerhouses playing today, namely BTR, namely Geek Fam. But let's recap a little bit on yesterday's weekly rankings as of now. So VOIN, a team that is currently on a Cinderella story, number 1 in PMNC, straight up to PMPL number 2, and now they are number 1 as of now, but pretty sure this will change today.
Yeah, but they are the teams that nobody actually given enough spotlight to. We talk about VOIN still having a very great start. That 1 day 64 points is a huge amount of eliminations plus ranking. That's consistency we're talking about. But in Group B, sitting at 17th to 20th place, they have not been playing. And you mentioned about them being the powerhouses. I agree. They are the team that will be recklessly going through the entire map, just being so proactive to get those kills going. But for week 1, day 1, the top 4 most damaged teams will be VOIN, Shine Like Diamond, Alter Ego, and Yoodo Alliance. Now we did talk about Yoodo Alliance with those clutches. SLD have so much consistency, same goes for Alter Ego, but VOIN though slowly progressing but surely going upwards.
Oh yeah. I mean, we saw a lot of insane plays yesterday, especially from this guy, Deb, who single-handedly clutched 3 players from Vampire Esports, getting himself 18 solo points for now. And look at the gap between him and everyone else. Like Microboy is like 5, he's like almost 4 times the number of Microboy, followed by Nepeko and Potato. So majority of them from Indonesian teams, but we have Deb representing Sem9, of course representing the Malaysian region as well. He was insane yesterday, and his comeback from his academic break, it felt like he was never away.
I just hope these guys can keep their consistency and the momentum going on when it comes to day number 2. We do know for a different group entering into this competition right now on the second day are going to bring so much difference of dynamic, bring a different sort of wave entirely. So I do want to see how these top players, when it comes to their solo points, how it will affect them directly or indirectly, for DAP especially. We do have a lot of top contenders coming up from top performance from Group B only. We talk about example here, Damroot for GEEK, SLATE. We do have Yuhai possibly coming from BIGETRON, Villains, alongside with Ryder, who love to be partying all the way. Don't forget about Bacon Time. The players are also coming up very, very strong, the ties. So when it comes to Group B, are they the ones who are topping off the chart here when it comes to the top 4 solo? Will these guys be pushed down, or will they maintain when it comes to day number 2?
Oh, it's gonna be tough, right? Because you got top eliminators in Group B. So anything can happen really. So even these players, they are big names, as you can see on screen. They cannot be comfortable, because if they want to aim for being the best, they gotta beat the rest, they say. And Group B will feature some of the best in town as well. So let's see what happens today, and if Deb can keep up his momentum too. Considering yesterday, I can say he pretty much, not really single-handedly, but in many rounds, because of his insane gameplays, he was able to secure a decent amount of points for Sem9. He even clutched not only a Vampire Esports, but there was a moment inside of Miramar whereby he clutched out Jumper and a couple of TS players as well. So I mean, this guy is just at his peak performance right now.
I agree. That has been breaking his back, just making so much effort and making so much work for the team as well. Because of him, yes, I do agree. They are quite high up there. He's definitely one of the strongest assets in the entire roster. And speaking of the highlights and what happened yesterday, if you guys missed it, it's okay. We're going to recap for a bit. We did have a very strong start coming from Hill, coming up from Yoodo Alliance. We got himself double chicken yesterday, the only team that's still securing those double chickens within one day. But at the same time, VOIN, they haven't got themselves a lot of chickens since the start, but they have this quite a number of elimination. They have high volume of kills to maintain the position throughout the entire day at the top 5. So this is one of the teams that we should look out for, because yes, Chicken Dinner gives you away like 10 points, but at the same time, elimination has to offer more. Kills give you more. It gives you more when it comes to control of the map. It gives you more control of the overall rankings, and VOIN has it going.
Yeah, I mean, VOIN, their defense is just really strong. Like whenever they've been sieged down or they've been caught out between two teams, they're able to defend their ground really well. So that's definitely a big highlight for them as well. And let's not forget Yoodo Alliance. Yesterday we saw Kenny clutch out the entire GE. It took him a while, but at the end of the day he did it. So that was the start of the clutch, and this is the highlight there, as you can see. And then it followed up by Izane with another clutch for Team Secret, and then it came with a Deb after that. Just in one day, we saw so much action. But today, it's going to be the same map sequence for the entire league. So we're going to start off with Sandhawk, 3 Erangels, and 2 Miramas. Sandhawk yesterday was one of the craziest circles that we've seen in a while.
That's kind of true. The very small patch of not even an island to start with.
It's a piece of sand, like what you say.
It was really brutal for the players, but definitely was fun to watch for us viewers. Back to our top Sunhawk performance. Hale, PBE or Playbook Esports, Vampires and DBD. Now these are the teams that performed yesterday. Now we have a different set of teams coming in today. If I'm not mistaken, GEEK SLATE loves this map as well. Same goes for the side of BTR. They love to play as a third party, come out in around Pineart, or even when they're crossing over, transitioning to all the small islands. So I cannot wait to see how these guys bring in a different set of tone to ripple up the other team's performance of yesterday. And they definitely come out from Group B. They have the advantage of not playing yesterday by doing sort of a revision to all the teams down there. But for today, I mean, like, yeah.
Right, okay, yeah, talk about your prediction for today.
I mean, like, it's going to be different region entirely for today. It's going to be Malaysia coming up from GEEK SLATE. PERSIJA, because of PERSIJA EVOS yesterday have been going on really great at first and slumped down for a bit. So I do want to see they keep those consistency going on for the kills. But Hill, it feels like a hot and cool team right now. But at the same time, I do know what they have to offer when it comes to their judgment call and critical situation where they have to get into the circle. They're always there.
Yeah, and for myself, well, I did like what I see from Yoodo Alliance, especially when it came to Kenny. But it's not only about Kenny. Sometimes when you see Yoodo Alliance, it's sometimes Oleo, and then sometimes you have Flax. It feels like the entire team is functioning very, very well as a unit. So I think they are very well balanced across. Well, for BTR, today's their debut. Of course, it's going to be interesting to see because you picked GEEK SLATE. So I got to pick BTR because of the U high and a damn good connection there, just to see how they fend it off with each other. But GE, I know a lot of it. Why GE is there? They are at the last place. Hear me out. We want to give our support. At least I want to give my support to the team on page number 2. And right now, GE, yes, they are the only team with a single digit, putting aside the teams that did not play yesterday, the only team with a single digit, wildcard champions. I'm pretty sure they can pull something off the back. So GE, channeling my power to them.
I agree when we talk about GE yesterday, Genesis Esports, they have a lot on the table, but sometimes they're biting more than they can chew, forcing it too much. I frequently got caught in between of early skirmishes where they forcefully tried to take over certain compound, but it didn't work out like how they favored it or how they plan it to be at first. The expectations going down the train very fast and very swift. Now, if only they can work things out for the side of GE, they do have huge potential coming up for them. But at the same time, can you cope as fast as all the other teams out there? We're talking about the teams getting one single day, 6-day-ish sort of a point. That's just how much these guys can actually get within a day. We're not even talking the entire week just yet, not even a 2-day or 3-day streak. It's just a day within the day. They almost got themselves a triple digit. We're talking about like, 40 points in between. I'm not surprised that within the day they were almost close enough to getting those triple digit based on Group B entering into this tournament right now.
It is possible though, although competition will be tight because Group B is currently in. There are a couple of other teams as well. I think it's kind of like a surprise performance. I believe Boom. It's because Boom, they are PMPL Indonesia champions, but they haven't seemed to find their mark, and at the same time they've been swapping players around. I know they're trying to find their formula because when one round doesn't work, their coach maybe did the decision of like, okay, let's just try something else. Maybe they have plan B, plan C, plan D. So far it hasn't really popped up for them. Not to say that they are really at the bottom, but because they come with the reputation of PMPL Indonesia champions, I'm sure the fans will expect them to be at least somewhere up there. But right now they're on page number 2, so they'll be looking to do that comeback within the next few days at least.
But hey, you guys watching at home, if you happen to be Muslim, you are celebrating Ramadan, happy fasting, and the players will be fasting as well, hopefully. I think, maybe, but I think they're definitely fasting. I'm fasting as well, so we are 2 hours away from our break fast. So, but for these guys, how will this affect and how will this impact the entirety of their play later on? We're gonna have to wait and see. Are they more than energized to actually have to have that stamina to hunt for those kills, or will they start to slump down and after 7-ish, after our first break, then only they start to really go aggressive? We gotta have to wait and see. And but at the same time, this is super interesting as we are hitting our first day of Ramadan, and it's also like the entire month of PMS will be the entire month of Ramadan as well.
Yeah, only one day yesterday, and the rest of it is going to be that. But I think yesterday that you shared that there is this kind of like research whereby if you kind of go through the fasting month, your focus tends to be a little bit more. So if that is the case, then maybe it's going to be the opposite for our players. Like after their meals, they go like, I'm so lazy, I cannot play, cannot think, and you know, it goes the other way around.
You know, the players are actually fasting. This is really challenging. Okay, it's either you're getting really sleepy or you're getting really focused. If your focus is quite high up there, it's going to be easy for you to actually tunnel your vision about what you're going to do and what's going to be happening. But if you happen to be one of the individuals who get easily sleepy, if you're not eating, you're not drinking, and you have to see through all these players eating and drinking in front of you, there's already a challenge. You have to hold it in. And not just that, there's a sort of a rush of blood sugar. The moment you start to open your fast later, it's going to be a surge of energy. It feels like you're being pushed with adrenaline after you're eating. So it's going to be very different sort of performance between these teams when they're fasting and when they finish their fasting.
Oh, okay, we got Yuhai here. He wants to hear the crowd. So you guys, put it in the comment section. Cheer for your favorite teams because they definitely need the energy from you guys as well. I wonder what that means though. Is he giving an L sign to his opponents there? Yeah. Oh, and Ryzen's being cute.
He's singing his teammate headbands. I don't think Ryzen's into that sort of kitty ears and stuff like that. He's the type of a guy back then that I know him. He's the type of a guy that, you know what, I want to be cool. I want to look really sort of a mysterious guy vibe. But he's being very funky and very funny when it comes to around his own teammate. Like, he's a very open person. But back towards our match here, we do have Box Gaming. Now this used to be one of the best team out there. They used to be like the Xaviers. They are one of those, when it was ancient times back then, they were the one who started the wave for the Xavier. They paved the way like how the Xaviers is right now today, but feels like Box Gaming lost those touches for quite some time.
Yeah, but today at least is their debut, so they this is their opportunity to try to make their comeback and prove their fans, because Box Gaming, they have a huge fan base inside of Vietnam, so I'm pretty sure the fans will want to see them perform really, really well, just like how VOIN is. Newcomers into the scene but doing really well, and I'm still trying to identify whether the two players are twins. Can't get the information yet, probably need more time on that, but yeah, if they are, then they'll be the second set of twins, at least inside of Southeast Asia PUBG Mobile scene.
You haven't seen a lot of twins. We do see a lot of brothers and families, even cousins or relations between the players. But twins, so far, it's quite a rare sight. I mean, like, if you have twins, you're definitely going to be the legendary Suxy and Luxy. It's a version 2.0 there. But we are heading to Sunhawk very soon. We're talking about very swiftly, less than 10 seconds here. So don't want to waste any more time. Let's hop into straight first map. Day 2, week 1 of PMSL for Sunhawk.
And it's Sunhawk, baby! Let's go! Yesterday was an insane circle. Let's see if we can get some today. We got a couple of insane circles yesterday on the maps as well. We got a military base circle. We got some kind circles. So far it's been kind of balanced for us. But yesterday in Sunhawk, wow, Paradise Resort was a hot spot. Lakawi was a hot spot. Camp Bravo was a hot spot. We have at least fights happening at the same time. at 3 different areas. Let's see if anything changes this time. I'm keeping my eye on the areas of cave. I do see 3 different colors around that area. Lakawi as well. I think there's like 3 different colors. Choo Choo. I think we are in for a warfare.
Feels like a lot of hot drops. Yeah, we did mention yesterday it's going to be totally different from today due to addition to Group B playing. So if they have those initial drop spots yesterday, they have to think things through because of how a lot of teams might hot dropping on top of them. FaZe taking on top of a bootcamp right now, but we saw a lot of action yesterday on Paradise Resort, on top of Paradise Resort. I'm not sure if there's anybody trying to contest it, but so far bootcamp we do have only FaZe. I was hoping BTR to drop by as well, but nobody wants to challenge the FaZe by far. But BIGETRON going into Bantai. We do have Kampong. Now Kampong and Lakawi is the one that we should watch out for. TS Hill is there somewhere. On top of Painan, feels like they are scouting and just giving some parameters between themselves, but it feels like it's going to be okay. Bacon Time, on the other hand, are splitting themselves quite far apart.
Yeah, welcome Bacon Time to the PMSL. Today's the debut day too. Nine Noise, very young player, very talented. Said to be one of the bright young talents in the Thailand scene. So he's going to show his stuff today in PMSL up against one of the best teams around. PBE on the other hand waving the wildcard flag, the only team representing the Philippine region too. So far not too bad for them. Monboy, despite him not really popping off like what we saw during the wildcard series, but in overall the team's doing kind of okay, but GE is looking for that comeback still.
Honestly, when it comes to Playbook Esports PBE, I do prefer this lineup during this time rather than the one in wildcard. It feels like more cohesive. If you compare during wildcard, they are a bit more reckless, they're a bit more scrappy. But when it comes to PMSL, it feels as though they got a glue going on. They're moving, and like you mentioned, as a unit. They don't focus too much on individual kills. They don't focus on self-performance too much. They work so well with their team comps, and it just shows through how they place themselves in the middle bracket right now. But Bacon Time taking out a #1 spot team here. VOIN Alva, the first one to be out. That's quite a rare sight. Is Alva always the last one to survive for the entire team?
Yeah, and Bacon Time making their debut, and that first blood is against VOIN, the #1 team. Like what you said, it's wow, okay, that's a statement there. That's a statement from teams from Group B. It says that, okay, you guys have had your fun yesterday, so now that we're here, we're going to be the party poopers. Guys, you got to get ready. And GE looks like they are starting hard as well. But oh!
A lot of crashes. GE taking away PERSIJA. This is going to be the legendary Zoxy and Microboy. Now have to face the wrath of Master Ichi, taking them down bit by bit from the sidelines even. And now GE not even contested. They're not being punished by giving so much. Never mind, take that back. As Microboy taking on Master Ichi from the flank as well. Come out from off angle. Misery tried to push forward. West is in a bit of a trouble if he's not aware what is happening behind him. There's somebody there. Heard the audio cue.
Oh, nice.
Got him down to only FaZe on the other end, but a bit of a trading done. Down to 3 players. PERSIJA, they definitely revived their own teammate, but GE feels like they're digging their own grave here.
Yeah, Misery kind of blocked the bullets for his teammate, so he sacrificed himself, but his teammate managed to counter fire. So that's how they won the fight. A little bit of a trade there, but it's definitely going to be worthwhile as they still have the numbers advantage. But Smile, what is he thinking? Is he going in for a 1v3? Okay, let's see what can Smile come up with.
GE are the teams that, one of those teams that will not back up from many fights. But the thing is, this is what I mentioned earlier on. They're too forceful. They're just forcing it way too much. They're biting more than they can chew, and just feels a bit reckless when it comes to their play just now. Definitely trying to turn things around, but it just didn't turn out so well. So GE, it's best for the side of the last remaining member to think through about what he can actually gain when it comes to trying to survive a bit longer. I think it's best to actually part ways and forcing into another challenge of 1v3 just now. We saw so many players clutching that 1v3. Yes, yesterday, but today feels like a bit harder than yesterday. On the side of Alter Ego, on a different note entirely, taking their own sweet time to set the tempo out, and definitely they got themselves quite a number of vehicles plus the loot going on, nothing else happening, and everything feels very calm right now.
Well, we got BTR here on screen. So it's going to be, because they're a star-studded lineup, right? So sometimes you'll be like wondering like, okay, who's really going to play? So looks like we have Sorvel, we have Yuhai, we have Ryzen, we have Deuce. Did he change his IGN? Okay, I got to fact check that for a bit, because I think that it should be someone else though. I was expecting like Sata to be playing, because he's like one of the top MVPs for multiple seasons.
I think we've seen Deuce play before for PUBG and the same lineup as well, if I'm not mistaken. Just need to recall where he came off before this. But back to the side of the other team, so it feels like a bit slower than yesterday. I'm surprised. The fact that B group is supposed to be another group of death taking reign over this compound or this map entirely, but they are playing it very quiet.
Okay, so after fact checking, so that's actually Liquid. Yeah, so he changed his name. Maybe for feng shui purposes, considering that, yeah, it's a re-star-studded lineup. But now, speaking about a star-studded lineup, so we have a GEEK slate here. Interesting to see that the Zillion is taking a back seat. They're prioritizing Stuxnet instead, and I think that is a good tactical decision, considering that the stats do favor Stuxnet a little bit more. It's nice to see him being a regular now on the team.
Well, if you guys are unfamiliar with Stuxnet, basically he's Sonic, so he's been playing for a longer time. One of the longest played alongside with the Malaysian teams as well. But when it comes to this lineup, yes, I agree. But you know what? It feels like Yuhai is one of the integral that's really important for GEEK. I just hope they take those experience and try to apply it. But so far, we've seen a lot of damn good performance. I just wish everybody can push up the numbers when it comes to individual skills. They do have that. It's just not aggressive enough, in my opinion, coming up from the side of GEEK Slate. But they do have a go if they want to. Back to the side of BIGETRON, spotted out PBE. PBE is a bit occupied by some teams out there. I'm not sure if it's a off. Now, if you have Liquid, you have especially Ryzen. Ryzen love the third party coming in. UI on the other hand love to force those fights. So this is going to be one of a star team, like you mentioned. But I want to see how they work as a unit.
Yeah, that always comes down to the question, right? Like if you have a star team, then you know, can you really work it out as a unit? I think that if they were to put in Sata, aka Alan, who also changed his IGN multiple times, I think that would be an even star-studded team. But speaking about star-studded team, Jumper went down somewhere else. I mean, Team Secret, they were struggling yesterday, and this time losing their IGL is not a good start.
Country Bacon time. I'm loving how these teams, when they started off with the legendary G9D2E back then, open up this team here, but now we have Noise. You remember Noise Ashurti is just one of the best players out there back in the days. That's the thing. What's happening to these players? They start to lose momentum. VOIN Esports have 2 knocked down, 1 finished off, down to Lapar to bear responsibility for the entire team. Now touch finish off Kenan. Bacon time. They used to be one of the teams that loved those eliminations, loved so much about those kills. They're taking and pull back for a bit. This time they not pull back too much just then. Shirty now cooking up the nade. Just the wrong window, and Lapar still land onto the side of Shirty. Noise trying to go for a flank start. Shirty and Noise, they have been working as a duo for the longest time. But here comes Touch and Ice. They're trying to revive their own teammate while Touch trying to give support fire to open up the space. But Lapar on the other hand, VOIN Esports, one player or not, you cannot underestimate this one guy.
Well, you can't underestimate Ventores with the high ground as well. So he's jumping for the Phantom Fire right now, and he's going up against Ventores. Ventores being counter fire upon, down to 50% of health. He has a nade in his hand, tries to take on Lapar. And Lapar, because he knows he's all alone, so he will not go straight in. But Lapar still caught out, and VOIN Number 1 team eliminated. PMSL, ladies and gentlemen.
It feels like a curse. Yesterday, the same thing going on. We're talking about the last chicken dinner will actually be the first to be eliminated. It has been going this sort of a train. Like the trend has been ongoing till today. It's been dragged into day number 2. Last one we remember, VOIN got the chicken. Now first match, they are the one who goes down first.
Yeah, yesterday it was Hale Esports. First chicken dinner, number 1 at the top. Then second round, they were eliminated fairly early. So I guess this is just how PMSL is, right? It's just ruthless for these teams. They really know how to just pick themselves up, give them that next round, and they'll take out that top team. So looking at this current condition, it's going to be hard to hold to that number 1 spot. Alter Ego, Sem9 could take it away from VOIN.
Coming up from Alter Ego, they're still inside of the blue zone. Do have Painan to be the main compound to be focused by these guys. Is right in the center of it. But Potato and the rest of Alter Ego, they are fleeing away from here, getting unscathed, but they have only motorbikes to actually have the ride on. It's quite a risky move coming up from them. They have to figure out if they can secure any sort of a different buggy. But back to the side, Team Secret. Now Team Secret, they had a really rough day yesterday, fighting against RRQ, who's having more rain over this area. The Indonesians know how to play this sort of a hill and this terrain, but more is pretty low. We have Smile all of a sudden, out of nowhere. A boy coming out from Team Secret is too far from stretch to actually give extra hand or revive his own teammate here. I'm not sure what Team Secret have it going in their heads and their plans, but it's not working out just yet.
Not at all. I think it's time for them to consider putting in Mins because, okay, so to be fair, we don't really know his potential at the Pro League because we have yet to see him debut with Team Secret. But I think they should press the emergency button now, considering their current condition is really poor.
Absolutely not fortunate enough for them just yet. For Bacon Time, on the other hand, having a good role. We're talking about a lot of Group B teams having such a great start. Feels very fresh for them, coming in so strong, setting up the note for the entire day. And the tone has been incredible, including Bacon Time. They're getting themselves so much eliminations. But for the others who've been performing yesterday, having a bit of a slow start of the day, not getting the engine started, a bit of a late bloomer. They cannot afford to do that. We're talking about Group B coming in. They want to get those kills. They want to top the chart off by getting a really strong start, including Box Gaming. Still have no eliminations. If they compare with Bacon Time, they might hitting those double digit anytime soon now.
Yeah, looks like it might happen, but let's see if they can collect a little bit more. So far looking so good for them. But for DBD, not that good as well, as now Ziggs is currently down. Looks like a little bit of a... looks like there's a substitution happened for DBD. So Ziggs is playing. I wonder who's out. We'll need to see the overall later on. But right now they're going up against Hale Esports. And look at the circle. It's split between 2 islands.
Oh, there's going to be so many choke points for the teams out there as well. But looking at back of DBD, fighting against Hale. And there's going to be DBD trying to make sure they will live in this long house. But it's so hard, it's so tough. So many windows, so many openings there. Coming from Hill can revive at the nick of time as well. On the side of DBD, they are stuck in the blues. And not just that, they have to face against BTR. Finish off GMEOP. That's the end of DBD. Another team to be out, but Box Gaming, they have to cut across RRQ. The problem is you do have Hill breathing down their necks. And we're talking about so many teams still on top of Quarry. With that circle shifted again. Now good luck having to face so many teams gatekeeping around Painan and on top of that bridge as well.
Well, looks like Hale might be kind of busy. If they want to get into the circle, 1 team on the left, and that's going to be Box Gaming. They spot them out. Long range sprint coming in for Sky. Only should be able to get 1, should be able to get 2. But the zone will help him out as well. Put the pressure on the Box Gaming. And Trismay goes down. Zunos is still alive on the left. And right now, Sky only takes damage, but should be able to recover himself.
Sky quite suffering for the teams that actually end up losing. They're burning off their ends there. Get slow, really have to move swiftly as possible. Trying to play around the corner, but spotted out by PERSIJA EVOS. Microboy right on top of those heels. PERSIJA moving into the transition as well. Now Box as well as RRQ. How do they get out of here? We're talking about finding themselves an entry towards the safe zone, but feels like very suffocating. It's smothered by the side of PERSIJA EVOS on top of those elevations.
It's crazy tough right now for Sky only, the last man standing for Hale Esports, considering that PERSIJA EVOS is looking over them. But PERSIJA EVOS, they could be distracted now by FaZe Clan, who's coming in.
FaZe moving in a rapid as a unit, going to the side of PERSIJA, going straight into that flank, going straight for the off angles. Try to actually swing it over for side PERSIJA, but Bacon time to go on the end. But here comes Redface, dropping his cover. He can see through everyone. Nobody from FaZe give him enough attention to see the corners, to see those structures, and now it's gonna be the bane for them. Oh, Redface just might close the entire team of FaZe right in front of him.
He is making FaZe Clan red-faced right now, but Redface, he gotta reset quickly. He tried to went in for the elimination instead of trying to heal himself up. I thought he would have enough time, but it looks like he really wanted to get that point. But anyway, PERSIJA EVOS out at number 13, 4 elimination points. Sky only finally succumbs to the zone. That means that Hale Esports, yesterday's chicken dinner winner of Sandhawk, have been eliminated.
You cannot feel safe at all when it comes to moving into certain compound. You thought you had that compound all by yourself all this time, but slowly somebody will actually try to creep into your backside, those rare end that you never give enough attention to, and it caught them by surprise for the entirety of FaZe and caught them like down to half. Same goes for the side of Hill. You have to be dividing attention, giving out enough attention to all the angles that you're not given enough into early on. But for the side of Bacon Time, they have been run and gone the entirety. The one that actually don't have any sort of elimination right now is just Shirty, but the rest of them quite secure with double, maybe by end of the day can secure those double-digit elimination. But GE again once more eliminated. I'm not sure what happened for the entire team, where they're being eliminated, but FaZe, that definitely gonna be devastating for them. They have to cut across BTR and SEM9. Now that's gonna be a hard one, as RQ gonna keep this one Mela right on the ground.
Well, at least for GE, they would have broken that single-digit mark, but for FaZe Clan, that is it for them. In just a blink of an eye, been eliminated by RRQ without any elimination points in this round. Nabeko with the long range to BTR, putting pressure to them. But both teams are currently in the circle, so it should be alright for them to hold their ground still. But the next fatal circle will be scary, likely to be even scarier for RRQ and BTR.
Still comprises of both islands here at the edge of it. But back to his PBE, trying to finish off Voldemort. That's going to be a 1 for him. Playbook Esports got themselves cornered into this compound, got themselves worked by themselves. And the circle happens to be on their side as well. They are gatekeeping this bridge like there's no tomorrow. Mott trying to just pull over it on the other end of the island, but the problem is they are split it into two parts of RRQ here. If something happens to either side of the team, it's going to be tough for them to actually call for help. Fnatic, the only last remaining member for Alter Ego, right on top of this. He'll barely make it into the safe zone, hanging on to the edge of the circle, but GEEK SLATE's not spotting him out. Feels impossible for Fnatic to get out from there right now.
Oh, damn rude. Together with the rest of GEEK SLATE, they are going towards their target. At the same time, we can see the SEM9s moving in. They do not have the circle. They need to fight with Bacon Time. Still a full squad. AE. No points in this round, but Loyu goes down. DBS by I6, another one. And now the Blues going to put pressure onto all of them.
Oh, he's cooking up the nade. Feels like it could be a perfect angle. All he needs to wait is just that boom coming up from that side. But that's just it. Ice finish off SEM9. Eliminated. It was a perfect one. We tossed over the side of Bacon. Now we do have to make it 3 Group B teams up here. GEEK and also BTR up there. Box team is nowhere. Yes, it's gonna be Bacon Time. 3 out of 4 in Group B in the top 5 for the second day here, Cloud.
Ooh, I'm noticing a lot of zero eliminations, so I wonder who took majority of them. Now GEEK, SLATE, they're still in this. Stuxnet with the high ground. They are in the circle. Look at the spread. They are covering as much area as possible. Asa from below the bridge puts pressure on the BTR. Two Indonesian teams going against each other. As this, wait, where did the nade come from? It was from Ryzen!
Here comes Ryzen, but the rest of the team of BTR actually dying for help there. They're being knocked down and bleeding out. I'm not sure if Ryzen can actually pick them up on time. Back to the side of Mombo of PBE. Working as a force. Still the entire squad there alive. Same goes for GEEK, SLATE, BIGETRON. Left with only one member. Same goes for side of RQ. Ryzen being picked out. Mort taking on him.
Oh, it's going
it's
to do
the
it.
last member of RQ. Same goes for BIGETRON. But that's going to be it. They're placing themselves at 4th place due to placing closing in. But Mort, how can he actually clutch this by himself?
Yeah, looks like BTR take out by his own, so the points will not be given away. We have GEEK, SLATE, PBE, and RRQ right now fighting it out for that first chicken dinner for today. PBE, they are struggling right now as GEEK, SLATE will be stopping them at their tracks.
Stuxnet spots them out. Tries to stop them from entering, denying their mobility towards the side of their circle. But Stuxnet, they are the one that need to cross over the other side of the street as well. He's put another one. Sharp set of eyes like a hawk. He's watching across every single entry as possible. PBE being closed by damn good. These guys, GEEK, SLATE, just hovering a different angle, making such an entry here, such an entrance of day number 2. Mika just going towards the side of RQ by himself as the front line. The Peko being finished. GEEK, SLATE, what a unity when it comes to cohesive team. And it's just a stellar teamwork for middle players by the side of this team.
Welcome to Group B, ladies and gentlemen. GEEK, SLATE, representing Group B, takes home the first chicken dinner, where they talk about how scary Group B would be, and they are proving it. GEEK, SLATE, what a clean round for them, except for them losing snipes at some point towards PBE. But other than that, you can't complain with the chicken dinner, and I believe they did pick up a good number of elimination points along the way.
That's true. Very flawless, very clean sort of a chicken dinner. Not just that. How much did they secure for those eliminations? They definitely were pushing and trying to force themselves to get those eliminations at the last minute and not letting the players to actually deny themselves in the blue zone. But for our MVP, it's going to be Mika for now with 2 eliminations, 671 damage. That did not tally up as it's supposed to be with those 2 eliminations, but definitely he opened up so much space for the team with those knockdowns. But so far when it comes to throws being used, we haven't got ourselves that huge crazy amount of volume for those grenade just yet. It's still like single digit for those nades.
Yeah, I think most teams probably didn't really have that chance just because of how Sandhawk closes really fast, and you got a lot of teams eliminated by the zone as well. So I guess that's one of the factors that made us with not seeing a big number just yet. Yesterday we saw like what I think it was Erangel or Mirama that we got like 30 smokes being used. It was in Erangel, 30 smokes being used, 30-ish. That was crazy lot. But it's also nice to see that for our top 4 teams to watch, they're all from different regions. But PBE representing the wildcard, well, I guess they are just proving it right now that if you put it in an offline setting, like what Demigod said yesterday, they can show their stuff.
Yeah, it's kind of true, and there's no difference between the pings and the latency between the players and all the other teams out there. And not just that, PBE loves Sunhawk. We know for a fact they're always aggressive when it comes to Sunhawk. It's so hard to predict their circle and also their rotations. But when it comes to our next map, this is where it's definitely going to be one of the most important maps of all PMSL. It's going to be Erangel. Now we talked about Erangel yesterday quite a bit, and today starting off with the Sunhawk, just a bit of a highlight. It's kind of a tough circle. Honestly speaking, a circle will just split it into 2 sides of a map here. It's either you get to choose the right island, it's going to be the wrong one the entire day. But a lot of teams, including RRQ, has been aggressive since the start. So I want to see, including Beacon Time, they ended up as the top 5, as well as GEEK, SLATE, and if I'm not mistaken, it's another team, BTR. they're having a top 5 ending. It's all coming up from Group B. Out of 4, 3 of Group B ended up in the top 5 here. Especially BIGETRON, they got quite a number of those eliminations. Is it going to be enough for them to push themselves straight up in the first map of the day? And how much they push in overall ranking just within Group B itself?
Well, considering their reputation and what we see in round number 1, I think that is truly possible for teams of Group B to get a top 5 by the end of the day. But of course, we got to roll the rounds as round number 1. So it's going to be 10 elimination points for GEEK and 20 in total for them. We got like 5 teams without a single elimination this round, and 3 teams, including, surprise, surprise, Xavier and VOIN, all the way down there.
For VOIN, feels like whoever's actually in the first place will be targeted by these teams early on, but so far VOIN is not budging at all when it comes to the first place, stay in the podium spot, but the gap is getting even smaller for the margins. We're talking about 48-49. There's going to be 1 point shine between these teams, so quite a gap still for the third and second place. It's a bit of a stretch, but when it comes to I'm looking at Group B performance, Bacon Time, BTR, as well as side of GEEK SLATE. GEEK SLATE just pushing themselves 14. We talk about Team Seeker, been playing since yesterday. Now slowly will be taken over by these guys just within 1 map here.
Yeah, and the fact that they didn't get any point at all in that round is scary for them. But let's look at 2 of the scary players here, head-to-head between Mika and Monboy, the star player for PBE. Both of them similar eliminations. Damage is close as well, but I guess because GEEK SLATE, they survived a little bit longer, so Mika had a little bit more opportunity to throw more utilities. But at the end of the day, of course, it's all about securing those points, right? So GEEK SLATE, they still got the majority of it.
Now, when it comes to the next map here, we're heading into Wrangle very soon, swiftly enough, but I want to see how much aggressive these guys can actually get. Is there any hot spot or hot drops between the teams here when it comes to Group B, dropping into this compound, trying to take over a certain area, snatch it away from teams that has been struggling yesterday and fighting it over? But so far when it comes to yesterday, Yoodo Alliance, VOIN, SLD and Alter Ego. Now this is a big statement, and VOIN, again, they are the top performance here. But at the same time, they start to fall off the chart. We're talking about, can they maintain consistency? Are they not being ready up yet? Are they not warmed up just yet? And the teams coming out from SLD and Yoodo Alliance and Alter Ego, they are mostly coming out from the middle sort of a time, or middle sort of a time frame, where we start to see them in the second year Wrangle or third year Wrangle later on.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen the number 1 curse before. Not really a curse per se, but it is that if the theory is that if you are the number 1 team, if you show a lot, especially early on, other teams will earmark you and say that, okay, that's the team that we need to take out. That's the team that we need to block their rotation, stop them from moving freely. And I don't know, of course it's just round number 1, right? But VOIN got to be careful of that, because if they succumb to that sort of curse, then they would be pushed down for the number 1 spot by the other day.
It feels like going to be a 1 map sort of a thing here that we talked about yesterday. Same goes for yesterday, where every single rotation, it feels like they're alternating between the first and the last. So it feels like the curse or the jinx might be breaking this one for the side of VOIN. It's just the first map after they're taking that number 1 spot yesterday. Definitely today gonna start off a bit slower. Maybe that's gonna be a wake-up call for them and try to push themselves here. But for PERSIJA EVOS, I'm hoping more from this team, honestly speaking. Like, these are star-studded team as well, if you compare with BIGETRON. Like BTR, we know for a fact they're being aggressive just now, right? They got themselves in the top 5. Same goes for GEEK SLATE. Hill, you know what? Hill is being Hill. They're quite healing themselves up there. But for PERSIJA EVOS, what happened? Because this feels like they are not up there just yet. Are they missing so much that the other twin?
And now that's a nice debate for us to talk about, right? So I guess looking at the current condition, would it warrant for a change, a substitution? Perhaps. I think at this point, it is kind of justified. Of course, if you give that spot where they are to GE, they'll be like, oh yeah, GE will take it any time. But because they are PERSIJA EVOS, there are big names inside there, definitely the expectation is a little bit higher. So that's why I think that they definitely warrant a change though. I want to see the twins do come back because we know their combination is just the next level.
I mean, like, usually it's so hard to see for me. When it was the first few of the dawn and season of PUBG, like PMCO days, yes, you see a lot of combos come out from working as a duo for Luxy and Zuxi. But I still fall quite a bit when it comes to PMPL. Feels like they're separating themselves into two teams there, one with the Zuxi, one Luxy team, and working as sort of communication between those teams to work as two different units moving at the same time. But when it comes to this sort of tournament, it's so rare for us to see Zuxi or Luxy, either one of them, not playing. So is that the main factor? We'll wait and see if that's going to be the main impact, if they decide to actually put in both twins playing up together. But when it comes to Erangel as itself, when it comes to their own regional finals, so we do have DBD like BTR, DX, Hill and GE is supposed to be one of the best in their own respective regions. But so far DX nowhere to be seen. Where are DX? Because they've been so quiet yesterday. They have a bit of a, you know, like small greeting like, hi, we're still here. We saw them quite a bit in some certain clutches, but then they're gone again.
Yeah, they had an up and down moment. Do agree with that. It's a little bit unusual because it's not like the DX that we're used to seeing, especially the DX version of the one that they got the champion in PMPLC at some point, where they were number one from first game to the last game. I think that's the DX version that a lot of people will be expecting, but it's a little bit underwhelming for them. But it's not to say that they're that bad per se, it's just that they are inconsistent, and to get that number one spot, to maintain that level of consistency is important, because I don't think they'll be in the bottom four, but if you're in the grand finals, you want to get a good start because of the bonus points.
Yeah, it has been a terrible start for the side of DX so far. But you know what? These are the teams that actually do have what it takes to be the champions. We're talking about DX can easily flip the coin over their side if they want it to be. Maybe they're just sort of experimenting with certain plays or certain approach. But for TS now, this is a team that have so many fans out there just devastated with their performance. So we're talking about they are at the bottom.
Yeah, it's surprising. I mean, I had a conversation with the manager, just asking what's happening to Team Secret, and there is a level of confidence issue, especially with some of the players who popped up really well in PMPL Malaysia, but this time around they seem to be not able to break that barrier just yet. So it's hoping for them to be able to do that today. Whether they'll make a substitution or not, well, they don't really have a plan on that yet. They would like to see out, like maybe today or maybe after a few games, and then they'll make the decision from there. But so far, from what we see on screen, no substitution coming in yet, no mins, not even an eye shots. So I think they will still stick to their current plan, whatever it is, and I guess in the famous words of trust the process.
Trust the process indeed. But the teams that actually have the most subs swapping in and out for their lineup or their roster, it's going to be coming up from Boom Esports, which not be playing today because they are in the Group A. The teams that are not playing right now, it's going to be Boom Esports, Vampire Esports, Yoodo Alliance and Shine Like Diamond. But this gives away so much opportunity for the team in Group C, D and E to push themselves forward and upwards when it comes to getting themselves across the board of the overall rankings. Now coming up for BTR, look at how these guys are more than ready, because we're heading to the most important map of them all, the most important map we played. It's going to be Erangel. Now what are your expectations here, Cloud?
Well, I expect Group B teams to continue to do well, frankly speaking. So, and plus, it's a map where every team should be comfortable with and every team should master, because it will be the majority of games that they will be playing throughout this tournament, or even almost any tournament, in fact. So, it's definitely something that they should be comfortable at the back of their hand. I expect Group B teams to really shake things up today, though.
Well, let's not waste our theory. It's no use for us to just think about, you know what, we think this and that. It's all down putting it into action for these boys. They need to know what they're aiming for. Are they aiming for those chickens? Are they aiming it to balance? Or are they aiming it for the kills? Because we do know the kills is going to be way more than those chickens by the end of the day. Keep your seatbelt buckled because we're heading straight into our first wrangle of the day.
Erangel, ladies and gentlemen. So let's see if the Group B teams can continue to be consistent inside Erangel. The flight path will be on the southern side from Novo up onto the left of Hospital. So teams who like to drop on the northern side might find it a little bit difficult. With this being said, we might see some teams challenging for drop spots.
Oh yeah, the heart drops coming out from all the teams there. Can't wait to see if there's anybody trying to, take Pachinki away from the X example here. We do know for a fact Pachinki one of the most important vicinity when it comes to being center of a map, but not so much these days. Even Roswell, even school happens to be like the favorite for the past few days. I mean, like the past day, we only started yesterday. But back to sort of SMB, we do have TSO is dropping around SMB these days. GER dropping into Sonovska, Novorepnoye. But back about the others, I do want to see if there's any teams decided to change their drop spot, the initial drop spot, due to the change of the group playing as well.
Okay, so speaking about change of drop spot, keep your eye on to Pachinki. Look at the amount of colors there. I see at least 3 colors. That's a very interesting spot, but it'll probably be only 2 at some point because 2 teams seems to be heading towards school. Now this kind of circle is also very tricky, but we'll talk about the circle later on as we watch Bacon Time against D Xavier.
Super interesting. This piqued my interest quite a lot as these Xaviers will go not just unchallenged, they are being forced to take the fight against Bacon Time, and Bacon Time not keeping this quiet as well. They got himself a couple of bisons to work around. Dap taking on Box Gaming at the same time. Box, they're trying to push out. I'm not sure what happened here, but definitely 7-9 is winning this big time as Box Gaming losing more men. Heavily told, we talk about 2 casualty, but the Dibs will actually give support fire. 7 minutes to close that one out without any vest, without any helmet. That's going to be a good start for Sam 9, but on the side of DX versus Bacon, this is where things get really hot.
Oh yeah, and the heat is still not dying down yet. As Bacon Time, now they suffer major casualties. And let's see what Night Noise can do. 3 touch is currently down. Don't think they can pick him up. He's being held ransom right now as Shirley goes in, but Shirley being gunned down. Now it's down to 9 Noise against the entire DX.
Chua trying to spot out Noise right now. Bacon Time pull back for a bit. They have to retreat. They haven't got enough to work around. Their weaponries are such a big difference as well, but Chua almost clipped the entirety of his HP, and Lamborghini is on the ground. Noise is just playing with those pistols. Goodness me, those pistols make such a big play for Bacon Time. Noise clutched that one now, but couldn't hold on for one more player as DX remain with the 2 Rabies as well as Frankie. Ring around the Rosie to finish off, but remaining as the last player, Ice. Can he do this for the entire team?
Ooh, okay, but DX unfortunately through that fight they lost 2, so heavy casualty on their side as well. Ice will now play for placement points. He'll definitely not want any part of it, but he seems to be going that way though, maybe trying to get onto the other side so they can get a vehicle. Hopefully he'll be able to survive, as now they are in a really tough spot considering they got a decent start. But same goes for Box Gaming. Only 1 player left. Something happened somewhere.
Yeah, Box Gaming were fighting against none other than Sam 9 early on. It's not fitting it quite well for them. They got a couple of shotguns on the side of Sam 9. Is more than enough to actually secure those eliminations, and just a heavy casualty on the side of Box Gaming, forcing themselves to have a good start, dropping into hot spots there. Bacon Time fleeing away from the crime scene and have to force to leave Noise behind there. Even though they will be having this possibility to be ended up quite early on, But at least they're not going empty-handed, as Bacon Time already secured those 2 kills for now. But FaZe, at least they're having a good start this time, not being tainted by any sort of bullet just yet. But 3 teams down to only 2 or 1 player left. For DX, they're losing Pachinki by the hands of Bacon Time.
Yeah, so right now, yeah, I guess through this round at least, it is DX's area. But we'll have a replay of what happened to Nine Noise earlier on. So he won that gunfight against Chua, but because he took too much time to loot, and I kind of understand, so maybe his bullets were low, so he couldn't finish it that fast. But he was counterfire upon immediately. But looking at the win, I would say it goes towards D-Xavier. Maybe D-Xavier might hold on to that next round. Unless, well, Bacon Time still wants to stir things up.
I mean, like Bacon can actually just buy a bit more time, just playing as slow as he can and try to go for the ranks. So they definitely already secured a couple of points there. It's going to be more than enough if they secured those ranking points and just try to be a third party when it comes to the 4th and 5th stage of a circle. It's going to be pushing them quite high up there when it comes to getting the first page ranking as well. Alter Ego Rosemary yesterday was splendid. We're talking about brilliant performance from this individual, and he's been playing so well alongside with the team here, including Octa and Fnatic. Oh, he's the last one remaining for Alter Ego. Alter Ego, they place themselves quite high up there, but at the same time, can they push more? Can they be more? We saw how they were fair against REQ, against Boom. They always happen to be facing the dance, the music against their own regional teams there. Feels like their tempo, their wavelength, and the way they think about the rotation exactly the same as REQ and none other than Boom yesterday. So if they need to switch up things there for Alter Ego, definitely try to avoid those civil war for the teams.
Oh, okay. This ain't a civil war, but this is a necessary war for GE, as they seem to be winning the fight against VOIN. Again! Choo-choo! Again, VOIN. They lost one. Okay, they can still recover as Keenan traces out on Ichi. Can he get another one onto Als? Oh no, he's in trouble right now.
VOIN as well. Again, VOIN being that number 1. You know what? When you have that number 1, you have that statue being targeted. But at least right now, they're getting 1 knockdown. They're fighting back and not going to go down in vain. But GE's eye. Oh, it's going to be perfect angle, getting on 1 on Alva. It's going to be 1 knockdown. GE challenging the number 1 spot there. You know what? We are wildcards. We are going wild. Lapar taking on West. But Sai shredded his almost entirely gone helmet, taking a fight against Kanan. At the same time, Blue Zone closing in. What's the timing here? We're talking about you cannot extend this fight anymore for both teams.
Well, as the song goes, I got a blue zone and a blue damage. Now it's going to be damaging 2 teams back to back. But wait a second, where did they come from? Oh, Lapa from the other side. Knockdown. Wow. Okay, that's a really, really good shot there. But GE, we can see that on the other side, 2 players reviving each other. And now Lapas moving in. I'm sure he wants to secure that elimination point, but they gotta get out of this area because the circle is fairly far. But Team Secret coming in.
I don't feel so good for Team Secret. And that's GEEK though on the bridge camping here. There goes the sprays coming up from Stuckman. Beautiful clip, quite a bit. But still, Team Secret managed to flee by, pass unscathed.
Ooh.
Damn good, giving such pressure. GE Zai finally dropped himself those grenade elimination in big time as well. But Mika spotted out one of Team Secret players. The circle shifting again. The ones furthest away is going to be these 2 teams fighting. GEEK Fam and also Team Secret. Same goes for the side of VOIN and GE. Because we're moving down. We're moving up towards the northern side of shooting range. And Sam9 already got themselves there.
Yeah, and Sam9 loves this kind of circle because they drop into Severny. So it will be an advantage for them to secure the shooting range hills. But looking at the left bridge, I'm kind of worried for Team Secret. 3 of them turn back. I do hope they have enough utilities to heal themselves and tank out the zone.
Speaking of the zone, a lot of teams been punished for coming in late. DBD straight into Ventoris' face. Ventoris said, nope, you know what, not today, mate. He's just going to go back line and just pull back the entire day. just reposition himself to see which angle is better for him and the rest of the team. Riser taking on DBD, who just happened to be marching in. Now they're fighting back. DBD feels like a field pusher coming up from the entire team, is one by one being picked off and knocked down by the side of BTR.
Ichi just wants to secure this one elimination point. At least right now they've gotten themselves out of that single digit zone for sure. A little bit of a premature nade, but that's okay. He's still able to take out Lapa, so that's 3 points for them. Keenan, he only has boosting utilities now. Doesn't seem to have much left, except for a couple of bandages.
Surprisingly, we saw so many fights early on, but none of the team being eliminated yet. Still have 16 teams intact, and this is going to be really punishing, extremely hard for the teams that are being eliminated first. Hopefully those actually being eliminated, not going empty-handed. They got a couple of eliminations already stand by. But we're talking about Master Ichi as GE secured those 3 eliminations. Yes, but remaining as the last player in the blue zone. Way far than the rest of the other teams already got himself inside. It's going to be a bit of a problem for him to get an entry in the first place.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a distance though. But at least he has the right vehicle with the right speed. He should be able to make it. Of course, whether he will be gate capped is another question. We need to wait and see, because the last time we saw the circle, there were a lot of teams on the northern side already. But now Frankie on the jumper. Oh man, Team Secret again, and this time it was from GEEK SLATE. Now onto D Xavier, waiting for them around Pachinki.
Oh, there's Pachinki still there. DX, I don't know why they're not flying with Pachinki. They're taking their own time here, and they're not willing to give it away. The same thing is just so far off from the zone. Frankie cooking up the nade to his kid. Team Secret, like you mentioned, why they're here in the first place. I think they just want to get themselves a bit of loot going on. Team Secret, that's definitely detrimental, as they kind of been a bit later than the others. Bacon Time Ice waiting on the other end there, on top of Ruins. They have to cut across the river on top of Rostock and Ruins. Now the problem is how to get there unscathed, because it feels like so many teams waiting, including RRQ. Same goes for PERSIJA EVOS waiting on the other end. And the cluster coming up from the northern side is also a scary part of it.
You know what's great about GEEK SLATE's rotation right now is because one of their regular drop spots back in the day was in Jogopul. So for them to rotate through the Jogopul bridge up north, it's basically their comfort rotation spot. So they definitely know what they're doing there. But for Team Secret, why did they pass to Pachinki? I guess they were just trying to get the closest route into a safer area, because I don't think that they have enough utilities to withstand the zone. But just so happened that D Xavier happened to be there, and they had to feel the wrath of D Xavier.
Speaking of wrath, Miko right now showing off his own wrath, giving away some sprays there. You know, yeah, I'm just gonna chuck down your HP for quite a bit, and halfway through, just gonna leave it by, going unpunished for sort of GEEK Fam rotating to the end of the back line as well. But he'll Flash living by himself here. I'm not sure what are the plan for Hill so far, but the rest of the team already fleeing to a different angle entirely. So Hill is holding the compound and making sure nobody will follow them from the tail back end. But GEEK SLATE, it's going to be a different name this time. It's going to be GEEK SLATE, guys. But we're trying so hard to make it sure, you know, try to brainwash ourselves. It's going to be GEEK SLATE, but damn good. Definitely try to cut and get for more eliminations. Back to the start of 7-9, they won those fights early on against none other than, who was it again? I think it was one of the teams at Box Gaming. Yeah, there you go. And it's just cleaning off 3 members of Box Gaming, leaving only 1 player left. 16 teams still intact. Cloud, this is 3rd phase already.
Yeah, 16 teams of 46 players, so a lot of teams losing players in this round. Look at this, GEEK SLATE. Like I said, they know how to rotate with this kind of circle, just because of how comfortable they are dropping into Jogopul back in the day. So of course the IGL Damroot, he knows this place like the back of his hand. And look at how they slide into the circle, into shooting range, and they're all fine. All 4 of them are okay.
Feels like a very flawless rotation from GEEK SLATE here. They have vamped up quite a bit, even though they don't have Yuhai in the fray anymore. They don't have the Yuhai in roster anymore. Feels like Yuhai left such an impactful silhouette for them to actually just copy it up. You know what? We're gonna be fine without you. Still here, showing such a strong performance. But back to a DX, a back line, DBD and TX as well happen to be clashing right on the southwest circle. Yeah, we'll avoid the last member of TS. Not really. Aizen is there. They're so segregated, separated thin and wide for the side of Team Secret. I'm not sure what they have in their plans, but definitely not working out. And Aizen got stuck himself amongst BTR players. Yuhai on the ground. It's gonna be a bit of a this feels very nostalgic. Yuhai here fighting against Aizen, but DBS in the hands of Aizen, chucked down by the blue zone. No first aid. Aizen, how you want to process?
Well, probably try to get it out for Yuhai, but Ryzen's there though, so he can't loot, and now he's super duper low. He'll be taken out by Ryzen. Number 14 for Team Secret. But at least this time around they got one elimination point, but it's not the amount of points Team Secret fans would expect. They would definitely expect more.
Same goes for DX, honestly speaking. They are one of the best back then. When it comes to last year, got number 1 in everything. But this year, it feels like nowhere to be seen here. Not even under the radar anymore. Mela cooking up the nade, just making sure Jimmy OP will be bombarded. But the moment he tried to pick himself up there, Jimmy and the rest of DBD, they got a bit of a clustered and also a bit of a blunder early on, but still managed to revive and reset themselves for another go as FaZe Mela exchanging nades. Mela known for his nades. Can he land onto the side of 6? Oh, DBD got it first. Never mind. Yen got it on top of the nade. Got Mela back then, but now Mela crying out loud, just waiting for his teammates to revive him back up. And Yen kept the pressure on with those nades going. Toss over to the side of FaZe. FaZe challenge, Jimmy OP and 6. Jimmy trying to go for the flank side, trying to find Mormon. Victorious, nobody giving the vision out of him just yet. Now that's going to be a tough one.
Oh, Mormon be shot from behind by Jimmy OP. He'll be knocked down, he'll be finished off. 2 left for the side of FaZe Clan. And right now we can see that one of them is at the forefront, fighting up against DBD, who has a high ground advantage with Dores in the compound behind, providing cover fire support. For but the nade! Where did it come from? That nade came from nowhere, taking out Yen!
Yen knocked down, but it's not just him alone we're talking about. The entire team still backing him up there. But 6 being knocked down. Jimmy OP next. Trying to wait, what? How? No way! Liquid BTR, as always, just famous, well known for the third party playing. Just perfect timing, impeccable steals coming up from the back line.
Man, FaZe Clan owes them a dinner for that. And now BTR, not only they got a dinner, but they got points as well, stolen it away. Now Mika going up against PERSIJA Esports, but now we put a focus onto RRQ, taking out Microboy. Microboy currently down. Peko will secure the elimination point, but at the same time, it's over. Put pressure to the Mika. Can he get a double knockdown? Yes, he will, Mika! Solo clutch too, but he'll be taken out by Alter Ego from the other side.
Rosemary, as always, from afar, spot out with a mort here. Rosemary sounds very nice person, but not really so nice as the herbs going on. But Mort will be pulled back and try to reach it for found himself a UAZ with a pickup truck, get himself into the smoke, making sure he's not in the side of Rosemary again. Bacon time eyes. He's been lurking there the longest time, not being scouted out, not being given attention to, still there surviving as Hill just gonna share the same vicinity for now. RRQ split into 1 tree as 3 of them going to secure a bit more domination on the northern side. Voldemort just gonna play it down south safely, but the other 3 might actually try to go for the kills here.
Ooh, I'm interested to see what's gonna happen at the northern side of the map though. Right now we can see majority of teams right there. RRQ on the outside circle. They have a player inside of it, so that's going to be their marker as they get into the vehicles, hop onto it, and get into the circle. And that's where Asa is at this moment. Asa still with a high ground. What a good spot he got himself into.
Asa spraying over Alter Ego, giving away some warning shots here and never gonna come up here. Rosemary, one of the player that kind of being underestimated. We haven't put him so much in limelight, but he's definitely one of the top players up there. Potato trying to go for the flank side. RRQ and Alter Ego definitely knows exactly each other team's inside there, like the back of their hand. They've been fighting the same region, they're from the same country, and definitely knows how they think when it comes to approach within the fight. But BTR on the other end here might be visited by the side of 7-9. They will have to cut across, climbing up the small hills. Deals or Liquid, they already finished off Yuhai earlier on. They're working as a tree, but they're taking back a bit of a U-turn just to see if anybody try to shoot them out, just to exploit the position of the teams out there, including 7-9 and Hill, including even Bacon Time Ice. But Ice, you need to play it very quiet now.
Doing scouting work there just to ensure that the areas that they're going to park that in the next phase of the circle will be okay. 7-9, this is their comfort zone. Severny used to be their home. In fact, it's home for them for many seasons, so they know how to play this terrain. Right now, they still maintain it's a full squad. They are covering the high grounds on the left side, so it should be okay for them. But for Alter Ego, on the other hand, there's one player right in front of them though, but they don't know where he is. Where is this guy? Who is he?
Potato, try to see through those grass. Spot out on the Peko, exactly on top of his crosshair, but he prone down. The timing is just impeccable as the Peko managed to hide himself within those hills. The terrain, the slope of the hill, making it so hard for the players to spot anybody out. Any side of a hill, there'll be somebody there, but to land those nades, to get those shots down, feels almost impossible right now, putting themselves as a halt for all the teams at a stalemate. Back to the side of Tiger, tossing out the nade, opening up for the rest of the team to push forward with those smokes being pop off. Gatslow playing a bit around the shack. We do have Beacon Eyes in the back line. Nobody touching him just yet again. But FaZe being ambushed by Hale. But Mela, he will chase the heck out of Tiger. Now they're chasing and trying to find the players of Hale. He even got himself in a bumpy moment here. MR5.
Oh.
He couldn't just get out from here. RQ spot him out in a clear day side.
Yeah, there's no space for them to play because behind them is zone number 6. And at the same time, Tiger is blocking another entry. So it was tough for them. They have nowhere else to go, and now they're kind of surrounded. But Hale, they are playing this very aggressively, sending Tiger on the outside of the zone, taking a little bit of a risk there, just to take out FaZe Clan. And looks like it's going to be worth it as FaZe Clan is out.
FaZe Clan, too scrappy, but at the same time, a bit massive for them when it comes to just exposing themselves in the open, trying to land those utilities forcefully. But back towards Hill. Hill, on the other hand, living out with the two or three players left. Alter Ego walking straight into Nuance. Shunos.
Oh, here we go.
Rosemary visited him. He still get knocked out. Box Gaming, the last player, still breathing and breathing out. It's going to be Alter Ego finish him off from the back line. Alter Ego dominating over for 5 eliminations. RQ spotting out Alter Ego the moment they open fire to the side of the last member of Shunos of Box Gaming. It gives away the position. Asa just take advantage to his side, kept tapping it up, and might finish off Octa.
Oh, at least Zunos managed to get one before he went down to RRQ. And now RRQ with the high ground. Looks like he's trying to spot out the rest of Alter Ego. Alter Ego making that movement. Alter Ego down to the last man though. So gotta be really careful there. Still on the outside of the circle. RRQ now heading towards 7-9.
Navigating themselves straight into Fanatics here for Asa and more. A bit reckless, but well worthy if they want to secure those points. Fnatic hurt the audio queue coming up from those vehicles. Try to force them back off for Mort and Asa. But at the same time, that nade just now, just a track on the side of Sam 9 to give their crosshair to over this side of the angle. Nepeko on the other hand still holding the angle by himself in the elevations of the mountain. But Fnatic just gonna keep this spray on the side of us. A slither of health remains. Clip quite a number of it and pushing forward. We have to be extra careful. 7-9, like I mentioned early on. Fnatic, those nades, those fires attracted 7-9 on his back and here. Fnatic have to be extra careful as Alter Ego is the last member surviving.
Ooh, Alter Ego, how long can he still withstand this? But looks like RRQ is going in for the disengage. They're going to reset on the right. And they need to. They need some space. They need time. Right now, Fnatic's trying to hunt them down. On the left side, we can see that two teams really close to each other. It's going to be 7-9. We have another team. But right now, in 3 more seconds, we'll see who will be favored by the circle. And the circle went down. 7-9 needs to move.
Same goes for Fnatic here. Might get burned off by the blue zone, but he barely can make it in. BTR spreading it wide and clear as day. Talking about trying to dominate over the west side of the circle. It feels still so hard. They have to take down 7-9 first. They are in the same boat, but different side of a hill. They got those elevations. The uneven hill make it so hard for these guys to land any drops there. You talk about BTR quite hesitant to push forward. They are hugging around the slopes of the hill, seeing it for flash of hill. A bit quiet for now. The one that actually on the vintage or the prime spot is going to be RIQ. Got himself those elevations to work around, but quite in a plain sight there. If these guys start to push onwards and forward, it's going to be them be taken down first for RIQ. Nobody willing to move right now.
But the zone will force them to move anyway. And that's going to be 7-9. They still have full squad. So right now they are the only squad still maintaining as a full 4. But they are waiting for the right moment to go in. They got to be careful on their right. They could be surprised by BTR. RRQ kind of busy on the other side as well. Right now BTR starting to make their move. So with the vehicle movement, 7-9 would have heard it. So right now 7-9, because they know that there's some movement on the right, they're starting to be a little bit more cautious.
Swavel just going to toss over and run back and reunite with the rest of BTR. They're trying to bait out how BTR is playing. They try to bait out those fires. They try to then force the other teams to exploit themselves first. We're just going to poke you, and that poking is going to be landed on the timing of this. He just drove himself there. The timing was impeccable coming up from BTR. There was no way you can see that one coming, but look, been splat over by Deuce. Another one down. 7-9 were taken now by BTR, and this is necessary for the side of BTR to cut across, but Dap's not willing to give out just yet. He's fighting for his life, but BTR, they're taking this matter into their hands and slowly picking off 7-9 one by one.
Wow, that's next level coordination there by BTR. And from that angle, from that slow, it was hard for Swavel to know exactly where 7-9 is at. But with that one nade, there was an opening for BTR to come in. Now they're down to Dap. Dap could probably pick up Long. There's still enough time, 35 more seconds before the zone closes. But right now they're still on the outside of the circle. BTR doing the same as well. But 7-9 from a full squad now down to a duo. A bot went down to Get Slow. He will get what he wants.
Hill trying to buy time with those smokes at the same time. Get Slow just making sure he can take covers within the smoke for a bit tiny more. But at the same time, we're talking about 7-9, who barely make it into the safe zone just yet. Gatslow tried to open up the space, argue more on the ground. Napako ready up for his molly to toss around the hillside. Asar have to actually got over the side of BTR, who's moving to the side of hill as well. They are rushing in, just ramping into it. Rise and make a big U-turn to build out towards the side of hill. But Swavel and the rest of BTR, they are the ones that should look out for, because these guys are arm harm, not giving enough attention to. And Gatslow from hill tried to make sure he got himself covers from the structures and vegetation in between. But RQ forced him to fight it, and Napako keep on pushing forward.
Ooh, Asa with the high ground. Right now, Asa managed to get one, and that is it for Gatslow. Bacon time, number 5 for elimination points. That will fall to Swavel. Is going to be the revenge, but that will be counted by a point. That will finish off. And number 5 is going to be RRQ right now, up against another team that is going to be BTR, the 2 Indonesian teams for that second chicken dinner for today.
It's quite low. I'm not sure if he got enough utilities on his side to heal himself back up. But aside of Swavel, same goes for BTR. It's going to be 3v3 for both teams. The one that's separating right now is just the distance. It's just those hills. And the Blues are forcing RQ to push forward. Asar starts to shoot. He needs to stand up. The blue zone is going to be painful. And Ryzen spotting him out just at the nick of time. Perfect spray coming up from Ryzen. far found the rest of the team having a bit of a trade here. Ryzen knocked down next with 5 eliminations in the bag, 9 in the bag for BTR. But for BTR, this is not showing any sign of stopping or slowing at all. As RQ and Peko next on the ground, 2v1. Yachts against RQ. Can pull this out. BTR finish off with a bang, getting those double-digit chicken dinner. And they are totally celebrating.
Hello, Group B, another Group B team. Getting the chicken dinner. This is crazy. Group B is in the house. It was GEEK Slap for game number 1, and now it's BTR. My goodness, Group B. Like what we say, they are here to shake things up, and they're definitely doing it. Deuce, aka Liquid, with the MVP for this round. I can say that all of them had their MVP moments. Swabia had his insane nade moment as well. It was a tough game for BTR, but they're still able to do it. Group B, fear them.
We're starting off day number 1 with what? Bacon time. Group B, BTR with the B word. We're looking at box gaming, hopefully next for the chicken then. The only one that not having a letter B as the start of a team here is going to be GEEK SLATE in Group B. They're supposed to be Group G, but we don't have Group G possibly. But speaking of Group B, definitely they're having such a banger round today. We're talking about what an eliminations and how they rotate, moving as a unit in such cohesive manner. BTR, it feels very scrappy. It feels like they are all over the place. But their communication, their team, because they know exactly what they're doing. They are coming up from the lower ground up to those elevations where Hale has been there the longest, where Sem9 stopping BTR at first. But that nade, the coincidence nade, I'm not sure, it feels very coincidental. It's just a perfect, impeccable timing from BTR. Openers, that nade, just marvelous. And that's where everything just going uphill for them and keep on going for BTR.
Frankly, I felt it was just great game sense. Like, you just depend on the audio cues, you depend on what your teammates are communicating to you. And Sem9, they did move their vehicle, so the audio cues could be obvious towards BTR. And from then, it's just more of like putting up your game sense, just trying to find that angle, close your eyes, trust your heart, toss out the nade, boom. Immediately opens up the fight against Sem9. They won it. It was not an easy one because Dep was still alive. Dep took out one from afar, but the counter fire was just instant from there. The coordination by BTR is just crazy, crazy, crazy. I mean, these guys, number 6 in PMPI Indonesia, but they're showing like they're the number 1 team.
I want to see something of the highlight later. Definitely we get to see the highlight. The one that I mentioned earlier on, is it coincidence? We get so perfect timing. It feels sort of coincident. It's just that good. If it's their game sense that you talked about, it's definitely something that should be respected way more for all these teams. Not to look down, not to disrespect BTR, because the one that nade tossed over by the side of BTR to the side of Sem9. The only one that's stopping BTR moving himself into the center or into the safe zone in the first place was only Sem9, and Sem9 had a 4. And due to Adis being knocked down from that random toss of the nade, because Sem9 were jumping, they were not anticipating that sort of a toss in the first place. So I want to re-watch the highlight later on, where we get to see what really happened. Hopefully it's catch under this camera of spotlight as well, because Sem9 has been fighting run and gun quite early on. Singers for bacon time. Now the openers and also the one that actually make them win were the fight in the last few against Sem9. If they cannot cut across Sem9, they couldn't make it end.
Yeah, fighting Sem9 was necessary. If not, they will be at the lower ground and Sem9 will be at the higher ground, so Sem9 would naturally have the advantage. So it was a necessary fight for them to take. Kind of worry about Team Secret again. Look at the highlights. I don't think they managed to did that much in this round, other than majority of the time just rotating, trying to get away from military base into the circle, but none of the routes just worked for them. They tried the left bridge, they tried the right bridge into Pachinki, there was the Xavier, they tried to go all the way up north into the circle, and then there were a couple of teams waiting for them there, including BTR. Team Secret, I don't know. To me right now, the only drawing board left for them is to make a substitution.
Team Secret right now, from what I see from them, the impact they're giving us on the first 2 days into PMSL is secretly damaging for them right now. That's what we can say as we speak. But BTR, they secured double-digit elimination with 11 points and 21 points in total. Where will they stand when it comes across the board of the overall rankings? Definitely will push themselves so high up there. We're talking about them within second. Same goes for GEEK SLATE, but where are they? At least they secured 3 points around the corner and not going to be pulled back that much further from the bottom 16 and start to get up to the first page. Bacon time, same goes for them. We're talking about within just 2 matches. We're not even halfway through. 2 maps. And these teams already garnered more teams that played since day number 1 here.
Yeah, and we still have a lot of games to play. Let's not forget about that too. So speaking about the bottom teams, right? GE is still there. So still not the performance that they would have wanted. Boom is not playing today, so to be fair to them. Boss Gaming, however, they seem to be showing like they are like the GE of yesterday based on the 2 rounds, but of course we have like 4 more rounds to go. Anything can happen, but for Boss Gaming being a team that has a huge fan base inside of Vietnam, I think that they really need to work things out fast.
Right now the other teams on the first page is trying so hard to keep out Group B out of the sight in the top 10, but they are aggressively pushing themselves upward. We talked about within 2 maps. It's more than enough pushing down so many teams down there, including the teams that have been playing yesterday and today. Even Team Secret, like they are the teams that are actually playing 2 maps, 2 days in a row, and they cannot even make a comeback when it comes to getting themselves to the first page. The teams that have been playing yesterday and today should be maintaining first page. That's just how big of a difference of a performance if you want to compare between these teams. The teams that are playing today only, like Group B, they can easily push back up here. We're talking about just 2 maps. It's more than enough for them to actually close up the gap between the 10th place, even down to the 13th place. Look at where GEEK SLATE were. Look at where Bacon team was. It was so close of getting those gaps finished off straight away. I'm not surprised if ended up in day number 1 with them taking over the lead at number 1 spot here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so far, Group B teams have been really, really good. So it's very, very possible. And plus for the number 1 team, VOIN, another round that wasn't that good for them. Yes, they were interrupted by GE, but of course, if you want to be the best, you got to beat the rest, right? So that had to happen to them. Right now, their gap between the number 1 and number 2 has shrunk to a single digit, and the number 2 was Yoodo Alliance. And to be fair, Yoodo Alliance isn't playing today, so they don't have that chance of getting points to get the number 1 spot. But it's also worrying for VOIN because they are the number 1 team and they drew a lot of attention yesterday, and it does seem like teams are starting to take that challenge onto VOIN, wanting to take them down.
Speaking of the other teams, right? I mean, like VOIN, they're having a really tough challenge. It's a rough start today. They barely actually make any sort of a debut when it comes to day number 2. They definitely finish off strong when it comes to day number 1. Hence, they got themselves a bit of a bullseye target behind their backs due to they are in the number 1 spot still, but the gap is closing even smaller. But back to it as the teams here, I want to talk about something about Group B. We talked about GEEK SLATE and BTR, right? They have really good friendship going on and really a lot of history for both teams. But surprisingly, they haven't clashed amongst each other just yet. I want to see that happen in the next match. GEEK Fam versus side of BTR. Which one is better?
Yeah, that's very interesting. I guess it's because they have, based on the 2 maps, they have very opposite rotations. Like for example, one would come from the left and one would come from the right. So the possibility of bumping to each other is minimal. But of course, that also depends on the circle. That depends on whatever happens with anything around them, whether they're challenged by other teams, whether they change their drop spots, and there are a lot of factors that involve that. Their change and their timing as well. So, but it'll be interesting to see, like what you say, a good storyline to see who's the better one, whether it's U-High, whether it's Damroot. If it happened to be the final circle, U-High versus Damroot, that would be the best story of all.
And that's gonna be interesting. And one more thing that we want to see also maybe in the future, where Vampires not playing today, I do want to see FaZe versus Vampires, because it's gonna be one of a hack game as well between these two teams because of the history between themselves, right? But back to the side of the matches, I do want to highlight the other teams now. Surprisingly, we don't see a lot of PBE. We did see them popping up here and there, but it's just so hard for them to keep their consistency if you're based on their yesterday's performance. Today feels like sort of the same momentum, but lesser sort of kill and less aggressive than yesterday. Feels like they're trying to balance out, maybe trying to experiment some sort of approach. DBD on the other end also have been playing a bit more aggressive than yesterday, but here comes our head-to-head between two Indonesian teams here, BTR and RIQ, Nepeko and Deus, or known as Liquid, with same elimination, damage-wise very same. Look at the bars, we're talking about very similar stats between these two players. You know what happened if they happen to be in the same team then?
Yeah, I mean, well, BTR already has a star-studded lineup, so let's chill on that. But that's a very interesting thought, not gonna lie. I mean, Nepeko, he was the top eliminator in the one of the PMS Southeast Asia, PMPR Southeast Asia edition, so he's definitely proven himself up there, and it's nice to see him up there still, being consistent, compared against Liquid, and Liquid, when he first started off with BTR, he was a little bit underwhelming, and a lot of people say that, oh, you couldn't gel well with the twins that time, together with Ryzen that time. But now I think that Liquid within BTR, he's one of the most improved players. He's starting to show a lot more consistency. Hence, even though you have a star-studded lineup or having Alan in it, Satar/Alan, he still makes the first lineup.
It's all about time to gel well, right? I think it's all about timing for them. They bite their time, taking their time to understand each other. It works out so well for the side of BTR here. And back to the side of next map, we do have a second Erangel before we head into our long break for the fasting period to open up for these guys. And speaking of which, now BTR Ryzen, he's done with the phase of his rebel age. We talk about back then he used to have this very cool set of hair and always colorful. Every single season is going to be a different color. This time he's staying as himself, as mature as possible, and looking at him growing up is just a privilege for us. These guys, they are growing up with us. They've been playing since the dawn of PUBG for the past 5 years. We saw their progress, we saw their rise and their falls as well. And speaking of BTR, can they maintain this?
Yeah, of course, this will be the question. Consistency will be the key. We did see that yesterday, like Hale, for example, one round they were awesome, they got the chicken dinner, and then the next round they were kind of on and off. So it's all about consistency. Can we say the same for GEEK fam or GEEK SLATE? I don't think they were that bad as well in this round. Like, they knew what they were doing, they make those right rotations, but sometimes it's just like the amount of teams is just too overwhelming for them. But I think they were pretty decent as well, despite them getting that first chicken dinner. So far, Group B teams not too bad, except for Box Gaming, still down there trying to find their footing inside of the PMSL. So it's it's a matter of them trying to prove that, hey, I'm part of Group B too. Let's not forget about Box Gaming.
For me, Box Gaming is always the team that are really tough for them to find their initial drop spot due to they want to secure those compound with their force. So we're talking about they're trying to win it with their muscles and brawls, right? So they're trying to get themselves those statement of getting to snatch away the compound from the fights early on, but it did work out well for Box Gaming so far, due to maybe their timing of dropping from parachute is a bit later than the other teams who got themselves first there. So for Box Gaming, it's always the first few skirmishes on top for them. So if they switch things up for a bit and tune it and tweak it up for the entire team, maybe it can work well for Box Gaming as well. Now, the teams that always caught up in between rotations, we're going to have to say that out loud, even during the drop spot, it's going to be Box Gaming, it's going to be GE, those down there, the teams are actually down there in the bottom 20, on the bottom 16 here when it comes to second day. It's always about the timing of rotation. So it's so important and critical for IGL to call up the right time to make it so flawless for the team to be alive for the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, I guess that's where the coaches and analysts do play a big role of summarizing, like, okay, if you were to go here, the I wouldn't say the prediction, but based on statistics that is shown that okay, based on this timing, this team likes to be in this checkpoint and so on and so forth. But let's head on to an interview with Tash.
For bringing us over here to the interview area. With me, I have the coach of the Xavier GE, which I managed to steal right after Game 2 ended, as well as Kelly, the translator. Hi, how are you doing today?
Hôm nay em khỏe không em?
Cảm thấy ổn ạ.
I feel very good.
He feels very good, and we love to hear that. So I have a few questions to ask you. And the first one being, what do you think the competition for PMSL SEA Spring has been so far? Is it more competitive this time around?
Xin hỏi em một câu là so với các cái kỳ thi, em có cảm nghĩ gì đối với kỳ thi lần này của BFNL, kỳ thi mùa xuân Đông Nam Á, nó có tính cạnh tranh cao không?
Giải đấu PMSL lần này có sự cạnh tranh rất là lớn, quy tụ rất nhiều đội tuyển hàng đầu của các quốc gia trong khu vực.
In my opinion, this competition is the most competitive, which include a lot of participants from all the top leader team in Southeast Asia.
Wow, we love to hear how competitive it has actually been. So now, speaking of being very competitive, what do you think of your team's performance today?
Theo em thấy thì nó cạnh tranh như vậy thì em có suy nghĩ gì về cái thành tích của đội mình trong lần này?
Hôm nay đến hôm nay thì team thi đấu vẫn chưa được tốt cho lắm và cần phải bắt nhịp nhanh hơn với các đội tuyển.
I feel that my team is still not yet do the best performance. They still need some time to catch up to get the most performance for the game today.
Well, after all, it is a league stage. It does take some time for some teams to warm up. So now, which team do you think is showing the most improvement since you last saw them?
Trong kỳ này thì em so với lần trước thì em thấy đội nào nó đã rất là thành tích và mạnh mẽ so với lần trước.
Đội tuyển VPE.
I think this is VPE.
VPE, wow, that is very surprising considering the 1v3 they I witnessed yesterday. Now, the last question I have for you, GE, is do you have anything to say to these Xavier's fans at home?
Câu hỏi cuối cùng là em có lời gì muốn nhắn nhủ với các fan của DS?
Hy vọng tất cả fan của Xavier vẫn luôn ủng hộ và tiếp sức để cho tất cả các thành viên cố gắng trong giải đấu này.
I want to say thanks to my DS friend and I hope that everyone will still support us to get the most performance for this competition.
Of course, they will be supporting you guys. D Xavier will definitely come up on top. Regardless, that will be the end of our interview. Thank you guys so much for watching, and we're going over to game number 3. See you guys in a bit.
I was expecting wow, and is that wow or is that wow? Yeah, probably as well, probably. And of course, like for Vampire, they did get the two best players, the two best fraggers inside of their region. So, I mean, their kind of result is is expected. If anything falls below that, I think it will be a big problem. Like, what else do they need, right? So it's kind of good for them. I do totally agree that with that interview that they are definitely one of the most improved teams around. The last time we saw them, they were good, but they were not this good. So they were definitely living up to the expectation of those transfers. For DBD, on the other hand, making a substitution with Ziggs coming in, still don't see that much of an impact yet. I think they're still trying to shake off those nerves, maybe. I don't know. It's really hard to tell. I do hope that we get an interview with Mozgoku later on, just to understand what's happening at the back of the minds of the players too. But same goes for Box Gaming as well. Game number 3 for them in the PMSL campaign as we head on to Erangel. Yeah, definitely yesterday was a lot faster, but I think that today it's still pretty decent though. The first Erangel circle was kind of challenging, and now this circle should be pretty okay. I think the previous one was challenging just because it went up onto shooting range, so teams had to like find their way through. But so far these teams have been doing very well in managing the kind of circle in general though. Of course, can't say the same for every other team. But coming back to the Pachinki fight, Bacon Time and Xavier round 2. Bacon Time not letting this go still. Frankly, I like to think that his intention was just to get a vehicle. It just so happened Yuhai had to be there, but that just happened. But anyway, for Xavier and Bacon Time, definitely intentional here. That Bacon Time wants to take over this spot as Chua goes down. Looks like Bacon Time, they had the upper hand this time. It could be a 1-1 draw, but we'll need to wait and see what happens as the fight continues on. Yeah, it's a switcheroo here though. Yeah, despite the last round, they still lost 2 from this fight, but at least they traded it back. But this time around, they didn't manage to trade it. So, man. And plus that interview just happened, talking about getting support from the fans and all that. I mean, they would have wished for a better start though, but yeah, that just happened. I mean, that's the thing about being challenged, right? You gotta always be prepared, and they dropped in a little bit later than Bacon Time. Hence, Bacon Time was a little bit more prepared with loot. So looks like Bacon Time took advantage of their situation that time. Well, I think that even if Bacon Time wins this, it's still going to be a 1-1 draw. So we might want to give them another map for them to duke it out. But it's going to be fun for us to watch. As the Xavier, they managed to trade out one knockdown. Bacon Time doesn't have enough time to pick up his teammates just yet. Lamborghini, not his favorite weapon, I'm sure. He has to go for the close quarters. No choice there. Moves into the compound now. He has the SKS in hand. 9 North tries to spot him out. Lamborghini, close range, does the business. Oh! Nice! We're talking about Frankie and Lamborghini here. We know that they're the best duo in DX. Now Touch, he won't have time to pick up his teammate, and his teammate surely will be finished off. Touch is the last man standing, 1v2. They do have the circle, they have time, but Frankie is not going to allow that to happen as Touch takes down Lamborghini. 1v1, Touch with a high ground advantage. Touch with a DP. He still has bullets, 21 bullets left, and Touch! 3 touches is all he needs to take out the entire D-Xavier. Right now, the fight for Pachinki, 1-1 draw. Oh yeah, it is. And plus, of course, Bacon Time making their debut. Yesterday, the Xavier was unchallenged inside Pachinki. Now they know the moment Group B shows up, it's not gonna be easy, even for a team like the Xavier. It's man, it's tough. I think we will see at least another round after this before the teams call it quits. So yeah, expect another round of Pachinki fight. But Ryzen, wait, he's waiting for TS? Oh ho ho! Yeah, just when we thought that, okay, it's gonna be a nice circle, maybe around Gakago. No! This is PMSL. We ain't gonna give you a nice one. 50% water, here you go. That means we're gonna see a lot more fights happening. Team Secret still stuck inside of military base. Feels like a deja vu to them. And there you have it. Alter Ego with that 1 point will overtake RRQ in the overall charts right now. Number 2 for them. Now FaZe Clan and DBD. Ooh, with Yen all alone. At the lower ground, Ventura tries to find where exactly he is with the UMP in hand. 15 bullets. Could that be all he needs? Reloads. Back to 35. Goes in. And the trade happened. But FaZe Clan, are they able to survive this? The long range coming from the other side by Hale. Yeah, Mela tries to puncture that. He punctured that vehicle, so now kind of disabled their opponents at least. So that's a little bit of a consolation there for Mela. Mela and Momon a little bit split up. Momon's on the other side. 7-9 waiting for them if they come up from behind. But it's going to be GEEK, SLATE. It's going to be damn rude from afar, taking out Mela. Momon needs to go and save him. Oh, Octa. Adams! Potato is here! Well, we're not done yet though, so now GEEK SLATE against FaZe Clan. GEEK SLATE the lower ground, Mela now super low, tosses out Neo to the other side, managing to knock out the Snipe. Snipe will be knocked out by Mela. Mela needs to reset himself, he's depending on his teammate Momo to buy time for him. As Mika is currently down to GEEK SLATE, what will they do? Mika be finished off by Momon. Damn rude on the other side, all alone. Mela? Whoo! I mean, it is Mela, ladies and gentlemen, and now right here we can see that DVD is winning this fight against VOIN. Again, VOIN! VOIN suffering from other teams. Nade from Ziggs, could this be the moment? One nade to rule them all, but then Nade is not being tossed out just yet. That nade will be tossed out by Ziggs finally onto Lapa, will finish him off. VOIN has 2 active players at this moment. Ziggs together with Jimmy OP will need to finish up the job as Keenan picks up his teammate Maxius. Well, the key reason why the clashes happen hard and fast in this round is because of the unplayable area. 50% of water at some point, and that's why we see all these fights happening. Nerpeko tries to revenge. Can he get it onto box? He's not able to get a clear shot thanks to the threes. And now right here we can see that Nerpeko gets out, tries to find a different angle. Still can't get a good one because of the smoke. Capone. Yeah, not the team that they want to clash with. Especially they got a chicken dinner earlier on, so they would be on a high now. Team Secret, they have a better position still. They are in the circle as compared to BTRC on the outside, but they're splitting up, trying to find a different location to get into. So it looks like they have 2 players on the northern side as a marker, so they could still move. Still okay for them for now. They still have time. But we do have a couple of players from PERSIJA EVOS on the outside. Our boy, long range onto Deuce, aka Liquid. Knocks him down, but should be able to be reset. Should be able to be picked up by his teammates. Oh, Nate. Nice! Oh! Oh! I know, right? Where did that come from? But hey, at least Team Secret, they won a fight. It's been a while. I think the last time we saw them winning a fight was Izane clutching it out yesterday onto Hale. But right now it's nice to see them doing it again. And now we can see that VOIN, they're currently in the circle, taking the fight against DBD. DBD only a duo against a trio from VOIN.
In case you guys, like, we had a bit of issue, I have to reset just now for a bit. The audio wasn't there the entire match just now, sorry for that. Back to the side of DBD. Now they have to share this compound with side of VOIN here. Back to the side of Hill as well. Damn good. A bad hanging on to his life. IQ will gatekeep on this side. They need to make it in as fast as they can. TS finally get into the circle unharmed, unscathed, and survive another more. After they're done with that decimation to the side of BTR, that was a big one. But alongside of VOIN Esports after the help. But back to the side of Hill. Hill slowly getting those kills. We're talking about 4 eliminations by now. PERSIJA still hanging on. A lot of Indonesian teams still holding on to this last few rounds here. But I'm not sure about Tiger though.
Yeah, I guess he's still learning how to leap then. Not sure what happened there. Well, they got knocked down by his own. But now we have Smile here. Definitely not smiling as he's trying to fight against Mort all alone. Smile right now super duper low. One nade could knock him down. Smile's getting close. Mort throws a short nade. And that will catch up on to Smile. Smile will be taken out by Mort. That was a brilliant play by Mort.
Reservoir IQ now holding to this compound, and they got the domination towards the side of the right side of the circle, where they do have another visitor, which is Team Secret walking straight into RIQ. Hill on the other end trying to take down to a side of PERSIJA EVOS, having a bit of a red face showing off a bit of his skills there, a bit of a drift. Red face pulled over because of the buggy happened to be landed up there. Mela just gonna finish off right on top of the mountain. Easy 3 elimination kills coming from Hill, stopping Red FaZe from transferring all the information back to the rest of the roster. PBE placing himself at 10th, but Hill, as well as the other teams out there, we're talking about even VOIN in quite a number of eliminations so far.
Yeah, both pine tires punctured. There's nothing much you can do about that. Right now we can see that VOIN has eyes on the Team Secret at the same time. Bacon time, number 9, 4 elimination points. VOIN in the middle of the circle, but they have DVD as their neighbors, the unwanted neighbors we call it. This moment we can see that Team Secret has the high ground. Most teams seem to have parked themselves in the circle, so we might need to wait until the next phase of the circle. But no! We still have PERSIJA EVOS. Still need to fight their way through against Box Gaming.
FaZe already gained themselves 6 eliminations. The high is still 4. Now Hill got 5, but they have a full roster. Same goes for IQ. But PERSIJA EVOS only secured 1 for now, and having casualty on their side is they remain as a duo. Box Gaming so much to prove. 3 eliminations by far. Working as a duo is going to be Capone as well as Shunos. It's not impossible, but Misery and also PERSIJA EVOS try to push in. It's going to be 2v2 between these two teams. Hill might be the third party between these. We saw how Hill plays himself one of the vintage point in the prime spot where they can see through Box Gaming versus PERSIJA EVOS right now. Flash will take away this elimination on outside the hands of Box as well. PERSIJA, here they go. Misery easily finished off, not breaking any sweat for Hill. Easily secure another team in their hands.
Oh, okay. It's very, very interesting to see that Hill is currently back in action. Right now we can see that the circle is going to close again, and it's going to be DVD as well, still with the circle. RRQ on the other side will be unchallenged. But speaking about challenges, it's going to be a majority from the left side where Hill is at, together with FaZe Clan. Boss Gaming should have an open entry into the circle, but it's going to be a bit obvious because it's an open space. But FaZe Clan and Hill will be busy with each other. FaZe Clan and Hill, you can see that Hill, they do have the high guy advantage. FaZe Clan, they don't have the numbers though. They're only down to Mela and Mormon. 6 elimination points in their hand as they try to fight their way into the circle. Time is not on their side. Clock's ticking down. Right now, Hill don't want to spend too much time with FaZe as well. They want to end this quickly.
While Tiger X and Gatslow try to get to the side of Box Gaming, they need to wrap this up for the side of Hill as well as FaZe for the sake of their own team. We're talking about the Blizzard is one thing to consider about. What's the main concern right now is how much attraction they will get when it comes to exchanging those names, exchanges the fire. The sound cue will give away so much information for the teams out there and try to be the third party. Team Secret on the other hand, taking a fight against RRQ. I think that's going to be the last member remaining as they are moving towards the compound where RRQ was standing before, and DBD still hovering inside of this war zone. RRQ more down on his knees. Napeko, the last remaining player, jumper, tried to kick up the net. It's all about the timing, yeah. Napeko, he knows exactly where to stand. Even a jumper finished off more, but Napeko still prepared himself with a melee, and also that DBD running jumper alive, and no jumper has to actually go out. But lucky enough, the off-angle kid claims himself the perfect view to shot that one down.
Nicely done there by Kid, and now Boss Gaming against FaZe Clan. Zunos tries to take down Mela. The last man standing is Mela. Kinda low as well, and Mela currently knocked down. Momo will finish up by gets low from the high ground. Hill Esports, they have the advantage against 2 teams back to back, and now Box Gaming will be pinned down by Hill Esports. But they need to be aware of DBD on the other hand. But DBD, they're busy with their own other team as well. That's going to be VOIN. Hill Esports with the edge of the circle. They want this points. They want those 2 points out of Box.
When it comes to 3, make it 5 right now, having full squad, it's going to be 3 teams almost for VOIN Esports. Again, VOIN Esports showing us they want to stay at number 1. They want the podium just by themselves. They're not willing to share. Well, Boss Gaming now finally making a good run. Same goes for Team Secret. This is the most cleanest round for them and from them. We haven't seen Team Secret anywhere near top 5 by far the past 2 days, and finally making it in. DBD, they're always in the middle bracket. They still have those consistency, but Hill, Gaslow, exchanging a bit of a training against Box Gaming. Capone, slither of health remains. Have to fight against the fight of Hill. This net's gonna be in. The closing in. Gaslow really gets it going. Flash finish off Box Gaming at the 5th place.
And here still remain all 4 of their players with 11 elimination points in the bag. But Team Secret as well, finally for the first time, making the top 4. As a full squad still, and they're on the other side, so they will not be challenged. Now the focus will be on these 3 teams, and the circle moves towards the right. That means Team Secret has part of the circle. These 3 teams will need to fight each other to get in.
As Team Secret have a lot at stake here. They want to live up their statue. They were once, even though it's ancient time, they are once upon a time a legendary team. Now they have to put up that statue back up again. It's a big statement come up from them. They need to take care and be sure they dominate this side of a circle. Everybody else on the other end. Now all they need to do is have a bit of trigger discipline, a bit of a patience, and wait things out. Wait when they start to fight on the other end here for Hale, VOIN, and DBD are sharing the same place, same compound. There's only one person on VOIN placing himself in the southern part, and that's going to be the watch person for the side of VOIN Esports. DBD and VOIN is so closely nearby. It feels like they can hear each other breathe right now. But side of Hill, they are the one that will disrupt the flow on the left side of the circle here. The moment they start to move, everything will get super messy, and it's going to be only one team surviving on the left side of the circle.
Oh, right now it's just Team Secret needing to hold their ground. Other teams are forced to show themselves. Izane for the long range putting pressure onto Hale Esports. Hale Esports right now making their move. Sky only been pinned down, but the long range coming for Izane. Knocks down Tiger, knocks down Flash, but Jimmy OP DBD doing their business as well. And DBD wants to steal away those elimination points as Get Slow gets elimination. And now Jimmy, he wants more.
Back to the start of VOIN. They're split into 2-1 for Kenan will reunite once with his own entire team, but DBD is stuck in the corner. They can try to get a couple of shots down. It's going to be Hale first. Tiger X Team Secret.
Bam!
And DBD on the other end. Hale being hammed down so hard. They are in the rut. They are gutted right now and cannot actually be going anywhere. Compressed left, right, and center. Hill done. Down to only 3 teams. TS finally make it as a 4 here, Cloud. It's so hot for us to see Team Secret in the top 5, but they make it as a full roster alive.
Absolutely, that's the best moment here for Team Secret, for them to redeem themselves from yesterday. And our boy with the long range shot to Max yes, putting pressure onto him, 50% of health. At the same time, our boy will be pressured by the blue. He'll be forced to move. The blue is not favoring him. He's still on the outside. We can see right now Kid trying to scout out, trying to be the bait, trying to draw our opponents so that they know exactly where they are. DBD on the other hand, still on the outside of the circle. In fact, all these teams, they have representative on the outside.
Back to a side of TS here. Trying to push himself forward. They're waiting for VOIN to start to move against DBD first, and DBD got down on his knees and leaving down only one man. Never mind, being eliminated next. It's going to be VOIN versus TX, the #1 team right now in the overall rankings. Will they be taken down by the teams on the second page here who try to make out a big statement? They are still here for the win. Team Secret still have it going. The fire's still in there. They're still going to fight it out, but can they close this match for themselves?
Yeah, Team Secret trying to redeem themselves, but their opponents are no pushover. It's going to be VOIN, the #1 team at the overall charts at this moment. Izane still putting pressure, trying to pin down Keenan. Keenan not able to move, but thanks to the smoke, he's still surviving. Right now, VOIN might be able to slid into the circle, but we need to wait and see as they're still slightly on the outside though. Team Secret opening up a little bit, trying to secure as much area as possible. VOIN doing pretty much the same with 3 players. They're maximizing their opportunity right now. Alva taking a shot onto Kid. It will not connect onto him.
Back to the side of VOIN. Alva definitely is right on top of the crosshair and to the side of Kid. But he's kind of not sure. He got himself a ghillie suit, he got himself a buggy, but at the same time, no time. Time is not on their side. The Bleeds are shrinking on their end first. It's getting smaller and smaller. And frequently we see that the ones that are actually going to go down first as Aizen getting onto the side of Alva, pushing forward straight on their vehicle and just going to go for the rush. But the players will finish off. But I'm not sure about the point though. Still on the side of TS. He got 8 right now. He doesn't even need to push. The players will just blast them with this. Team Secret secures those numbers up with 9 eliminations. I think that's the last number we saw. But this chicken dinner is a huge morale boost for TS to set the tone in this map. in this match.
Yeah, definitely. This is the moment that Team Secret has been waiting for. They needed this morale boost. I'm sure they would have wished that the game would have just went on, but then again, we'll need to head into the break after this. But Team Secret finally breaking that curse, getting this chicken dinner. We can see the sigh of relief for the team. It's much needed for them. Team Secret fans as well have been on their back all this while. And now with Team Secret getting this chicken dinner, fans will rejoice. Finally, Team Secret is in the house, and none other than the captain is a Jumper, the MVP.
It's been a while, the longest time there is. We're waiting for Team Secret to come back alive in this tournament. Funny, it shows he knows he got it still going inside of him. All he needs to do is the right time, right condition, and just right timing. Timing was so perfect. It was a flawless run coming out from Team Secret without any of the players being finished off. They didn't contribute any point towards the outside team at all, and just gaining the teams by themselves. This is the secret we've been waiting for. It's a bit slower, it's a bit of a start, but at least they're having the right start this time, going on the right path. But back to the side of Hill and VOIN, these teams, even DBD, showing such consistency, Cloud.
Oh yeah, I mean VOIN, despite them going out fairly early in the previous few rounds, but this time around they did fairly okay with a number 2 finish, so gotta give it to them. Hill seems to be back, winning fight after fight. I also want to point out that Team Secret didn't have an easy round too. Remember, they were blocked by BTR on the left bridge. They had to turn back, they had to spend extra time in the zone, and even so, they still able to find their way into the circle and get this chicken dinner. It is a hard one for them. It's not an easy one, yet they're still able to do it. So Team Secret, this is the quality that the fans are expecting, and they're showing it that they're still able to do it.
Well, wait, I mean, like, the only one that's stopping themselves is going to be just their own mind here for TS. They had it in them. It's just them trying to push it out. It's so hard and difficult. A Baker Time versus DX, I feel like the next match we definitely have a round 3 here.
Oh yeah, definitely expect that, considering that they are drawing right now. So I'm sure they want to break that draw. Let's see who will take home that next round. But look at the disappointment here by D Xavier. They got it once, they thought they would have gotten it again, but it's not going to be, their opponent is not making it easy for them. But it was a good round as well for teams trying to defend the high ground, especially for Hale. Gotta give it to them. There were so many teams wanting that high ground where Hale was at.
Yep, same goes for BTR. And BTR, when it comes to third party, they're just impeccably nice. I have to say, brilliant plays coming up from BTR, but at the same time, you know what, TS the ones that are actually stopping them. TS this time, they're making a different flow entirely, have a different sort of a mindset, getting into the match a bit slower, not as aggressive, and not being too reckless. Now back to as a reckless as a team here, I do want to say about Box Gaming, and same goes for FaZe. MR5 multiple times doing the same sort of a shot calling, where we saw him going in without thinking twice. I know he's trying to be the opening for the team, but it just, the rest of the teammate, it feels like failed to keep up at this point. But back to the side of Team Secret, 19 points. Now this is the first time ever we're looking at Team Secret getting themselves a double digit in any map at all, Cloud.
Yeah, pretty much it was a single digit for majority, or in fact for all their rounds so far, except for this round. On the other end though, GE, no points in this round. It's a little bit sad for them. PBE, not getting the momentum they got yesterday. This time around, only 1 point. PERSIJA EVOS, however, only 2 points. A team that's really stacked too, but only managed to get 2 points, and this will definitely change a lot in the overall charts.
Back towards the overall chart. Now the gap is still there, almost not really 10 points in between for VOIN and Hill. Hill has been going up and down to stay number 1 there, but it's a tie between them and RRQ. And also Alter Ego still maintain the top 4. We're looking at the one I do want to see those coming up from Group B. Box kind of stuck there, but they are getting more than GE than they have to offer if they compare with day number 1. So definitely Box have better momentum than GE right now. Now they have to work things through, back towards the drawing board, how to push themselves back up. But where is TS? Pushing up to the first page here. Same goes for GEEK, SLATE, being pushed down. Bacon Time stuck there 16-17. But TS, they've been playing like heck today. We're talking about them pushing from 20th, 19th place up to the first border.
Yeah. All of a sudden, I mean, they were at page number 2 like for the longest time, and all of a sudden with that one chicken dinner, they're up to page number 1. I mean, this just shows that how one round can change a lot in the overall charts for this team. So that means that for teams on page number 2, never give up, because with that one big performance, just like what Team Secret did, you can be on page 1 too.
Before that, I need to apologize for all the teams and also the viewers out there, because I think I had some tech issues. I need to do a bit of a tweaking just now for my mic, so you guys don't hear me half of the tournament itself. It's not the productions team fault, it's my fault, okay? Blame it on me, it's really on me. I'm so sorry. I know you guys miss me a lot. Wink, wink. But thank you for missing me. And Cloud, just now, I mean, like, what to expect for the next one, but we're gonna head into a very long break, right?
Yes, so after this we will be heading into an hour's break. So just for the benefit of maybe international viewers, it's because it's the month of Ramadan and it will be break fasting time for Muslims, so that's why we needed a little bit more longer break. But if you notice, our show is a little bit different as well. 3 rounds and then it's break time, and then after this, when we come back from the long break, it's another 3 rounds before we end the show. But speaking about break, we'll be heading on to it, so we see you after this break. Happy break fasting.
In a Magiversary, we've added the all-new Supply Converter. It's super practical and easy to use. Just drag excess supplies over to the empty spaces of the Supply Converter and tap the button below to convert them. There are some simple rules for converting. 1. Items of the same type can't be converted. 2. The more valuable the item, the less likely it is to get it from a conversion. Throwables, attachments, consumables, and supplies can all be converted. Every 2 types of item can be converted into one of 6 fixed items. Which item you get is up to luck. If you think you'll forget, don't worry. Tap the question icon above the Supply Converter to bring up the rules. You'll also be able to see your successful past conversions. So, when the match starts, in addition to weapons and armor, players can now prioritize searching for attachments, ammo, shop tokens, and fuel. There's a chance to convert them into a flare gun. Hustle at the start of the match. And once you reach the mid-game, you'll be able to get ghillie suits, level 3 helmets, and more by converting. Going the traditional route of getting stronger weapons is also not a bad idea, but be sure to mark out useful supplies for your teammates. That way, everyone will have the greatest chance of getting the items they want. Lastly, the Supply Converter also has a chance of giving some mysterious items. We'll leave that to the players to discover for themselves.
PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary is coming soon. Let's take a look at all the new content. In version 2.5, we'll be introducing the new World of Wonder feature, which includes tons of maps for different gameplay. Apart from the classic Battle Royale gameplay, you can experience unlimited possibilities in PUBG Mobile. In World of Wonder, even more gameplay maps will be coming in the future, so be sure to keep an eye out on updates for more details. On March 18th, the all-new themed gameplay, Imagiversary, will be available. In this new gameplay, players can use 3 themed items: block cover, portable trampoline, and the dual-purpose cannon. Use them to complete all sorts of creative maneuvers. Block cover can generate 3 different shaped toy blocks, which can be used as a bridge or cover. It can even be used as an elevator when placed below the player's feet. After placing it on the ground, you can touch it to bounce to higher ground. Players can launch themselves with the dual-purpose cannon to travel long distances, or launch all kinds of throwables as ammunition. It's way more powerful and effective than a regular throw. Get your creative juices flowing and come up with different combinations to unleash unexpected tactical effects. Furthermore, your backpack comes with a unique item, the Supply Converter. You can use the device to get new supplies by converting them 2 for 1. Give it a try, and you might just discover something unexpected. At the same time, the large new themed area, Imagination Plaza, will appear in Erangel, Stalber, and Quarry. Battle it out to occupy designated locations and compete for a vast amount of advanced supplies. The small themed area, Imagination District, will also appear in Erangel and Livik. Explore these areas and get your hands on supplies. Classic Mode has also undergone several updates. DP28 and M249 can be equipped with a new gun shield attachment. Once equipped, it can be used to block enemy gunfire. Supply shops are now available in Miramar, Vikindi, Senok, and Payload to provide players with an extensive array of tactical options. In Payload, powerful and heavily armored tanks will be available. Drive them into battle. In Metro Royale, there will be loads of updates to items and mechanics for you to explore. Creation mode will also be undergoing an update. You'll have access to many creative functions, such as change outfits, emote change speed, scene effects, and more. More options will be added to the camera and chat, so showcase your brilliant captures. The all-new Nusa Tycoon event is available in the new version. During the event, each player gets their own island. Nusa coins can be used to upgrade buildings, which raises the prosperity of your island. As your island's prosperity increases, your island's appearance in the lobby also changes. Upgrade buildings and manage your island with friends now to unlock more advanced appearances. For more details, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
With the arrival of PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, Air Wrangle has added 2 attention-grabbing imagination plazas to the map. They're really noticeable on the mini-map. The 2 imagination plazas are located at Stalber and the Quarry. There'll be hotly contested jump locations for this version. It's very simple. Compared to other areas, there are tons of supplies to be found, enough to gear up very quickly. Themed items like block cover, portable trampoline, and the dual-purpose cannon can also be found here. So it's vital to be fast as soon as you land in order to get first dibs on these awesome items. Also, within Imagination Plaza are anniversary crates and their secret. On platforms with floor-marked locations lies the key to uncovering the secret. Enter the yellow area of the platform and the progress bar will start filling. This means that the anniversary crate is being unlocked. Although it's possible for a single player to fully unlock it, it's way more efficient to do so with teammates. But be wary, as you don't want to be a free target for enemies while unlocking the crate. Once the progress bar has started filling, players can make good use of the gun shield to block enemy gunfire. Once all 4 platforms have been fully activated, a laser will activate the plaza's center tower. That's where the... It's important not to relax, as there may still be enemies lying in ambush for the final moment. Only the final players that remain will get to reap all rewards of the anniversary crate. We'll be going over exciting new version content in just 1 minute. With the arrival of PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, the Imagiversary theme mode is about to commence. To start off, there are 2 themed areas of varying sizes on the map. Imagination Plaza and Imagination District. They are simply brimming with creativity, with complex 3-dimensional architecture and compact 2-story layouts. Tactics that utilize high maneuverability are now more advantageous than ever. Several newly added items can provide extraordinary mobility. Freely build cover using block cover, which can be used as an elevator when placed directly below a player's feet. Use the dual-purpose cannon to launch throwables and yourself into the air. With portable trampoline, even tall buildings are within reach. Besides these items, Imagiversary also includes a supply converter that can be used to combine different item types. So explore for yourself and discover new crafting recipes. In PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, we will be officially welcoming the all-new World of Wonder mode, where you can play other players' creations. Countless maps that differs from classic mode await discovery. What's more, everyone has a chance to become a creator. Publish your own creations in the game for everyone to enjoy. Gearfront will be making its return next month, alongside the new Jet Boost board skill, which allows you to move about swiftly. Creation Mode will also be undergoing an update. A special function that allows players to quickly switch outfits and backgrounds has been added for an even better selfie experience. Moreover, we will be introducing a new gun shield attachment for the M249 and DP28. Come and experience it for yourself. PUBG Mobile's anniversary celebration is about to begin. Get ready!
Hello everyone, Payload Mode is getting an update. This update brings a new, powerful weapon, the tank. Experience the adrenaline of Payload with all new tank battles. The new tanks will be found in Erangel. They have incredibly resilient armor and immense firepower. They can seat up to 4 players. The driver will control the tank's direction and can also look through the tank's gun sights to aim and fire at distant vehicles and enemies. The co-pilot can fire the tank's machine gun for even more firepower. The tank gun and machine gun can both rotate a full 360 degrees. The tank is extremely durable, and passengers will not take damage from gunfire, grenades, red zone bombing, vehicles, or other physical threats. But that's not to say that the tank is invincible. When the tank's durability is reduced to 0, it will explode, dealing damage to the passengers. Of course, the sturdy and powerful tank also has downsides. For one, its large size makes it easy for your team to be discovered. It's also quite slow, making it easy to chase down and surround. When you're facing a tank, firing on the heavily armored front doesn't deal much damage, but attacks from the rear deal additional damage. Shots fired at the tank at a 30-degree angle or less will ricochet, dealing significantly less damage. Attacking the tank's weak points and firing from an optimal angle are the keys to taking them down. You can also use a bit of strategy, lying in wait while within firing range, and launching an ambush when the enemy comes within range. In order to help players find tanks more easily, this update will also add a tank airdrop. Find the tank flare gun and use it to call a tank into battle. Aside from that, we've also added purchasable recalls. Players can now opt to spend shop tokens at shops to recall eliminated teammates. If it's too dangerous to get to a recall tower, this is another excellent option. So call your teammates and dive into Payload to experience exciting, all-new tank battles together.
PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary is coming soon. Let's take a look at all the new content. In version 2.5, we'll be introducing the new World of Wonder feature, which includes tons of maps for different gameplay. Apart from the classic Battle Royale gameplay, you can experience unlimited possibilities in PUBG Mobile. In World of Wonder, even more gameplay maps will be coming in the future, so be sure to keep an eye out on updates for more details. On March 18th, the all-new themed gameplay, Imagiversary, will be available. In this new gameplay, players can use 3 themed items: block cover, portable trampoline, and the dual-purpose cannon. Use them to complete all sorts of creative maneuvers. Block cover can generate 3 different shaped toy blocks, which can be used as a bridge or cover. It can even be used as an elevator when placed below the player's feet. After placing it on the ground, you can touch it to bounce to higher ground. Players can launch themselves with the dual-purpose cannon to travel long distances, or launch all kinds of throwables as ammunition. It's way more powerful and effective than a regular throw. Get your creative juices flowing and come up with different combinations to unleash unexpected tactical effects. Furthermore, your backpack comes with a unique item, the supply converter. You can use the device to get new supplies by converting them 2 for 1. Give it a try, and you might just discover something unexpected. At the same time, the large new themed area, Imagination Plaza, will appear in Erangel, Stalber, and Quarry. Battle it out to occupy designated locations and compete for a vast amount of advanced supplies. The small themed area, Imagination District, will also appear in Erangel and Livik. Explore these areas and get your hands on supplies. Classic Mode has also undergone several updates. DP28 and M249 can be equipped with a new gun shield attachment. Once equipped, it can be used to block enemy gunfire. Supply shops are now available in Miramar, Vikindi, Senok, and Payload to provide players with an extensive array of tactical options. In Payload, powerful and heavily armored tanks will be available. Drive them into battle. In Metro Royale, there will be loads of updates to items and mechanics for you to explore. Creation Mode will also be undergoing an update. You'll have access to many creative functions, such as change outfits, emote change speed, scene effects, and more. More options will be added to the camera and chat, so showcase your brilliant captures. The all-new Noosa Tycoon event is available in the new version. During the event, each player gets their own island. Noosa coins can be used to upgrade buildings, which raises the prosperity of your island. As your island's prosperity increases, your island's appearance in the lobby also changes. Upgrade buildings and manage your island with friends now to unlock more advanced appearances. For more details, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. let's see what new content awaits us in Classic Mode, as well as other general improvements. In terms of firearm adjustments, we increased the DP28 and M249's damage and stability, as well as its default ammo count. It now comes with a full clip of 47 bullets when first picked up. At the same time, the DP28 and M249 can now be equipped with the gun shield attachment. Once equipped, it'll automatically unfold when players lay prone to help block enemy gunfire. We've made a series of improvements on the game's basic controls. Now, when the spawn island countdown ends, it plays a team assemble animation. Hurry and show off your team! The reticle has been added to the jump phase to make marking things easier during this phase. Concurrently, the light column that shows after marking something now shrinks as a player gets closer to avoid it blocking your view. Upon equipping a throwable in a match, the throw arc now appears immediately to better gauge where something will be thrown. Also, the throw arc is no longer interrupted by glass windows. We have added firearm ammo type descriptions to the pickup list to make gathering suitable supplies more convenient. The carry system has also undergone adjustments. When being carried by teammates, players can choose to break away. After doing so, the teammate will be unable to carry the same player again for a minute. Once more, players can choose to enable sound visualization on the main gameplay interface. After enabling, footstep sounds, vehicle sounds, and other sounds will show directional information. You'll be able to have a better grasp on what's happening in a match. We've also upgraded creation mode. Players can now switch outfits, select loads of scene special effects, and display companions in creation mode. For more details, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
With the arrival of PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, Air Wrangle has added 2 attention-grabbing imagination plazas to the map. They're really noticeable in the mini-map. The 2 imagination plazas are located at Stalber and the Quarry. There'll be hotly contested jump locations for this version. It's very simple. Compared to other areas, there are tons of supplies to be found, enough to gear up very quickly. Themed items like block cover, portable trampoline, and the dual-purpose cannon can also be found here. So it's vital to be fast as soon as you land in order to get first dibs on these awesome items. Also, within Imagination Plaza are anniversary crates and their secret. On platforms of floor-marked locations lies the key to uncovering the secret. Enter the yellow area of the platform and the progress bar will start filling. This means that the anniversary crate is being unlocked. Although it's possible for a single player to fully unlock it, it's way more efficient to do so with teammates. But be wary, as you don't want to be a free target for enemies while unlocking the crate. Once the progress bar has started filling, players can make good use of the gun shield to block enemy gunfire. Once all 4 platforms have been fully activated, a laser will activate the plaza's center tower. That's where the anniversary crate is. Players can use the dual-purpose cannon to fire themselves and teammates straight to the crate at the top of the tower. It's important not to relax, as there may still be enemies lying in ambush for the final moment. Only the final players that remain will get to reap all rewards of the anniversary crate. We'll be going over exciting new version content in just 1 minute. With the arrival of PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, the Imagiversary theme mode is about to commence. To start off, there are 2 themed areas of varying sizes on the map: Imagination Plaza and Imagination District. They are simply brimming with creativity, with complex 3-dimensional architecture and compact 2-story layouts. Tactics that utilize high maneuverability are now more advantageous than ever. Several newly added items can provide extraordinary mobility. Freely build cover using block cover, which can be used as an elevator when placed directly below a player's feet. Use the dual-purpose cannon to launch throwables and yourself into the air. With portable trampoline, even tall buildings are within reach. Besides these items, Imagiversary also includes a supply converter that can be used to combine different item types. So explore for yourself and discover new crafting recipes. In PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, we will be officially welcoming the all-new World of Wonder mode, where you can play other players' creations. Countless maps that differs from classic mode await discovery. What's more, everyone has a chance to become a creator. Publish your own creations in the game for everyone to enjoy. Gearfront will be making its return next month, alongside the new Jet Boost board skill, which allows you to move about swiftly. Creation mode will also be undergoing an update. A special function that allows players to quickly switch outfits and backgrounds has been added for an even better selfie experience. Moreover, we will be introducing a new gun shield attachment for the M249 and DP28. Come and experience it for yourself. PUBG Mobile's anniversary celebration is about to begin. Get ready! In Imagiversary, we've added the all-new supply converter. It's super practical and easy to use. Just drag excess supplies over to the empty spaces of the supply converter and tap the button below to convert them. There are some simple rules for converting. 1. Items of the same type can't be converted. 2. The more valuable the item, the less likely it is to get it from a conversion. Throwables, attachments, consumables, and supplies can all be converted. Every 2 types of item can be converted into one of 6 fixed items. Which item you get is up to luck. If you think you'll forget, don't worry. Tap the question icon above the supply converter to bring up the rules. You'll also be able to see your successful past conversions. So, when the match starts, in addition to weapons and armor, players can now prioritize searching for attachments, ammo, shop tokens, and fuel. There's a chance to convert them into a flare gun. Hustle at the start of the match, and once you reach the mid-game, you'll be able to get ghillie suits, level 3 helmets, and more by converting. Going the traditional route of getting stronger weapons is also not a bad idea, but be sure to mark out useful supplies for your teammates. That way, everyone will have the greatest chance of getting the items they want. Lastly, the supply converter also has a chance of giving some mysterious items. We'll leave that to the players to discover for themselves.
Hello everyone, Payload Mode is getting an update. This update brings a new, powerful weapon, the tank. Experience the adrenaline of Payload with all new tank battles. The new tanks will be found in Erangel. They have incredibly resilient armor and immense firepower. They can seat up to 4 players. The driver will control the tank's direction and can also look through the tank's gun sights to aim and fire at distant vehicles and enemies. The co-pilot can fire the tank's machine gun for even more firepower. The tank gun and machine gun can both rotate a full 360 degrees. The tank is extremely durable, and passengers will not take damage from gunfire, grenades, red zone bombing, vehicles, or other physical threats. But that's not to say that the tank is invincible. When the tank's durability is reduced to 0, it will explode, dealing damage to the passengers. Of course, the sturdy and powerful tank also has downsides. For one, its large size makes it easy for your team to be discovered. It's also quite slow, making it easy to chase down and surround. When you're facing a tank, firing on the heavily armored front doesn't deal much damage, but attacks from the rear deal additional damage. Shots fired at the tank at a 30-degree angle or less will ricochet, dealing significantly less damage. Attacking the tank's weak points and firing from an optimal angle are the keys to taking them down. You can also use a bit of strategy, lying in wait while within firing range, and launching an ambush when the enemy comes within range. In order to help players find tanks more easily, this update will also add a tank airdrop. Find the tank flare gun, and use it to call a tank into battle. Aside from that, we've also added purchasable recalls. Players can now opt to spend shop tokens at shops to recall eliminated teammates.
Thanks.
If it's too dangerous to get to a recall tower, this is another excellent option. So call your teammates and dive into Payload to experience exciting, all-new tank battles together.
Let's see what new content awaits us in Classic Mode, as well as other general improvements. In terms of firearm adjustments, we increased the DP28 and M249's damage and stability, as well as its default ammo count. It now comes with a full clip of 47 bullets when first picked up. At the same time, the DP28 and M249 can now be equipped with the gun shield attachment. Once equipped, it'll automatically unfold when players lay prone to help block enemy gunfire. We've made a series of improvements on the game's basic controls. Now, when the spawn island countdown ends, it plays a team assemble animation. Hurry and show off your team. The reticle has been added to the jump phase to make marking things easier during this phase. Concurrently, the light column that shows after marking something now shrinks as a player gets closer to avoid it blocking your view. Upon equipping a throwable in a match, the throw arc now appears immediately to better gauge where something will be thrown. Also, the throw arc is no longer interrupted by glass windows. We have added firearm ammo type descriptions to the pickup list to make gathering suitable supplies more convenient. The carry system has also undergone adjustments. When being carried by teammates, players can choose to break away. After doing so, the teammate will be unable to carry the same player again for a minute. Once more, players can choose to enable sound visualization on the main gameplay interface. After enabling, footstep sounds, vehicle sounds, and other sounds will show directional information. You'll be able to have a better grasp on what's happening in a match. We've also upgraded creation mode. Players can now switch outfits, select loads of scene special effects, and display companions in creation mode. For more details, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
we are back here. You guys are tuning into the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia, brought to you by Tencent Games, PUBG Corporation, Lightspeed, and Quantum Studios. I'm Chicho, alongside with me, Sir Cloud. Happy Iftar, everybody. Hope you have a really good break just now before we head into our final wrangle of the day.
Yes, it's going to be our final wrangle for the day. Can't wait to see what's going to happen because today Group B have been doing very well, and then we see the return of Team Secret finally getting themselves that chicken dinner that they so needed in the previous wrangle. But next up, who will it be? We don't know yet. It's so hard to tell because it's just so messy sometimes. But what we can expect is that another fight inside of Pachinki.
Yeah, that's kind of true. Between DX and none other than Bacon Time. So far DX haven't got himself the breakthrough just yet. We're waiting for DX to start to gain themselves the momentum they've been waiting for, and so far it didn't work out quite right, and Bakers are making it even harder for the side of DX or the Xaviers just now. But I do want to see if there's anybody willing to step down from those kind of skirmishes in Pachinki, because we saw for a fact that Bacon quite heavy casualty on their side as well. It's not they're winning it quite big or unscathed, it's just they're having a bit of a casualty on their side, and DX, I mean, like, that's been their place forever, right?
Yeah, actually yes. If we look at even like previous editions, even if we look at PMPL Vietnam, that is their spot. But speaking about the teams, so we're gonna have an interview with one of the teams after this, and I believe it's going to be from a Thai team. But who it is, of course, we're not gonna spoil it for you. Yeah, you just need to be a little bit more patient. So as usual, we're gonna pass it back to Tash Bunny, who is our host today, who will be doing the interviews. So let's head it on to Tash.
Hello everyone, and thank you very much to casters for passing it back over here to the interview area. And today, this marks our halfway mark of day number 2, week 1 of the PMSL SEA Spring 2023. Tash Bunny here alongside a very cool player. We have Tiger from Team Hail alongside the translator. And for now, my first question to you is, what is up? How are you feeling?
วันนี้รู้สึกยังไงบ้างในการเล่น
วันนี้รู้สึกว่าเล่นได้ดีครับพอใจมากแต่แบบเราสามารถหาแต้มได้เยอะกว่านี้ครับ
Today they feel like impressive about the match today and they feel good to gain a lot of point for today.
Speaking about a lot of points, Team Hale managed to get a chicken dinner and right now currently on 2nd place. Let's talk about that. So because you guys got a chicken dinner yesterday, what about today? Are you guys planning on getting a chicken dinner today?
เนื่องจากเมื่อวานทีมเฮลได้กินไก่เป็นอาหารเย็นแล้วก็วันนี้คิดว่าสามารถจะได้กินไก่อีกครั้งไหม
วันนี้เราต้องกินไก่อีกแน่นอนครับเพราะว่าเมื่อวานเราทำแต้มได้ไม่ได้ค่อยพอใจครับวันนี้เราจะเอาแต้มคืนครับ
Today he said it actually definitely got a chicken again because yesterday it wasn't that good for playing and got like not too much point.
Okay, speaking of that, you guys don't have too much points yesterday and today you guys are doing much better. What's your team's biggest obstacle right now?
สำหรับในการเล่นอุปสรรคของทีมเราคิดว่าเป็นอะไร
เป็นผู้เล่นครับผู้เล่นใหม่เรามา2คนครับไม่มีประสบการณ์การเล่นซีครับทำให้แบบการเล่นยังไม่กล้าเล่นครับเลยเกิดจังหวะพลาดเยอะครับ
The obstacle of the team is there are 2 new team member so they are not brave enough for playing yet so and the experience that is not much yet so it's kind of weakness for the team right now.
All right, so coming back to that, you guys have 2 new team members. Is it very different playing with the 2 new team members now and with the previous members before?
ทีม2ทีมที่เข้ามาใหม่กับตอนนี้คือรู้สึกว่าแตกต่างกันไหมกับการเล่นในรอบนี้กับรอบที่ผ่านมา
รู้สึกแตกต่างครับเพราะว่าทีมเก่าครับค่อนข้างมีประสบการณ์ครับทำให้แบบเล่นได้ดีกว่า
He said it's totally different because previously the team is like kind of have a lot of experience more than this time.
All right, so now moving on to the next question. Out of all the teams competing here today, which team do you really want to beat?
ในสนามการแข่งขันของวันนี้ทีมไหนที่เรารู้สึกว่าเราอยากเอาชนะมากที่สุด
เป็นทีมซีเคทครับเพราะว่าในด่านแซนฮอกเขาทำให้พวกผมเล่นยากครับ
Actually, the team is SLATE because they in the previous time they make them to like become like more difficult for playing this time.
All right, that actually makes sense. Team Secret did manage to get a chicken dinner earlier, if you guys didn't know. Now, my final question for you guys is, for the Hale fans out there, what do you guys want to tell them?
มีอะไรจะบอกกับแฟนคลับเฮลที่อยู่ที่ข้างนอกหรือว่าที่ประเทศไทยไหม
ขอบคุณที่เชียร์เฮลนะครับพวกเราจะทำเต็มที่แน่นอนครับฝากเชียร์เฮลแล้วก็ทีมไทยอีก3ทีมด้วยนะครับขอบคุณครับ
Thank you for always supporting Hell, and then they will try to do their best, and please rooting for all the like 3 Thai teams as well.
Aw, thank you very much, Tiger, for the heartfelt words as well as your wishes toward the Thai teams. I just want to say Tiger is actually one of my favorite players right now because he's the only player so far that smiled when he saw me. Regardless, I'm going to be passing it back over to the casters. We're going to go to our next match. See you guys later. Bye!
Thank you so much, Tash. I'm not sure about the smiling part. like definitely a lot of tense up there. I'm so scared to see Tiger. It's just like, I have no time for this. I need to get back with my team and just do the thing going on for the game, you know.
Maybe Tiger just smiles to Tash, you know, and only Tash. Just saying. Maybe.
Makes sense. But I like the fact that he pointed out they do have 2 new players. I think it's going to be Nutters and Gatslow, right? So it's going to be adding into this player into the lineup. I think they, individually speaking, I think Gatslow is really strong, honestly speaking. It's just they need time to get the chemistry.
Yeah, so he cannot get slow. He gotta get fast now. But if you think about it, right? So Get Slow is one of the top performers in day number 2. So look at this, 4 eliminations and even Flash as well. I mean, the stats don't lie, right? But maybe it's just like overall, that's what he was trying to say, that they still trying to find that chemistry and try to work around each other a little bit more. Maybe right now it's like, yes, they have very good individual players, but like what you said earlier in the show, it's individual players, but can they work together? So I think that was what Tiger was trying to say.
Yeah, but when it comes to the next map here, we're heading into our last wrangle of the day. So if you guys haven't got a clue about what's happening today, starting off with Sunup, we did actually have GEEK SLATE on the board, while BIGETRON did manage to score themselves a first wrangle of the day, and then Team Secret. A lot of Malaysian teams taking away so much of those chickens of the day. Is this a home ground advantage and buff here?
Wow, I mean that's a very interesting point, because yesterday as well we got Sam9 got it, and then there was 2 from Yoodo Alliance, so it's already half of the day's chickens taken by the Malaysian region. So far looking so good, and with 3 more games to go, if it can be a repeat of yesterday, I think it just shows that maybe there's a sign of a home ground advantage perhaps.
And possibly, but also what I worry most for Malaysian teams right now, I mean, like, they're always kicking off start really strong, up to the point that we feels that it's a bit overwhelming in the first week. Then when it comes to second, third week, they start to lose momentum. Now, having that stamina for the entire month and during a fasting month as well is really going to be exhausting.
Yeah, definitely will challenge. But we had that theory of like, okay, so do they get sleepy and lose focus and tired at least after eating? I think right now this will be the answer for us. The next 3 rounds will tell us that story. Yesterday we couldn't see that because it wasn't the fasting month just yet, but today onwards we will find out if anything changes.
That's why I got myself a cup of coffee just in case.
There you go.
You're gonna need that black coffee, real espresso, double or make it quadruple shots of that, just to make sure you keep your eyes open and not getting sleepy. But speaking of the teams out there, they're definitely pumped up right now, especially the teams that are actually fast, including the Indonesian teams and all the teams that have Muslims in their lineup. They definitely have those blood sugar pumping out for the craveness for that chicken dinner. Now, we did actually have a strong start for the Malaysian and Indonesian team, but at the same time, we do have teams like the coming up from B group, right? We do actually have Bacon Time example here, have quite inconsistency. Same goes for Hale. Hale has been performing, and even if they're at their best standard here yesterday and as well as today, they feel like it's not up to their standard yet. I feel like still a bit of weakness, a big one at that.
Yeah, I know, right? Because they're Thai champions and they were above Vampire Esports at Thailand. So I can understand the expectation for Hale and the expectation of the Hale players themselves. Like what Tiger said, you know, he's still finding the rhythm. But Hale, not too bad. They are number 2 in overall. So, but he's still like, oh, they're still finding their rhythm. So you can see that their own personal level of expectation is like next level. And I think that is just because like how they perform in the Thai PMPL. They know their capabilities. And when they talk about like Thai PMPL yesterday we talked about this, that Thai PMPL is arguably one of the toughest leagues in Southeast Asia. So I guess naturally he would think so for himself.
Yeah, I agree. They put himself, you can call it overachiever, but in this case it's okay to be overachieving in certain competition, especially when it comes to PMSL. I can't get over the interview with Tiger just now. It feels like he's like watching us with those sharp eyes. It feels like piercing through my soul as well. He's definitely not smiling. So it just shows that these guys, they're taking this as serious as they possibly can. It's down like for their lifeline. The game itself, PUBG Mobile and PMSL, is their lifeline. So they put everything into it. It just shows that he's more than ready to actually make a sort of, I'm not sure if you can call it a comeback, because they are up there, but maybe in their own respective way of coming back into the game by gelling the team as a whole, moving as a unit. Maybe that's what lacking from what Tiger said.
Yeah, because it's not only about like yesterday and today. Like we have like 3 weeks of league, and then we have the grand finals later on. So he is definitely looking forward to the future in terms of preparation. So I can totally understand that as well. VOIN on the other hand, they are still number 1 for now, but today's performance wasn't like yesterday's performance. So their number 1 position with 3 more games to go could be in danger.
Well, they have been shut down by a lot of teams here today for VOIN Esports, so I don't blame them. It feels like they put themselves in a target zone area when they got themselves in number 1 spot the entire day for today. But I'm not sure how much longer they can stand on the podium spot, provided they have to actually secure a couple of more points here. We're talking about VOIN Esports have been consistent, yes, but it's not going to be enough to stretch the gap, so the others cannot play the catch-up. But for TS, it was a really good start just now. Another thing for FaZe, we saw so many times Emerald 5 pushing forward by himself here. I think they need to work things out when it comes to the timing, and also when it comes to catching up with the rest of the teams. It feels like they have different set of ideas when approaching the battlefield.
Yeah, they had a major issue, not gonna lie. I think the results don't lie, right? During the PMPL Thailand, bringing in Mela alone, I wouldn't say that it's a bad move, it's a needed move, but of course Mela, he came in a little bit later, so
wow.
I would say that he needed some time. But hey, looks like this could be the change that they need. MR5 swapping out.
Yeah, but for you guys in chat right now, I did notice a couple of chat realize the same thing as I do. Actually did put an option to put in Onza, and then you guys got what you want. And same goes, we want to see how Onza will actually play alongside with this lineup. He hasn't been showing himself since yesterday, but we do have Putra playing in as well this time for Sam9.
The first substitution this season for Sam9. Putra, he used to be the record holder for the highest eliminations himself in the PMPL MYSG, I believe, that time. So he's still the record holder for a single player to receive the highest eliminations. And there was a chicken dinner that time. Yeah, I think that was back in PMPL MYSG season 2 or 3. Either one of those. Yeah, it was way back then. But nobody broke the record since then. Can you believe it?
But you know what? Enough chit chat. We cannot wait to see what these guys have to push when it comes to the last Erangel of the day. You guys ready? Buckle up. We're heading to our last Erangel in day 2, week 1 of PMSL.
Okay, Erangel restarting after the long break. Let's see if anything breaks, any momentum breaks. or it gets even better from here as we head into Irregular. Of course, you want to keep your eye on to Pochinki, the fight between Bacon Time and Xavier.
Just to recall again, we did actually have sort of a generous circle. I think in the last one, just to recall myself for a bit, we did
It
have
was
on top,
way
a
far
shooting
left.
range. Left and north, right?
Yeah.
Left and north. So, because sometimes the circle happen to have very sort of similar circle the entire day, we did actually have this sort of a flight path coming up for SMB up to the side of hospital on the outskirts of Jogopur, but we might actually ended up right on top of Medusa intersection. Who knows? Because yesterday it has been going on quite a number of time for the last few circles there, but today we're not having that too much of a crazy circle just yet when it comes to Erangel. So far, just now it was quite a hectic one, but not as crazy as we've seen before.
Yeah, not gonna lie, it's not as crazy as before, but I still think it's kind of crazy too. And you tuck into the corner, that's one thing. But hey, I mean, well, okay. Well,
Oh, I got migraines already.
yeah, it's not called PMSL without a crazy circle, right? But we have to settle the score here first. Pochinki fights between Bacon Time and Xavier.
Again, for Bacon, they're not bowing out. They want this so bad and desperate. And the Axe also just trying to defend this home ground for them. It's going to be Pochinki since the start of birth of PMPL. I mean, like, not really the birth. It's kind of a, like, third season and so forth. They got themselves, the Pochinki just by themselves. This time they got a new contender, Bacon Time. They want to touch this place and take it away. Chua. I think they're more than prepared this time. Both teams are more than prepared for the third round here.
Yeah, you can see like how fast both teams drop. Not only speed, but also how they spread out. As compared to like the previous round, like it was one is a slow drop, one is a fast drop. Then you kind of know that, okay, one of the teams not that prepared. But speaking about preparation, this will be very interesting though. So GE, Smile, drop into the areas of, I believe this is somewhere around outside of Novo. Yeah, this is somewhere around outside of Novo. So knowing that VOIN is there, Alva is alone. But I don't think it's easy for them to catch as Alva can play with the heals to go back into safety.
I think Alva is just trying to find vehicles, possibly scouting out perimeters for the rest of the team. VOIN Esports, they're having a bit of a struggle to get any sort of points here today, but Bacon Time move forward first. They're taking it on Chuan. This is going to be the opening here if they want to go for the rush. But at the same time, they're not too reckless and not too hasty about their decision making. They're taking their own time, a bit cautious about approaching to the side of DS, who got themselves the time to recuperate. But Lapo VOIN, it's everywhere.
Oh yeah, they're really spread out on the military base island. It's interesting to see that. Don't think they regularly play there, but they just happen to drop there. GE and Team Secret are the regular military base island teams in today's matches. The Xavier, they need to take out Bacon Time quickly because they do not have the circle. They probably have it by the edge, but it's very likely that the circle will go down to military base this time, so they gotta do it quick.
Here comes another one touch. It feels like Bacon Time is winning this one big without any sort of trading to be done here. DX slowly losing grip on Pochinki as we're witnessing Chuan manage to get revived, but at the same time it's taking them quite a heavy toll. Hill taking on Alter Ego, while Bacon Noise still pushing and flushing towards a side of DX. Double down at that. This is not great. DX, they have to bear out now, and they are not winning. Another nade on ice by the side of Lambo, down to only one player. I think that's going to be Frankie left, but never mind, Frankie does. It's going to be Rabies trying to flee from here, but will it be a bit too late now?
Oh, no space for him to run, frankly. It's an open field behind him. So Rabbis needs to try and clutch it just how like Lamborghini tried to do it. Let's see if he can do it right now as Rabbis will be naded down. And looks like it's 2-1 towards Bacon Time. Bacon Time winning the fight against D Xavier.
It was a swift cut. I do want to see DX response coming out from that, and DX, one of the most fearsome team back then, one of the best in the world. Feels like they're losing their statue now, and is this the time that for DX to leave Pachinki and let Bacon Time just take over it?
Yeah, that would be the question, right? I have a feeling that no. I have a feeling that they will still want to fight it. I mean, it's D Xavier that we're talking about. They've been holding Pachinki for many seasons now. Not just after like 3 rounds. They're going to give it away? Nah, I don't think that'll be their style. I think we'll continue to see this Pachinki warfare.
But at the same time, is it worth it to actually forcing the fight, overcommitting yourself, knowing in the fight that you might actually lose? You lost 2-1 just now. I mean, the first one, they won it. It was the first time for FaZe Clan to actually contest Bacon to actually contest DX on top of Pachinki. The second one, Bacon start to read out their rotations and positioning. And the third one, Bacon feels like they are taking it with a slam. And DX, I mean, like, if they want to keep this going, yeah, you can actually contest over Pachinki since you are born with it. But at the same, is it worth it, really? Because it's going to be costing me quite the entire season, yeah. And Alva spotted out the players and giving away his position as well. Smart being knocked down. It's going to be an easy feat for Alva to finish things off.
Yeah, Smart didn't know what hit him. Alpha, they thought that Alva would have like went on the other side of the hill, went back to his teammates, but Alva was just waiting for them at the top of this hill. Right now, looks like they may lose another as Zeiss goes down. Long range coming in from Maxius, takes out West. And Ichi, the last man standing again. It's a really tough round for GE.
GE, as always, feels like they're the victims of all the other powerhouses out there. Having such a grind to get into the slot, and now basically a door slammed shut right in their face. The moment they step into this tournament itself, they don't even have any sort of a way to gain any possible points there. For the past 2 days, they barely make it in. 13 points by far within, like, how many games? 12 maps rotations. And now they're being slammed hard by the side of by the side of VOIN Esports.
Yep, and with that being said, Master Ichi, okay, he got one. Can he at least trade it back? Not yet. Lapar is still out in the open. Master Ichi will he be able to secure it? Yes, he will, but the counter fire onto them. Oh, looks like not. Wait a second, did he? Oh, it's registered. Yes, it's registered as a elimination there for GE. So 1 point for them, but number 16.
At least they didn't go empty-handed. I mean, like, that's the only bright side we can actually think about for sort of GE. But on the other hand, we do have VOIN start to hand down all these teams out there. They feel like they have the caliber to put them out. So we do know for a fact VOIN already secured one entire squad in their hands, like 4 points as a start. And this is the start where they want to open up the gap between the first and second place. But the circle happened to just shrinks down to S and B. This feels like yesterday. History repeating itself here.
Yeah, it feels like yesterday where Team Secret didn't really need to move, but a lot of teams went into military base, and that's where it became difficult for them. Let's see if they can hold down their ground this time around. But speaking about holding down ground, no ground at all for DBD. The boat ride been intercepted by GEEK. Yeah, by GEEK SLATE. It's going to be damn good. He'll be happy to take those points.
It's going to be a fishing day for sort of Damn Good and GEEK SLATE with Mika taking on one player already. And Zix still swimming. Ducks out there. There's no way out for them. There's a vast sea. All you can do is just keep it rolling. But at the same time, Echo, can he actually just flee away from it? I don't think so. Cross it right across him is just perfect coming up from Damn Good. It's going to be GEEK SLATE just farming over those kills from afar. They don't even have to break any sweat, but they have to be extra careful now because there might be another team coming up from the backside as well, and they're not in the circle still.
Yeah, but at least the circle is just right behind them, so it should be alright. GEEK SLATE, they'll be happy to take this points. As I don't see Echo actually surviving this, so Zix went down because at the same time the zone is closing, and Echo, yes, he can go underwater, but he'll be holding his breath. That means he'll be losing health. He loses health, the zone comes in, and he's still at quite a distance away from land. This is pretty much the end for DBD in this round. Definitely number 14 for them.
Yep, back to a sort of GEEK SLATE having their own sweet time to just take this away bit by bit. But the blue zone is slowly coming into it. So Echo and the rest of DB, there's no way for them to get out from there. They're going to be dying in vain here for most DBD players. It's going to be tough to watch. But TX out, one more out. But I'm not sure if they got himself any sort of points on the side of GEEK. No, they didn't gain any elimination points. It's just DBD giving away to his side of play. So they're being stopped and gatekept by the side of GEEK SLATE and not willing to give their points any sort of contribution towards the other teams out there. It's still a smart move. But it's just, was it too early for them to actually swim over?
I think it's alright. It's just that GEEK SLATE, they were one step ahead. So it's just a matter of that. Kind of unlucky there. Look at teams starting to come into the military base island through the bridge. VOIN spots one out, but they are not in a good position to actually shoot down RRQ. Now they might be countered upon by RRQ since RRQ parked themselves at the high ground, but the Peko has 7-9 to deal with.
Here comes the rush, but the Peko is more than happy and more than ready to get another one down.
Ouch,
might be a
ouch,
clutch,
ouch,
but
ouch.
he got his last first aid, can actually revive himself and just reset. At the same time, we have no clue what's happened to Peko. Yeah, there you go. He got knocked down here. All three are making for their friends now. SM9 and RQ, both in the same boat. And Zasa, the last remaining member, was it not? They still have two at that. SM9, Putra, the one left remaining. Well, Bacon Time now going to compress them on two different angles. Oh boy, SM9. This is not doing so well.
Not at all. And Bacon Time is behind them, so it's crazy. I'm liking Team Seeker's position though right now. They have those prime position high grounds and they're somewhat within the circle, within the middle of the circle, and they don't need to worry about road management for now. So great positioning for Team Secret. They seem to be moving though. Let's see what do they have in mind. But that taken out by Voldemort. That's a confirmation there. 7-9 down to the last man. I think it's going to be hard for 7-9. And plus Bacon Time coming up behind them, creeping up behind them. They're not going to get out of this easy.
Feels almost impossible for Semna right now. Bacon Time taking on Box Gaming, another team that has still struggled to make an entrance in PMSL. Box Gaming didn't actually gain too much of a point, but at least they are progressing way better than GE. It's their first day playing, but at least they still scored themselves double digits since the start of day number 1 for Group B. But Capone and the rest of, I think it's going to be Winnie, who tried to flee from the crime scene and just get away with it, and they can't actually go invest way too much into this. They need to think about how to get into the safe zone unharmed, unscathed. Bacon Time, on the other hand, taking a bit more longer as they still try to stop Box Gaming from moving away. Winnie will be present around every different angle, but still got one. He can actually clutch this. Got a 2, but sadly, the zone is not on their side. They're quite too far off. Oh boy.
Yeah, it's just too much for him to handle. Even so, 9 Noise was there. So Winnie, it would have been tough for him anyway. And now coming back to the bridge fight, but this time on the left we have FaZe Clan against BTR. BTR, did they jump into the water? Nope, they're still on the bridge, so they're taking on to FaZe Clan. Mela on top of Yuhai. Yuhai doesn't know. Mela gets 1, gets 2, gets 3.
Make it for Mela. You can do it. You see this one coming, rise and running, and just gonna get out from the buggy. It was a triple down the straight line of sight, clear as it can be for Mela. Trying to secure for the last one. While waiting for it, he can just clean it over with any sort of eliminations. It's going to be 3 points in the bag for the side of FaZe. Well executed, smart move and genius call, but circle happened to be shifted again. Bacon Time and PGEV is having a bit of a struggle on the right side of the bridge, while GEEK SLATE coming in from towards the left side. But BTR, I don't see this one, them coming out alive.
Yeah, BTR, yeah, you got GEEK SLATE on one side, you got FaZe Clan on the other side. Yeah, pretty much this is it for BTR. It's going to be impossible. Misery takes out 9 Noise somewhere else. Rankit from PB taken out by the zone. Looks like PBE. They overstate themselves in the blue. As Octa comes in onto VOIN. VOIN 1v2.
VOIN at the same time, they are crazy for those kills there. Managed to eliminate Alter Ego. There's going to be 5 for them. And it's a great start. They need this so desperately. Just shows how aggressive they get when it comes to last wrangle. A lot of players bowing out towards the play zone due to the circle. It's just so hard within their reach. A bit too much of a challenge for them if they can't land themselves vehicles, especially to cut across the bridges. There's barely any boats to work around. So these guys have to just venture out in the blue zone and put a risk and try to get a couple of elimination before they're bowing out from this lobby.
But speaking of bowing out of the lobby, could it be Shirty or Zaxi? Right now, Zaxi just behind Shirty. Zaxi gets shot, and Zaxi goes down. That is it. Number 11 for PERSIJA EVOS. Fortunately for him, PERSIJA EVOS again going out fairly early. Right now, they're at number 10. They might fall into page number 2 by the end of this round.
We have like 5 teams around here. The same vicinity. GEEK, damn good. Taking on Mumbai. A bit of PBE poking with the side of GEEK fam here. A bit of trading done. FaZe on there then taking a bit of a lower ground. Trying to find TS who got himself elevations. Bacon time this time eliminated. This is surprising.
Yeah, I know, right? I think were they stuck on the outside on the main peninsula? I think so, yeah. Because Shirty was the last man and it felt like he didn't have much. And he didn't have a vehicle as well. So it was pretty much impossible for him to get across considering there's a 4th phase of the circle. If we move to the 5th phase, well, I mean, we don't even need to talk about that by this point. But looking at Team Secret, I'm really liking their position. They're only playing with the high grounds, and with this kind of circle, it's a good advantage for them. And with a full squad, they can definitely defend this ground better.
They know for a fact this sort of a circle since the start it pops the first stage. That shows so important for you to get into the safe zone as fast as you can. You can't afford to waste any more time. That's what happened to Bacon time. They took their own sweet time and just being hauled by these teams who gate camping or just trying to be gatekeepers around the bridge area, including 7-9. They're bowing out as well, but they still have one Putra. I'm not sure how Putra get in, but he still survived for now. So I'm not sure where he's exactly at. But instead of the GEEK SLATE, they're coming in as slow as they can, slowly creeping into the southwest of the map, seeing it for TS. So nobody's spotting them out. I'm surprised nobody actually heavily guarding towards the southern part of the island of SMB here.
Yeah, I do wonder as well how Putra came in because they normally drop into Severny and that's really far from military base. Especially with this kind of circle, it will be a struggle, but somehow he still managed to survive. And not only survive, he has a compound, he's just right next to the circle. He should be okay for now as long as RRQ don't spot him out.
Very sneaky and sleeky coming out from Putra. He can cut across and pass by RRQ. And BTR Rise is still alive as well. That's going to be last member here, but we do have TS. Tries to stop FaZe from marching in here, denying their entrance and knocked down on Mela, the one that actually got entire team of BTR back then. Now Mormon is on the ground as well. Feels like TS got these elevations and working out quite well for them.
Yeah, as long as they can hold their ground, they should be alright. Looks like no teams will be willing to challenge them for now. FaZe Clan definitely not because they're playing as a duo. If they have a full squad, that might change, but that's not the case for now. And most of the other teams, they're on the other side of the road, inside of military base. So for them to really just push up and challenge, it's not going to be that easy.
At the same time, all teams are aware that they don't want to be hasty about the next move. But for the side of FaZe, they're figuring out how to get into the circle in the first place. GEEK already gatekeep that side. They're trying to go over the other, which is going to be Team Secret. They might clash into it, and GEEK SLATE spotted out FaZe, and the moment they're trying to fight against FaZe, TS will be exploiting themselves as well. There goes a boy, can take it on one knockdown. But now we're not looking at the war. We're back towards the side of GEEK SLATE here. Thank you for that, observers. Snipes, on the other hand, trying to take advantage of that spray almost clipped entirety on a boy. Close enough.
That was close, that was close. But then again, Stuxness managed to steal away an elimination point from Team Secret's hand. And that's going to be Ventura as the victim. Right now, GEEK, I guess they'll need to just hold on to this position, wait for the next circle. Because there's still a possibility that the circle will move down. And if that's the case, Team Secret will be forced to move instead of all the other teams at the bottom.
But But this is also the best time for SLATE to take down on TS. They need those high grounds elevation teams to being brought down here, because if they can't actually take down on TS right now, who's already given away their position with those fires shot early on, they might actually having a problem to get into this next circle, because yeah, the circle will shift away. Definitely they are at the edge of it, but at the same time they will have to just give away the position when the moment they have to get into the circle. So they need to take out TS right now for SLATE if they were to survive. For TS on the other hand, they are the ones who should take things a bit slower, just not giving so much of the position, not giving so much information for teams out there. Hill spotted out RRQ and straight away coming up from Sky. That spray didn't clip, but definitely knows where they are right now.
Yeah, that definitely would have exposed their position. But at least they are somewhat in the middle of the circle, so it's likely they'll get the next phase still. For Team Seeker, they're anticipating they might not get the circle, so they're starting to make the next move as Kid is going around, just trying to bait out some shots so that he gets information on where his opponents are at. But here's the defining moment for Team Secret. Will the circle shift away from them? Will the circle go down to the lower ground? Looks like there's still some percentage of that northern side for them to play with, but do they want to do so? Because very likely that the next circle will still be on the southern side.
I feel like it's best for them to actually hold it. I mean, like, it's up to the IGL really, but at the same time, they get those elevations. They have to cut across the street. It's an open flat plane there if you want to cross the street. And if they got those elevations, they can actually see through what's happening here right on top of SMB. It's such a vintage view. It's such a prime spot. They can actually hold on for a bit longer. But they decided to climb down for the side of hill. They're trying to stop everybody coming through. SLATE, they're barely making it in. They're a bit split and being forced to split by VOIN Esports. Maxius spotted out the ODQ and just going to toss away FaZe on the other, being eliminated next. PBE happens to be parking himself in the center of Crossfire. Oh, cool.
That ain't cool. That's what he's saying right now. But it ain't cool for SLATE as well, as Team Secret is starting to put pressure onto them. Looks like Putra with the DBS takes out Rankid. The fight happening somewhere else. The long range coming for Get Slow, trying to get Mod, but Mod will still survive. PBE is out.
Hale taking over this compound just by himself here. Taking like 30% of domination over the circle, making sure nobody can actually breach in. They will not let those intruders alive and get away with it. And Hale stopping on RRQ. It's going to be Gatslow holding the angle to the side of RRQ. Northern is going to be two of them watching. Southern part is going to be the other two watching coming up from Hill. It's just so tight, well needed. When it comes to their position, their unity, when it comes to holding their grounds, defending, Hill is going to be the strongest by far. But in the meantime, we do look over in the southwest side. It's very crowded. Damn good SLATE being split into two, being forcefully to do so due to they kind of got caught in rotations.
Oh.
But Cannon can see it so clear. Oh,
wow.
Stuxnet.
Wow, I'm amazed that Stuxnet actually survived that. Somehow, one more shot and he'll be knocked down. So it's going to be him and Snipes now, the duo that's together. I believe there's one more person in front, and that's going to be damn good. Team Secret, they know that they have the lesser percentage of circle up on the northern side, so that's why they decided to come down, but they need to clear their tracks first. And unfortunately, it's going to be GEEK Fam right in front of Team Secret.
They can just rotate the other way, I think, for SLATE. It's really difficult if they want to have to stand up just now, because Keenan have his eyes like a hawk lock into SLATE players. But damn good, it's going to be the playmaker for the team. If he can start to make an opening, it's going to be huge for the side of SLATE.
With the this stage of the circle and also the amount of teams really close by, it's going to be hard for SLATE to actually move. Damn Root, I'm so used to calling him Damn Root, but Damn Good is in the circle. He has a compound though, but for his teammates to come towards him, it's such an open area. It's not going to be easy for them to just run across just like that. There's so many eyes looking at them, so many crosshairs pointing at their sights. So right now, I guess it's just for them to hold on for the circle, wait for where it shifts and decide from there, and it decides to shift towards the right.
This is decisive coming up from Marsa. At the same time, thinking about how to climb down there if the circle happened to be shifting away. RQ, they got himself a different sort of angle to work around, just to make sure Asa will give away all the information back towards the rest of Arosa. He's such an important person right now for Asa. TS being not a bit when it comes to his HP, almost being entirely knocked down just now. We got an airdrop being dropped in between as well for RQ sub, but TS, they're not willing to move. I think the circle just shifted away from most of these teams, including VOIN barely make it in, but they will gatekeep those coming up from GEEK SLATE. GEEK on the other hand, how to finish off the lineup into the play zone. We're talking about Sam9 kind of stuck in there somewhere. Putra, the last remaining member, now forced to push forward. He doesn't have smokes anymore, Cloud. Barely hanging on there.
Yeah, at least he has a vehicle, but yeah, I'm not sure how that vehicle would have helped him though. But Stuxnet's forced to move as what we predicted. The moment they move, they show themselves, they'll be taken out by VOIN. Snipes the last man standing on the outside. At least they still have Damroot on the inside. The nade will be tossed onto Snipes. Snipes will receive that damage and double nade onto Snipes. He'll be knocked down. Damroot decided to move towards the left, but then again, still not in the circle yet.
Very close proximity for Damroot, but the ones winning here is going to be RRQ. Asa taking away TS positions while spraying as a crispy one. Clip quite a number of it, did tons of damage. But Asa kept dishing out those bullets to the side of TS, making it so hard for them to actually pick where those shots coming out from. And AUG in Mott's hand now, he wants to push in. But in the meantime, back to the side of Damn Good. Very close proximity to the side of TS.
Oh,
TS
Nate!
feels like they're being had two ways there.
Oh!
Nate finish off! One player, jumper down, and Damn Good is really good at it.
Oh yeah, IGL taking out another IGL. That could be his opening. Right now we can see that Asa is focused on the VOIN as he takes out Maxius. That move will finally be taken down by Izane in revenge from his teammate. Our boy will be knocked down. Izane, the final player for Team Secret that's currently still alive, still trying to survive, getting into the circle. But there's this buggy that's just blocking him though. It's not going to be making it easy for him to go in. Asa has view on the QEON, and QEON will be taken out.
It's so crucial for them to take out Asa for the teams that wants to survive. But here, luckily enough, they're staying indoors. So there's nowhere for Asa to actually spot out any of them unless they're peeking out. But on the side of Izane though, he's the last member surviving. Have to go through Hale. Have to go through RRQ, who's slowly closing the distance. We're talking about Mott now creeping into that right across him. But at the same time, nobody can shut down on Asa. The only thing that can shut down Asa is the blue zone. Nobody can take him down from the high horses. But Hill again, this consistency staying as a 4. They are alive. They got quite a number of eliminations, saying goes for RRQ.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's a good point there. The vantage point that Asa is holding right now, ooh, it's going to be hard for teams to take him down. But let's see who's going to win this fight, Mort or Izane. Mort seems to know that Izane is there though, but he doesn't have a good view. That's why he's not pulling the trigger just yet. Doesn't want to expose himself because he knows that there's other teams nearby. Now Hale has a compound, so it's going to be a staring contest for them, but Izane is the one that's forced to move. Can Flash take that shot? No, I don't think so. So it's down to Izane now.
Oh man, feels like Izane just biding his time here. The player who clutched 1v4 yesterday now barely make it alive, but also just gonna keep the pressure going. Izane have to force himself standing up, running into the fence. It's right on top of the crossover. Also, if I'm not mistaken, Mott spotted him out. But Izane will be flushed by this Molly next. Oh, Izane. There's no way for him to stay alive by barely actually getting burned. I think also can actually see it from the view, but Mott still secures that one. With that one, Kirby, a perfect nade toss over by the side of RQ down to Hale versus RQ. Hale has the numbers, but RQ have the high ground with Asa up the top of them. But getting an entry, Mott pushing forward.
Well, it looks like now they even up the numbers. And that high ground that Asa is holding. How is Hale going to show themselves? The moment they do, they'll be shot down from that... what do we call it right now? That vantage point. I want to call it a sniper tower, but it's not. But then Nate being tossed up by Asa. So now Asa is making his own move. And now they're trying to close down Hale. Hale managed to reset themselves as a 4. Going up against the trio of RRQ.
Also need to save his teammates. At the same time, you need to climb down there. And he got spotted out by Slow just now. And they definitely are doing this. For Hill, they can have a bit of a gas slow reset and having a 4 and having a move to its side of RQ. The nades tossed down will buy a bit more space for RQ, stopping the push coming up from Hill with Tigers on the ground bleeding out. Voldemort making sure they can hold on much longer, but the reset will be just swift enough for the side of Hill just having a go again. Voldemort have to push in. They don't have a choice here. The Blues is too small. Now Hill taking on RQ. Down to only Mott survived. Gatsler going around the corner. Knocked down. Flash going in. Voldemort is still there. Slither of health. Oh, Hill, all they need to do is wrapping his own things up. It's going to be the chicken. And it's going to come in. And Hill got it.
Man, the moment they took down Asa from the vantage point, that gave them that opening, that gave them space for them to play with, and that is how they resetted themselves. They took advantage of that, resetted themselves, and went for the final fight. Hill Esports, second chicken dinner for them, and this is what Tiger said. This is what Tiger wanted. They want to find that chemistry, and they found it in this round.
And you saw just now, I think it was Gatslow spotted out Asa and giving away that information towards the rest of our roster, saying, you know what, don't pick out. No matter how they push us, make sure you have roof on top of your head and make sure you are indoors, because that's the reason why RRQ having such a tough call to whether to push in or not. Asa couldn't spot any of the player coming from here due to how much he was on the outside. He was on the high grounds. There's no way for him to actually see any of a Hill player, but Sky only did time for the MVP. 3 eliminations, 540 damage, but I have to say Hill just now, they are the entire team MVP, moving such a cohesive unit. They're like a well-oiled machine working together now.
Oh yeah, and this is what they realized, especially when Tiger with the interview, they realized that okay, that's the gap that they need to fix, and at least they know, and they improve. From a second place finish, this could possibly the moment where VOIN may drop, but VOIN did decently well as well, so we need to calculate the scores overall. But Hill, my goodness, that was good coordination for them, and the moment they called the shots of taking down the high ground, Asa, man, that is it. They could go all the way to secure that chicken dinner, second chicken dinner, second team to secure 2 chicken dinners in the PMSL.
Not within the same day, but still got that consistency. It's like their prime objective for Hill. At least they got 1 chicken per day, and then they just keep it going for those eliminations and kills. But for the side of TS, this have been going on the trend here for the second day. Feels like at first they really fixed a lot of stuff. They were back in the drawing board and rediscussed and revised with the entire team here what needs to be fixed. And they definitely start to set a tone here for Team Secret. RIQ still have those consistency, but VOIN now, where do they stand? Will they be pulled down there?
Yeah, we need to tabulate the scores. I think it's now scary for VOIN, so let's see what happens. But now look at this Hill. Wow, all 4 in a single vehicle, just taking out Alter Ego. That was off screen because we are also busy with the Pachinki fight, and look how disappointed the Xavier is for losing that fight.
He looks disgusted with that sort of defeat. Wow, how do we even lose that? That's how the sort of the context coming out from that DX versus Bacon Time, and like they need to decide whether to keep Pachinki or not for DX or Bacon Time. Still such consistency. At least they got a lot of eliminations here. Sports Gaming, we saw they're trying to force a fight, but this Mela was ingenious call.
Yeah, with MG3, and the MG3 has the lowest recoil of all, so with that he took advantage of just spraying straight on, and that's 75 bullets, so it's more than your usual, say like a 50 or even like a 30 depending on your extended bag. It's the right moment, right weapon for the right moment.
That's true. But Hill is so smart of them. I mean, like, this is a very witty team. Hill is a team that they have individual skills. They do realize they need to polish the side and keep it sharp as their teamwork. They got themselves 7 eliminations and 10 rank points. I have to say, Hale, even though they are in their not so confident and not so comfortable zone just yet, they still balance it out for those eliminations and rank points. But when it comes to eliminations, RQ is getting quite a number of volume. When it comes to that 10 kills, that's a huge one. The only team got that double-digit eliminations in this map by themselves.
Oh yeah, 10. But I'm also interested looking at the Bacon side. They got 6 without any rank points at all, so that compensated the loss of rank points, boosting them up to the top 6 team that got in the most points in a single round, in this round at least. So yeah, doing well there. But on the other end, we do see Alter Ego without any points, so it's scary for them in this round. But here it is, the weekly rankings. Okay, VOIN is still up there, but the gap now with Hale is 9 points and 10 points with RRQ.
It's like tail to tail. Hale is chasing the heck out of VOIN, and VOIN realize that that's why they're being a bit aggressive in the early fights, taking out on GE. But RRQ is chasing so closely behind. We're talking about this, the closest it can get within 2 days. I'm not sure if we can have this sort of result until the end of the week. If it actually will portray it that way, it's going to be incredible entire first week. Can it come out from VOIN Esports and GEEK? Damn good. When it comes to eliminations, it's definitely on the side of Kanan, but when it comes to damage, it's almost the same.
Actually, every stat that we can see on screen favors onto Keenan. But at the end of the day, it's also the level of consistency. But when we talk about consistency, now that I think about it, actually, these two players, they are consistent. Even in their own leagues, even at the PMSL so far, they're doing very well. But they have different roles to play too. But here we have it. That is it done. Done and dusted for Erangel. We're closing the book for Erangel. We jump into Miramar after this. So Miramar, whole new game, especially for Group B.
Miramar, here we go. So when it comes to the last top Miramar performance, we're not having Group B playing just yet. So this is excluding Group B. Well, we do have Sem9, Vampires, VOIN and Alter Ego. Vampires not playing here today. So I'm waiting to see if there's any sort of Group B players trying to take the throne for the Miramar map by themselves.
Yeah, and Sem9's top Miramar performance is definitely due to Deb, who clutched out Vampire Esports yesterday with an insane 1v3. And they had Newsy in it as well. And that was the grand finale before they got the chicken dinner. So, yeah. I mean, that will be a moment to remember for a while. So yeah, they deserve that spot at number 1. But now with Group B, we see how Group B is shaking up things. Even like Bacon Time, they haven't got a chicken dinner. Even like they're not booming, but how they shook up Pachinki, where the Xavier is at, that just stays by itself. At the end of the day, it's just the presence of the Group B teams just making all the other groups uncomfortable.
You know, I'm kind of missing Group A right now because it feels like a bit more aggressive and a bit more eliminations when Group A is actually playing. We talk about Boom Esports, Vampire, Yoodo Alliance, Shine Like Diamond. Because the ones that we actually do have a lot of record breaker, and I think the most of eliminations we get was around 18, right? That's going to be the most. 18 eliminations. And if I'm not mistaken, was it VOIN, what do we call it? Let me recheck that. I think it was VOIN who secures those 18 eliminations by far the highest kill volume. Maybe I got that wrong, but that definitely 18. But it feels like heading into Group B, I thought it's going to be more of a banger, but it's surprising it's a bit slower than I was expecting it to be.
Well, I think yes, I think the playstyle is a little bit different. I do agree with that. I think there's also the circle factor as well, especially with the military-based circles. So a lot of teams will be focusing on the rotations rather than trying to take over compounds or trying to take over checkpoints. So a lot of that happened like at the bridge fight, like what we saw, like how FaZe Clan, they gate capped BTR and so on and so forth. So there wasn't like that really hit-on clash or even like a compound crash in and all action happening and so on and so forth. But like, but I do like the thought that, you know, what would happen if Group A were to play it? Would it make any difference in terms of play style? Probably. So we'll get to see that tomorrow.
For me, I personally want to see the best, like the one that actually not playing. Probably gonna be group A, B, C, D. Yeah, I think A, B, C, D will be super aggressive when it comes to these teams playing, and that's gonna be probably on day number 4, and that's gonna happen on day number 4. So I just rechecked the fact about the most elimination. I think the high is still 14, and that's gonna be coming up from Vampires. Do correct me if I got it wrong. I'm like a bit rusty when it comes to numbers anyways. But so far, I haven't seen the best out of sort of an explosive start with Group B coming in here, except for the teams that have been playing for day number 1, including Team Secret, gotten some of this momentum. We haven't got any sort of highlights, just like so much. We've been offered so much highlight yesterday. A lot of 1v4 clutches, right? Today, there's no big clutch just yet. We're waiting for that to happen. Do we have to wait until the last match, or we'll finally get to see Miramar? I don't know.
Well, yeah, we haven't got that level of like excitement as of yesterday because of the highlights. I totally agree with that, but it's a totally different play. I wouldn't say totally different play style. Okay, it's a different play style depending on how the circle is and depending on how teams just mess with each other. Yeah.
They set the bar that high yesterday. We cannot pull it down anymore. We're expecting more. They set the tone quite high, and now it's suddenly, I'm not gonna go this. I want to go higher. Let's go higher, Cloud.
Okay, yeah. So if that's the case, I think the only way to go higher is probably for you to do this cast or watch the show on the plane, because it cannot be any more higher than whatever happened yesterday.
I mean, there must be. Okay, we've seen one person clutch 2 teams in World Cup. Now that's the one that should be on the second buyer. That one person to clutch 2 teams, not 4 teams, 2 teams by himself. How about that?
Well,
that's a tall order, is it?
I wish I can answer you that. That's why I'm not playing. I wish I have the answer for that. But of course, yeah, I do agree. I think, clutch 2 teams. Yeah, I think that will be the benchmark now. So if it's only like clutch 1 team, it's like, yeah, they did it in day 1. Okay, next, just move on. Clutch 2 teams only, then only will be like, oh, okay, something to talk about. Yeah, now the benchmark is that high.
Yesterday was still a bomb. I mean, like, I couldn't get over what happened. Yesterday was crazy. It was insane. But today, it feels like a normal day. Just a very normal Mondays. It feels like, right? Like, it's gonna wake up. Yeah, we're gonna go for the grind. And you're gonna get. Feels like a very casual PUBG Mobile day. But yesterday was different. Now, I'm addicted to yesterday's high. I need it back here. I need the teams to go in really as a banger when it comes to Miramar next one.
Well, I'd still say it's so far a good day. I mean, it is a good day. It's exciting to see, especially Group B coming in and how they messed up other groups. So it's still a great day. Not gonna lie.
It's definitely not a great day for DX and GE. You have to give it to them right now. They need to go back to the drawing board. So much at stake. In the meantime, we can see the frustration across their faces here. Definitely didn't have what they wanted to plan over. What's the reason DX has been going down the drain here?
Well, I guess the simple answer is that because majority of the rounds that we've seen so far today is because it's Erangel, and we all know the 3 Erangels, it's DX versus Bacon time and nothing else, and it doesn't help that out of the 3, the 2 they lost, so that's why it looks like they were deeply affected. But I'm pretty sure they'll be happy to move away from Erangel now. They need that breather, so this could be their opportunity to redeem themselves.
So tomorrow will be A, B, D, E. Are they fighting again? Each other? A, B, D, E. I do want to see tomorrow, but yeah, tomorrow DX will not be playing, so I'm not sure what's gonna happen in Wrangel. But Yuhai will be swapping out with Waffel, if I'm not mistaken.
Sata.
I think this is gonna be a sorry.
Sata.
Sata.
Sorry.
Yeah, we're
Ellen,
waiting for Sata to play. See, we're waiting for Sata to play. Finally, he's in.
Yeah, there you go. It's very rare to see that Yuhai being swapped out. So not gonna lie, he's always a key player. But anyway, sometimes it's all about like you need to take the break. Coach makes the decision, which is fine, absolutely. Plus, they are all a star-studded lineup. On paper, it's hard to replace any one of them, and it's also easy to say that if any one of them feels tired or fatigued, it's easily replaced with anyone, and nobody can challenge that because all of them are stars.
But at the same time, star-studded or not, we're heading into Miramar. Action speaks louder than words. Can they portray what they are right now? For BTR, they're not high up. They're saying it's for PERSIJA, EVOS. Where are they? They got a chicken for the day, yes, but they need the consistency. Is always a key. Are you guys ready to head into the sandy dunes of Miramar? First Miramar of the day in the PMSL Day 2, Week 1. Let's head into it.
Oh, finally Miramar! That's what DX will be saying. So here it is, Miramar. If DX is still being challenged by any other team inside of Miramar, I think they should just like, I don't know, go take a shower or something. Do something totally different and reset themselves.
I'm probably gonna just hit my head into the wall right now. DX, I feel so terrible for them. I can feel they're miserable right now. You head into Erangel. Pachinki's been contested by Bacon Time so many times that they don't have a place to call home. Now, if that happens again on top of Miramar, it's going to be a really tough day for them. I think they're going to be mentally devastated if that happens. So far, they do have a couple of hot drops possibly. DX, I'm worried for them because right now, both days, they're not up there. They're nowhere near up there. Even VOIN are dropping right on top of them right now. Oh boy.
At least Los Leones, it's doable to have two teams.
Huge,
yeah, I mean we do see that very, very often. So I'm not too worried this time for D Xavier. Looking at how they're dropping, they're on one end, VOIN is on the other end, so that's fine. Circle's on top of their head, so that's fine. Finally, D Xavier will be like, yes, we took a shower before the Miramar round. Yay, it worked.
But yesterday it feels like a sort of a repeat here for the circle. Yes, we do see a lot of the circle comprising major part for Los Leones, but it's always hard shift to it. Minas Generalis or around up on the north at this state. At least this is a good day for DX. So when it comes to Miramar, they do have to share tiny bit of a Los Leones for now with VOIN on the other end. But you can mention it's more than enough to supply two teams in Los Leones. It's a heavily comprised of buildings area. There's only places for them to actually pick the corner. GEEK SLATE dropping on the right side of a map as well, just on the outskirts of Los Leones. On the some of them are dropping a different place entirely. Feels like GEEK SLATE are stretching it out between the players. They're really relying on themselves for their survivability.
Yeah, I think that's okay as well. So they kind of spread the loots, and good news is that they're on challenge. And the circle is like on top of them as well, so it's a perfect scenario for GEEK SLATE. For VOIN as well, pretty similar to how D Xavier is. In fact, if not, I think VOIN might have a better location just because of how the circle is. It's easier for them to go up north from their position as compared to D Xavier, but it's not that bad for D Xavier too. I'm just trying to find a tiny comparison, but at the end of the day, both of these teams are just fine.
Yep, it's all down to timing, really. It's just, you know, the timing, like impeccable timing for you to actually leave the compound, not happen to be clashing with the times of the other teams. That's going to be a perfect day for them. But so far, it haven't been hitting that note just yet for DX. It just happened to be crushing after crush into another team. But on top of Picardo, we do have FaZe here. They swap with players. Onsen's playing this time. I'm not sure, is it still Onsen MR5? I don't think they changed the player just yet, right? Still gonna be Onsen's playing on the lineup of FaZe.
Yeah, not that we got a notification, so I believe that they still remain. Plus for FaZe, well, I would say they're just okay. It could be better, of course. So for them to remain the lineup, I think that's alright for them. But for PBE, on the other hand, this is not an okay day for them. Yesterday they were way better, but I guess it's also partly the inclusion of Group B really disrupt them, and now they're starting to fall behind. Look at this, the overall charts. GEEK SLATE is just behind them by 7 points, and GEEK SLATE just played today. Bacon Time as well, just played today. Almost catching up to them too, with 8 points difference. I mean, it's hard for PBE. Oh, on top of that as well, I just want to point out that yesterday, during the interview, Demigod did say that, oh, okay, Team Secret to Jumpers, stay down and all that. Well, I guess now Jumpers having the last laugh.
For now, it's a leak, Cloud. It's a bit too early to call that out. But so far, I'm loving what PBE have to offer here, right? If they compare it with NYSGPH back then, PBE is nowhere near on the top 10 or nowhere near around the middle bracket. It is always down there when they play even during KHI days. Now PBE coming in under a new organization, it feels like a bit stronger than before, but GE again always the first few to find the skirmishes and now targeting to the side of Rabies. And Rabies, if he can actually clutch this one out, it's gonna be a huge lead for DX. But GE, they need it way more than DX right now.
But Rabies managed to get away, so thanks to the terrain, now he should be on the clear. Should be able to get back to his teammates, so that's going to be fine. A good call there by Rabbits to not continue on the fight, because it looked like a 1v1, but at some point it will definitely be a 1v4, because we can see the rest of GE, they are coming towards their teammate just to give backup. So great call there. So at least right now, because Xavier, they had like 3 rounds of early eliminations, or most of it I would say. They just needed to find stability. So I think by doing that call, not taking too much of an aggressive move, I think that's a good start here for Xavier. At least survive until like circle 6. I think that'll be great for them.
I agree. They need to step back for a bit, you know, to be revise their positions entirely. What went wrong? Is it a bit too aggressive in the start? It's good to actually have a bit of a step back to reassess and just reset their mind state here. We're talking about DX. We do know they have the firepower. They have everything, but everything cannot be portrayed here for the past 2 days due to everything just happened to be clustered for them. But Box Gaming is another team that should having the same boat as DX right now. Both Vietnam team are having a tough call to readjust themselves, to read the tempo of all the other teams out there. Feels like they're struggling in the same case here for Box Gaming as well.
Yeah, Box Gaming. Well, they're 2 points apart from GE. I just want to point that out too. So if you kind of think about it, right? If Box Gaming is able to overtake GE, which is just 2 points difference, very doable. I mean, it will look even worse for GE. It's like, hey, we played 2 days worth of games, but Box Gaming just come in and push us down.
Yeah, they're not even on their second day for Box. They still have more days to play rather than sort of GE right now. So, but at least I feel like GE do have a bit more time to adjust. They need the time. They're not up there yet. They're still trying to improvising, and at the same time same goes for Box. But back to TS. I'm looking over, they are taking this rotation as long as they need to. They don't want to rush things for bacon time. You know what, I'm really not a big fan of that monster truck. One of the many reasons the tire is easily being shot down, and it's easily being spotted by the other teams.
Yeah, it is definitely very attractive in the wrong way. So
in a very wrong way.
Yeah, very attractive in the wrong way. So but this is where we really want to see like how the pro teams really make good use of it. I'm sure there are advantages to it tactically. It's just that we have yet to see the best usage of it just yet. So yeah, still waiting to see like maybe a splat or something. I wonder how would a splat, like, because like the car is so big, right? Like doing a splat should be a lot easier.
Yeah, that's true. The tires are huge. Tires are humongous, but I love the animation of the suspension going around with the terrain. Yeah, I love it. But at the same time, it's so easily being spotted. It's not the tankiest out there. It's easily to actually run down on players. But the circle happened to shrink right on top of Los Leones. You're going to have an urban warfare. It feels like a bit slow for the ending due to how many corners they can hide themselves. But for the side of Box, I think they need to have a bit of a reset for Shunos right now. He needs to stop the car and just get himself a bit of a first aid going, because right now I don't think he can stay alive for a bit longer if he'd been gunshot the moment he stepped out from the blue zone.
Yeah, so that's the risk that he's taking right now, right? Like only one bullet will be able to take him out. But assuming that it's clear, there's no one waiting for him, I'm pretty sure they would have been used to like measuring the damage of the blue versus how long does it take for them to reset themselves. So yeah, it's just maximizing it from there. But of course, assuming that there's no other players or no other teams waiting for him. And so far so good. I do see him surviving it, and yeah, they based on the tracker on the right, they're out of the blue now.
Oh boy, the X again. The teams have been picked on multiple times in a row now. They were running away from teams, especially the teams that are actually sharing with them. VOIN now finally closing in the distance. Both teams has been together in Los Angeles since the start here, but VOIN start to notice where exactly the DX are. And I think when it comes to VOIN, I'm loving how they work as a team. They don't have that star player that you need this player. What? Wait, GE is there? How?
Oh,
all of a sudden, they happen to be rushing into the center of attention.
Well, hello GE, immediately parking themselves on the buildings on the southern side of the map. So right now there's rabbits as well. So let's see what's gonna happen here. But are they gonna go in on a full force on the GE? But yeah, here's the thing about urban warfare. You did talk about it before as well, that if it comes to urban warfare, everyone is just gonna be like, okay, I got my building, I'm happy with that, I'll stay there till I need to pay my rent.
Oh, they're gonna pay the rent with their own death here. We're talking about the teams that's not supposed to be there. It just happened to be at the wrong timing, wrong set. GE in the middle of a crossfire. But back on the side of TS Team Secret Icing with a Mini 14 spotted out RRQ mod. I'm loving how confident RRQ portrayed himself in the past few days. We're talking about they are segregating themselves into a different sort of formation. They dare enough to take those bullets by themselves. We're talking about mod facing TS just by himself and holding this by himself alone. There's nobody else backing him up. He might actually get a double down there. Definitely already in a peg, taking on the other angle, a different one. They're so spread out. It's so hard for Team Secret to pinpoint where they should shoot at.
Well, that's the advantage of opening up, right? You kind of confuse your opponent. The moment you get one, the other one shoots another angle, and you get two, and this is exactly what's happening to Team Secret right now. And the circle kind of moved away, but if you kind of look at it, right, RRQ still has the circle advantage. He's only mod on the outside. He could still spend some time, but he decides to move back. And I think that's pretty smart as well, because they need to plan for the next phase of the circle, considering that they're by the edge of it by now. But for Team Secret, it will be a struggle for them if they try to get into the circle.
It's a huge struggle because they are spread out as well. We're talking about Jumper, who's being knocked at PERSIJA Esports, and Arkin and Peko just finishing off straight away as well. It's going to be the IGL taken down, and that's going to be a good, not really a good start for the side of Team Secret. Hale, on the other hand, got himself in between Bacon. Shirty is quite low right now. Exchanging fire with Hale Esports from afar. Now, they don't have to rush things here for Bacon time. Nobody's coming out from the backside. But in the meantime, they do have to figure out how to get out from it in case the circle not to be happening in their favor. Bacon, Shirty, I think he got himself vehicles around there in the corner, but Hill's just across him. He wouldn't want to leave out just yet. TS, where to run? Everywhere they go, it's going to be a lot of Indonesian team wrapping around the side of TS. We talk about Alter Ego, we talk about PERSIJA, we talk about RRQ. Everywhere there is, they're trying to run away from. It's going to be one Indonesian team eyeing out onto
Well, but they managed to splat onto Fnatic, so that's going to be 1 point in the back for them. Our boy tries to get away the spray coming in for Rosemary. Looks like he'll be working on his gyro work right now, but there's two right in front of him. Potato gets one. Potato will counter fire by Aizen, but his teammates are there to cover on him. And Rosemary takes down Aizen instead. Rosemary will pick up those points. One left for Team Secret. That's going to be our boy.
Feels like backfiring on the side of Team Secret. Try to get into the circle. It's really a tough challenge. GE versus GEEK. SLATE is not done yet, as Damn Good got himself reviving Stuxnet, which is known as Sonic back in the days. But TS, first one to be eliminated. At least they're not going back empty-handed. They got scored with 1 eliminations. And it's a slow start back in Miramar. They just got their tone set up, but now back to it's a slope down when it comes to their performance.
Yeah, it's frustrating being Team Secret at this point. You need to find a level of consistency for many more days to come. Now GE, Nate, he heard the vehicle, but decides not to go through it. Waiting for the right moment still, probably try to get a good clear shot instead. But on the other side, we have D Xavier. They try to spot out where GEEK fam is at, but GEEK still being covered by the building, so they'll be alright for now.
Speaking of the next circle, we do have Bacon Time coming up from the left side or west of the circle. Hill will be definitely gatekeeping that one. FaZe got himself elevations and will gatekeep Hill. Whoever wins, or even Hill is actually winning that fight, they have to face FaZe after this. The one that actually winning big PERSIJA, EVOS coming up from the northern side, no contenders, but they are attracted to its firepower coming up from REQ. The gunshots being heard, the audio cue will be venturing and navigating himself into there, but Alter Ego and REQ feels like a bit of a struggle as both teams didn't make it in the zone just yet. REQ realized they don't want it to be too late. They got themselves in and will gatekeep those coming up from behind.
Rosemary tapping away onto 7-9. And now Alter Ego, they're still on the outside of the circle. They know that 7-9's in the building right in front of them. They can still consider to make that rotation somewhere else, but PBE against Box with Ranked and Cool, the two standing players, and they're winning this fight in the first compound.
PBE just sweeping the floor clean against Box Gaming, the one that's down to only 2 players next. I'm not sure where are the rest of the other 2. They definitely are fleeing away from here, trying to get himself in the safe zone and get himself a compound to work around. PBE on the other hand, you know what, Box Gaming, they're not going into the safe zone just yet. They want to cut across PBE. There's leaving only 2 players left, but Winnie with the M416 got enough utility. He got quite a number of nades, including that molly, that one molly, and even smokes too, just in case they need to get into the circle last minute. GE still alive, taking on DBD, but they're splitting into 2 formation for DBD, making sure GE have not in any way entrance possible.
Ooh, Ziggs now. 1 nade, 1 smoke. GE doesn't have a good visual onto DBD. DBD nicely spread out. Cover fire and support coming in from behind. And ET moving on to the left where Jimmy is at. Jimmy with the vehicle gets away, tries to reposition himself into the circle, but then shots fire on the Jimmy OP. West tries to get something out of this, but West not able to find his opponent, but Yen finally goes down to Ichi.
Master Ichi spotted out the silhouette within the smoke and finish it off straight away. Never mind! Damn good, steals us away from GE.
What? Man, that's frustrating, you know. He did so much work, but damn good. So damn good. Coming in from far, just taking away from his opponent. That's insane.
Just stealing kills now. Back to the side of West. Now can he finish this and translate into his pointer before SLATE steals this away from the hands of GE? At least a secure 1. BTR being cornered here, or they are taking different compounds, different buildings for each of them. Svarfell spotted out Master Ichi is trying to flee from the blue zone. This is going to be Liquid taking the fights to his side on a small shack, but a bit too late as DBD already get himself away from the Echo, already get out from the small shack, and DBD D-Axe still as a 4.
Ooh, look at this.
BTR DBD.
Just when they had a little bit of hope to get onto the other side. They are still on the other side of the road though. But look at this, Choo-Choo. GE is out. Box, they are 2 points shy away from taking over that spot from GE. So GE, you don't want to be the last team at the end of the day. But you don't want to be last into the circle as well, as the circle will shift into the middle where the airdrop is at.
Nobody's in the center as well. Sam9 got themselves in the right side. Is a clear pathway for them to actually get in the center. FaZe on the other hand will be gatekeeping Box. PBE will have a lot of problems to get into the circle. If it's not going to be FaZe, it's going to be BTR on the southern part. Hill as well as Bacon being spread so wide apart amongst each other. I'm loving this. They're so confident about their firepower. Everybody for themselves here. VOIN Esports having a 4. No elimination just yet. Trying to scout out for Sam9. Going on the southern part, slowly over approaching to the side of Sam9, but still have to be extra careful because that audio coming up from the vehicles will be so loud. And GEEK SLATE spot out the entire cavalry of the axe left with only Lamborghini alive, but giving away with a smoke just now. DX in trouble.
Ooh, DX definitely in trouble right now. Only Lamborghini left, and Lamborghini, oh no, he's out in the open. Mika will finish it from the high ground. And that is it for DX. Number 14. Despite them surviving longer this time around, but it's only number 14.
Oh boy. At least they got themselves 1 point here. We don't have any team with 0 points just yet. Liquid or Deuce this time. The Qs come out from GEEK, stuck themselves in between. VOIN, Lapar coming out the other end, shredded almost as fast. Now going for another round of spray to the side of GEEK SLATE. BTR at the same time. VOIN and BTR have the tails of GEEK SLATE being chased the heck out of them. There's no way out for GEEK SLATE right now.
Oh, GEEK SLATE. At least they are somewhat within the circle, so they can still defend their ground until the next phase of the circle. They'll figure that out later on. But Swavel is going to shoot from another angle onto Stuxnet as well as Snipes. They don't have much to play with. They don't have a vehicle, even the vehicle has been blown up.
The taps coming out from Satar from indoors. Dap again, giving us such deliverance. But VOIN Esports box out of nowhere now being eliminated as well. But VOIN taking their eyes onto the side of GEEK SLATE. They're not giving any way of loose end for GEEK SLATE to come into the safe zone. Now slowly Stuxnet are making him just carving the path for the rest of the team. But Alter Ego will be eliminated next. We're down to only 10 teams left here. Sem9 taking on PERSIJA, EVOS, Redface down on his knees. Adips keep the pressure onto his side of VOIN and GEEK SLATE at the same time.
Ooh, Adips, yes, covering 2 angles. That's good footwork there by him, or more like finger work. And now PBE out, number 10, 2 elimination points. Not even a top 10 finish. Not even a below top 10 finish for PB, unfortunately. Hail! With that chicken dinner, now they are number 9 with 1 elimination point. Loyu tries to get one for himself. At this moment, we can still see that Lung is still being subbed out for Putra. Putra being enticed to play in the next 2 rounds, perhaps. At Sem9, they're currently by the edge of the circle. The circle will shift in 8 more seconds.
Sem9 has been very cheeky with this lineup. We're talking about their rotations, their dips. You know what? He just picks over the other side. It just give a bit of a problem for these guys and just go back with the team. He just go back and for so many times here. VOIN start to get confused. You can see they're a bit frantic when it comes to which direction they should focus on. They're not clear about their way or the position of these guys. We can't see a thing here in the crate, but Dap and the other hand slowly being covered with so many teams at the same time. VOIN spotted out the side of GEEK SLATE. Mika will be knocked down and finished off straight away. I'm not sure how damn good and the rest of GEEK SLATE will respond to this, but so far they're staying it as quiet as possible.
The fact that they don't have a vehicle, it's really hard for GEEK SLATE. Blown up vehicle, damn good alone, and his vehicle's blown up as well. It's all on foot for them, and the fact that it's an open area right in front of GEEK SLATE, I mean, what's their plan B now? Now that the circle is going to shrink, it's going to fall onto them. They need to decide how they're going to do this. But Sem9 has an active vehicle, tries to get into the circle, still on the outside, being spotted out by PERSIJA EVOS.
Zaxi tap it over to Sem9. Feels like a perfect one alongside with Midri knocking on a different angle entirely. They are making it 2-2 formation. Another 2 inside of a circle. The other 2 is just playing on the outskirts of it. Keenan and the rest of VOIN Esports still frantic, trying to find damn good. GEEK SLATE are barely alive. We're talking about tanking out the blue zone, and now the zone finish off damn good. There's nowhere for them to run nor hide. Now they have to force themselves to take the fight here, like it or not. Stuxnet trying to make a way, trying to be the opener for the team with that Molly and all those grenades being tossed around. Did hit and clip quite a lot on Alva, but Alva will respond. It's gonna be just reverse here while Redface taking on Sem9. Stuxnet get hit by Maxius Nate just now.
Oh man, this is crazy. Unfortunately, they failed to take down anyone for the side of VOIN. Right now, 4 players of VOIN are trying to find the rest of GEEK SLATE. Snipes the last man. Stuxnet, I don't think it's going to be worth it to try and save him. He's being held ransom at this moment. Snipes 50% of health, resets himself. Still not known where his position is at. He's going to play for survivability now.
Darkness bleeding out. I don't think he's going to go and save it. And that's going to be leaving GEEK for last player. For VOIN, on the other hand, they are thirsty for blood. They're craving for it. Trying to find the last member of GEEK as much as they can. And VOIN, they still just secured 2 eliminations. It's so hard for them to see through what's happening going on. Due to the terrain surrounding them, it's just difficult. But they found it out, snipes. And that's going to be the end. He'll be burned alive. A nade being tossed down. It's going to be a boom. And that's it. Keenan finish off GEEK SLATE as entire team out on 7 plays.
But the good news for GEEK SLATE is that they managed to get 7 elimination points, which is not too bad. 7-9 now in trouble against VOIN. But we have Adibs at the forefront. Deb tries to go for an off angle, but he needs to reset himself as soon as possible. Adibs gets the information. He sees Alpha moving, so he knows exactly where his opponent is at. And they're currently in the circle. 10 seconds before we know where the next failed circle will land. As PERSIJA EVOS, they are on the other side. So right now, basically 7-9 is caught between 2 teams.
At the same time, do they want to move forward? For VOIN, they feels like they do. PERSIJA and also VOIN will compress 7-9 on both ways here. 7-9, if they don't flee, they don't get themselves vehicles, it's so hard for them to actually keep the boat alive. Back to the side of Lapa, he spotted out the rest of BTR, shredded almost his fence entirely. No utilities whatsoever on the side of Lapa, not even mat kits going on. They're hopping into a tree for that vehicle. Bacon time push to the side of PERSIJA EVOS. They want to finish this team
flying car!
And Red round flying cars everywhere. Red face greeted them with those shots, but he got a respawn back to the side of Bacon time. Misery been pulled back with a USD.
Misery!
Almost got one, never mind. Bacon, run and go.
Alright, that was fast and furious. Now, Micro Boy, he'll be furious if he gets knocked down right now. Zaxi, still alive and healthy though. Shirty tries to spot out the rest of PERSIJA EVOS. Right now, they'll be taking the blue. At the same time, Vintorious will secure that next elimination point. Micro Boy gets 1 for himself on the Shirty. Beautiful by Micro Boy.
We're not done yet. Micro Boy lost little. Well, that's it. He just got his limelight and just shut down entirely by the teams, placing himself at 6. We're down to 5 here.
My oh my, that just went really fast with FaZe Clan shooting from off angle. But now they're going to go into save moment up against BTR next. At the same time, we can see that Bacon time, number 5, 6 elimination points. Adib will be finished off by Max here somewhere else. That means that's the end of Sem 9.
Vintorious just going to go forward and push for the rest of the team with those nades going in. And now hopping onto this vehicles, try to bait them out with Yoodo Q. Face down to 3, 1 knockdown, still can revive. But at the same time, BTR with 3, they are a bit of disadvantage. They're being forced to fight against FaZe. The ones winning this, it's going to be definitely VOIN Esports. They can be the third party. Nobody actually know where they're at right now.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Because they're too focused with each other, and they should because they're just next. But now VOIN, like what you say, they can do the team secret. Team secret just stay back, wait for the opponents to come to them, and they just clean up from there. But let's see if the circle still favors them. Right now we can see that FaZe Clan going up against BTR. FaZe Clan has high ground advantage, but the circle, it does shift towards the right. This is the team secret formula of getting the chicken dinner.
Back to a sort of VOIN Esports, they're definitely not contested at all. Well, they're tunneling their vision for FaZe to the side of BTR. VOIN slowly closing the distance between them with their vehicles as well. Swabber is quite far off from the rest of the team. Here comes the opening. Rise and Lapa taking on BTR. BTR have to deal with things 2 ways now, but it's going to be really tough. BTR losing this down to FaZe. Taking almost shredded entirely every single game they have faced, have no time to reset as VOIN push in full force, all cylinders out, taking the fight into FaZe Clan.
Prime position for VOIN, and plus they did have the airdrop, so a little bit of a bonus for them. VOIN, high ground, FaZe Clan, lower ground, VOIN securing half of the circle, FaZe Clan by the edge of it. It's all onto VOIN right now to get the chicken dinner.
Now, they do have the elevations, but FaZe, they're smart enough to separate themselves into a different angle entirely. Mela trying to go for the flank side, but it's a bit too risky. Joining back to the rest of the team here as a whole. They got themselves smokes to cover themselves for a bit more. Vintorious tried to scout and just to see if there's any weaknesses coming up from the back line. Spit it out, just going to spit those bullets to the side of Alva and just going to push forward. This is it. They have to rush now. There's no time. Don't let them reset. But FaZe coming in. Mela switch over to
Moment.
a side of an EVOS.
Beautiful.
Down on the ground. VOIN, they had this. But now they're losing it down to last player for VOIN. This is going south at FaZe. Can they finally make it a clear?
Oh, looks like they can. Only one left to go. But Victoria's moving on now. Will we finish off? Mela will come in for the other side. It's going to be FaZe Clan getting the chicken dinner against the odds, if you ask me. And that was thanks to that opening. And because of that opening, that first knockdown, FaZe Clan took the courage to just rush in. That is the perfect moment for FaZe Clan. Beautifully executed.
Feels like it worked things out with Lonzans playing for the side of FaZe Clan now, and they really went to the drawing board again and fixed things through. They are so in need, desperate for this chicken to have their morale boosted up, to have those confidence back up in play. It just shows they are really happy. Just enjoy right now. Coming up from Victorious, they needed this 876 damage. 878 damage, 2 elimination. That did not tally up. It just shows how much these guys have been trying to get those eliminations. It's just always a knockdown but never a kill. Back to side of FaZe, they've been traveling one of the furthest away alongside with Bacon Time. But look at the utilities usage. They have been tossing so much, dishing out so much damage. It's always the closure, the deal to seal it over that they have a bit of a problem with, and now they got it.
Yeah, the man, the myth, the legend, Ventores. He's been around for forever. And with him still able to get this MVP, man, he still got it though. But besides that, at some point we were talking about VOIN might lose that #1 spot, but every time when we were just speculating that, okay, they might lose it this round, they might lose it this round, they somehow made it happen. Second place finish. I think they got a good number of elimination points at the same time. This will definitely still maintain them at the top spot for sure. So VOIN is just proving everything wrong game by game.
But for me personally, I do love RQ playstyle this time. I'm talking about their strategy, the way they communicate between teams, how they unfold every single compound one by one. I'm loving how confident they are when it comes to that 1-1. You are your own sort of strategy. But on the side of G, again, it always falls those early skirmishes. It didn't work out quite well. DX again being nitpicking by almost so many teams. I think it was like 4 teams and picking a fight towards DX, and DX has been trying to run instead of trying to fight. I think the ones who start to run here, always the ones who start to lose.
Yeah, it does feel like there's a voodoo curse onto D Xavier, not gonna lie about that. Even though they had a good start this time around, peaceful one, and they lasted longer in terms of minutes, but they still got eliminated at number 14, so different, same. That's what they say. D Xavier, I think today's performance from D Xavier alone is arguably one of the worst. We need to tabulate the scores again, but before that, we gotta celebrate FaZe Clan with 22 points. VOIN, 14 points, not too shabby despite a second place finish.
This is going to push them quite high up there when it comes to the overall rankings. They are not in the bottom, they are in the middle bracket, so I'm not sure if they're going to get and make it in the top 5. But for VOIN, this consistency just going to pull the stretch between the first and second place. They want to start off week 1 really strong. They show it, they have the consistency, they have everything that they need. Look at that, they already cracked the triple digit here with 20 points almost off difference between Hale and RRQ. With only 1 chicken, they don't care, they go for the elimination. They got the most elimination points out of everybody else across the board.
Yeah, and it's only day number 2. It's crazy for them. And we still have 1 more match to go, meaning that it could go like 120, depending on how they perform in the next round. It's crazy though. But hey, looking at the current stats of VOIN, I must say they are still doing a miracle run right now. And Lapa have to be in the stats.
I mean, like, every single person in VOIN is just so darn good. That's just how they are. I mean, they don't have any one sort of under the spotlight play. Every single person, every single player in VOIN Esports just pulling on their own weight. Yeah, I mean, like, those are the top performers when it comes to the last map. But the next one is still going to be another Miramar. Even though FaZe got that under their belt for those chickens, but these days, if you compare chickens and eliminations or kills here, definitely just go for the kills.
Yeah, of course. Elimination points are very, very valuable in the new format, or the new system. And one more thing, right? So far we have seen like teams getting chicken dinners in one round. Like the next round, they get kind of shaky. So hopefully that's not the case for FaZe Clan. And the fact that FaZe Clan is not the most performing team out of all, you get a little bit worried there based on the statistics. But they are at the end of the day FaZe Clan. So let's see if they can live up to it. And today, just to summarize, so we got 2 from the Malaysian region getting chicken dinner. We got 2 from the Thai region getting it, and 1 from Indonesia. Let's see who gets the final one for today. Could the tiebreaker happen between Thailand region and Malaysia region for today?
That's one thing, and also I mean, like, this is what worries me sometimes. The main concern is, yeah, when it comes to the first few days, the first week, you don't see a lot of Thais, you don't see a lot of, other than Hill, you don't see a lot of Vietnam, right? But they are the team who love to bounce back. And when they bounce back, they bounce it stronger than before. So all they need is a bit more time here. We're not looking at SLD. SLD, the most performing team comes from Vietnam side. Hill is always the one that actually taking the podium spot for the side of Thais. But we're waiting for the rest. Example, if Empire is not playing as well. So VOIN, how much longer can it be up there? I love how RRQ actually plays. Honestly, when it comes to innovation and creativity, it's more towards RRQ side. They're willing to risk it for RRQ.
Yeah, they're very good at gatekeeping teams. It's like what they did with Team Secret earlier on, and the way they gatekeep is not like 4 of them lining up at the edge of the circle. No, they're willing to send one out. They're willing to send like the other one out on the left, one on the right, and they kind of secure that parameter, like maybe 100 meters from the circle, and that's good enough for them. And that would cause teams wanting to get into the circle to be like surprised, because they would have thought like, okay, maybe we get a little bit closer, then only we think of fighting. But now it's like, oh, okay, we didn't know it was that far and we have to start fighting. So they kind of caught Team Secret out, and it just surprised them. And with that, of course, they got those elimination points. So it was great work there by RRQ.
Yeah, I do agree. And also coming up from RRQ, right? They are so scrappy as a team. We're talking about, it's so hard to read their rotation. They are unorthodox when it comes to approaching to the fights. They are willingly to take time and make up a bit of a more space, and they always wrap things around as clean as possible. They are very scrappy. It looks messy, but it's not. It's so organized in some way. It's beautiful. Like what REQ actually doing, it's too big of a risk, but they do it perfectly well executed.
Yeah, it's working out well for them. So if they can continue on like that and they're comfortable with it, why not, right? As long as it's working out, it's fine. But what's not really working out is PBE. They're still all smiley, Mom Boy giving his hand love sign and all that, waving or doing a love sign with his teammate. I guess that's what you need, right? That's what you need if you're kind of in the slump. You want your team to be cheerful. At least if the positive vibes are still there, you still stand a chance to come back.
But they need to come back now. We're talking about the last match of the day here, Cloud, and you don't get to face the same group tomorrow. Today will be your last day to perform before you're taking a day break for the teams, which is going to be group A. Tomorrow will be taking a break. It's going to be group C. So for group C, that's going to be the side of DXTS, PERSIJA, and Playbook, and all these teams coming out of group C are not performing here.
That means tomorrow we get the best out of the best. In other words, at least in current performance. It's going to be interesting tomorrow though. Okay, look who's around. Oh, okay. Very interesting camera view though from the back. We haven't seen that yet. So it's nice from production, refreshing it for all of us. And as usual, of course, all teams cheering. And when the cheers are starting to happen, the high fives are happening, you know what's going to happen. That means the lobby is loading right now.
Yep, that's true. Now, I worry for Group C teams there, because right now this is going to be their last shot of pushing the last Miramar of the day, since they're not playing there tomorrow. So they need to make sure this is the group they want to fight against, is the best time for them to actually push forward. Because the next few ones, if they, week number 2 is going to be a different story entirely. It's going to be a bit of a scramble again between the groupings later on. Hey guys, the BTR looks super happy right now. All in red and white, and Ryzen, he's looking mature these days. Wish I could actually go down there and go talk to these guys. We miss them so much to be offline. But still as cheeky as he can be, as usual. Still have the fun part.
Yeah, just when you mentioned that he had to do that pose, right?
Yeah.
I kind of felt that he channeled the inner kid to Liquid, who was just sitting beside him. And Liquid becomes the one that, oh, I wear the rabbit ears, I'll do the dance. He's being that naughty boy. But Box Gaming, ooh, you can feel the vibe at Box Gaming. I mean, being the number 20 team, that's not fun at all.
For the side of GEEK SLATE here, they definitely have a very good run. DX, on the other hand, they are devastated, exhausted. What need to be fixed here? So many things have to be done. Do they need to change their drop spot in the Wrangle? And it used to be the Pachinki all this while, and now even in Rama they struggle. RRQ, they're just having this momentum. We can see they are relaxed, they are ready to have another go, but they're definitely focused right now, trying to just a bit of a stretch for the players. Look at the powder they have for the hands as well, stacked up on the table.
Yeah, sometimes it's a thing, right? So powder, is either the powder or the finger sock, or of course nothing. It's really
I
a
think
preference.
it's sort of a talcum powder.
Yeah, it is. It's just to make the screen smoother. So yeah, it's a personal preference.
It gets sweaty sometimes, so it's actually very good for these guys.
Oh, okay. Maybe sweaty palms.
Yeah, sweaty
maybe.
palm it is. Especially when you're cold. Like they mentioned earlier on, the venue is super cold, so it's really good to have those powders working out. But for a side of GEEK SLATE, it's like damn is like, hey, look at the cam now, and they're posing it onto you. They got their finger socks as well. Yep. And there you go. That's teamwork there.
Yeah, I can feel that Damrud is like, you know what? Too much camera onto me. Snipes, can you do a reaction? So that at least you take it away from me. It's like, okay, yeah, I'll do a reaction for you. Yeah, camera, come look at me instead. Because but he has improved in terms of like his confidence in terms of camera, like over the years. I don't know, back then it's like he's not willing to be in front of camera at all. But nowadays you see a lot of it.
They're getting used to it. I can see that they get used to it because of. I do wish we have more offline tournaments so the players can actually see each other, because it's not just about the tournament, right? It's about the sportsmanship. It's about the bonding, that we all speak the same language of PUBG Mobile between us. These guys, they have the language barrier, but the one that actually keeping them connected is going to be PUBG Mobile. And we're loving to see that all the players are bonding with each other, even though they are on different region entirely. Sometimes we learn new words and phrases from them as well. But feels like the lobby is up here, Cloud.
Oh yeah, we can see them. Okay, they're probably in Spawn Island right now. That's why they're like flexing it, warming it up, getting used to their own screens. The marshals looking. This is standard procedure, I must say. DBD, okay, DBD, I don't know what that. Man, okay, I think we'll have a final interview before we wrap up the show today. I really want to hear what Moscow Crew has to say about DBD.
I hope we get that interview very soon, because I want to know their insight as well. But the one that actually, for me, VOIN Esports, their highest contender is going to be RRQ right now, and I do want to see and hear from RRQ what are their plans, what exactly their team comms working out, because they were so widespread out when it comes to big map like Miramar. How they keep things going, different angle entirely, it's a different level of team comms right there. But right now we are heading into our last map of the day. Are you guys ready to head back into the sandy dunes of Miramar? We're gonna hit it with our last map here in our week 1 day 2 of PMSL.
Miramar, here we go. I'll be interested to see how D Xavier will perform in this round. Like, at least let this final round allow them to do well. please. It's been a I can't even describe anymore what kind of day it's been for Xavier.
It has been really miserable 2 days straight for DX, honestly speaking. Yesterday already a tough, rough day. Today is worse than yesterday. And they really need a bit of a push here come from DX. They need things to work out for them. They need to start to hunt people down, because there's always, it's either you being the hunters or you're being hunted down. And right now feels like DX will be the hunted ones instead of the hunters. You used to be the hunters back then. You used to be the apex of all the predators out there, but feels like now they're being the victims down at the bottom, the very bottom, coming out from to the side of Puerto Porto for the flight path. Now whoever wants to drop on top of Torre Ahumado or Tierra Broga, it's going to be a far journey for them, but it's still down towards the circle. The circle pops right in the center, never mind, it's going to be crater fill. It is.
We've seen this yesterday, but okay, I'm keeping my eye on to Valle de Mar, PBE, Alter Ego, same area, and now we look at the mini screen. Looks like it's going to be a race towards who gets what, as Momboy a little bit closer, but oh wait, Octa had to stop it and tracks Momboy, the first one to go out. Not even a minute into the game.
They were definitely smiling for PBE before start the map and stop the lobby, and now I don't think they're smiling anymore. Losing one man too early on is down to Cool to actually clutch this out. I don't think he got enough for himself to work around. So I think PBE just have to leave this right now. You have to get an exit out, because Fnatic and the rest of Alter Ego is literally chasing the tail to the side of Cool. He doesn't have any gears on him except for the M16 and also that UMV to work around. Nothing else to heal himself back up if he got tagged.
Yeah, he can still try to slither away, which is exactly what he's doing right now. But who's landing behind him? Wait a second, there's someone else, but okay, he's heading towards the southern island, so that's gonna be okay. His teammates seems to be able to pick up a vehicle, so probably go pick him up later on. But then again, we can't think about it. Losing Monboy is huge, but oh man, just when it was free, Fnatic, seriously, let the boy go.
Nope. Fnatic, why should I? I can get extra point by this. An Alter Ego is on the first page on the top 5 as well. They are eyeing out for that #1 spot for the bonus point weekly. But back to the side of GEEK SLATE. Oh, at least these guys are having a good day here. They're not being challenged. I'm not sure about DX. I think it's going to be Lost Learners drop for them again.
Yep.
Back towards the side of Box. If they happen to be on top of Lost Learners, so we have to assume that VOIN Esports is around the corner too.
Yes, so they shared same drop spot with them, but yeah, so but they have that kind of 50-50 thingy. I mean, Lost Learners, we've seen it so many times, but it wasn't VOIN that took them out that time though. I mean, the previous round. So but it doesn't help that this circle is far away too, so it'll be interesting to see how Xavier they manage that.
Satara, very high climb and a bit of a hike there. Seekers for Ice struggles. Come on, you can do it, buddy. Come on, Ice. That's it. A bit more. Push the gas. Take another way. Need a bit of momentum. There you go. You made it. Congratulations, buddy. Going up and Ice. Here we go. Another hurdle to go through, and that's it. Good climb for Ice, but the moment he climbs out, it's going to be Satar waiting on the other end.
Okay. But I think it's a little bit too far, so that means that they might not be able to know. But okay, Ice is looking that way. It's going to be interesting though, so... Well, it's not going to be easy to take that shot though, I'm not going to lie about that. But, well, at least if he's able to stamp his pot, he'll be okay.
For now. It's going to be okay for now. Not so much when it comes to the third phase later on. Back to its side of Chuan, DX. You know, last time what I realized coming up from DX, they extended their stay way too long here. So I think they should have the idea, you know what, we need to loot up, gear up, find vehicles and just get the heck out of here. And because the more they overstay themselves in certain sort of a compound, people can track. And once they got track down by these guys. There's no way they can actually make it out anymore. So for side of DX, like we mentioned about how FaZe actually improvise their gameplay and adapt to it, they stand back for a bit, look at the third person perspective. You know what, we have been forcing the fight too much, now we have to take it a bit slower. Maybe that's what they need for DX, negate all this unnecessary fight and try to see from a high view to see if they can actually be a third party. I mean, in this case, for the team being always the victims of early fights, it's always good to be the third party here.
Yeah, but to be fair, they had the circle, so that's why they kind of took their time. But yeah, they could still go on to another high ground, another checkpoint, just to, you know, get a different vantage point or play a little bit differently rather than staying in the compound. So yeah, it could be switched up. But anyway, you know, this is the thing about PUBG Mobile, right? There's a lot of could be, should be, might be, because of how the circle would be. I think you got 16 teams to kind of think what they're going to do or try to predict what they're going to do. So it's always sometimes there's a roll of dice whereby, okay, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work. Unfortunately for them, it didn't work that time. But at least this time, it's definitely going to be a change for them for sure, because the circle is way on left, and they definitely need to move at some point. Or maybe even at stage 1's point, not needing to wait until like the 3rd or 4th phase.
But BTR and FaZe though, we do know Mela have been doing so much work alongside with Onzan's end this today here. And Mela again, he just opened up the tempo for the entire team. He's got himself one knockdown finish off BTR's for Fel straight off the bat. Mela, he's newly born into FaZe in this season, but he's definitely not new in PUBG Mobile. We know him back then when he was like, what, in Infinity Days, was it?
Yep.
Yeah, I think so. And he definitely one of the best grenade tosser out there. The grenade got back then. I remember his plays in Miramar. It's definitely going to be one of his favorite maps down there. But it's always, I mean, like this rework of FaZe, putting Mela in, he is such a huge asset for FaZe right now.
Not gonna lie about Mela's tossing skills. I mean, he is very good at tossing, not only nades, but tossing jerseys as well. Thank you, Mela. Just shouting out to him again.
I need one, Mela.
Now he has a FaZe Clan, so, you know, we could use a new one. Just putting it out there. You can toss it to us. I do, well, they are not too far from me, I'm just saying. Can't really say where, but yeah.
I will go down there. If only I don't have to cast it today. I would definitely dare already to ask for the jerseys. But back to the side of BTR and Bacon Time, right? Bacon Time has got himself a high ground there. If he's going to relay so much information for the rest of the team. And I'm loving so many teams are putting out this strategy where they put a couple of players in a different angle entirely. And they have to make sure they can survive as long as they can. But the problem is they have 2 players coming up from BTR, and the circle just shift over to the northern side. We do have GE coming up from the northern side, clear as a day, but water treatment is quite clustered there. Too much saturation of the players. RK and 79 will have a go here.
Ooh, okay. This is going to be interesting though. Up north, this kind of circle. Man, just look at the amount of teams currently in it. I think we'll see a lot of fights happening very, very soon. Let's see who's going to be the first one to start it off. But I'll be interested again to see how the Xavier performs in this round. So far, so good for them, not losing anyone. And it's quite a far rotation for them. So, I didn't realize where they were the last time the map was shown, but I would assume that they were still on the outside because they're a little bit far. Hopefully, they'll be not be gate capped by other teams though.
Oh, I'm not a big fan of warehouses due to how open it is the moment you step out from those warehouses, right? For now, 79 is holding those compounds, but I'm not sure about how much longer they want to stay there. But for the side of PERSIJA, look at how far apart they are. Zaxi on a different corner entirely. We do have Microbot on the other and Misery on this angle. Hill is just being surrounded by the player of PERSIJA EVOS. But at the same time, they are taking their trigger discipline as a whole. They're not opening any fire sort of yet, not giving away the position, not giving away in so much information, because the information is always the key for victory. BTR that is there as well. This is getting very fascinating.
Interesting. So BTR at least they scouted at the right timing, tried to get away. Sata being shot at. vehicle still survives, not smoked up yet. So they're alright right now. At least they found another compound to park themselves and in the circle as well. So that's a lucky escape there for BTR.
Frequently got caught in between during their transition for BTR, but lucky enough this time they decided, you know what, we don't want too much of it, but they still got shot anyway.
Okay.
But who's shooting them down? I don't think it's Hill. They have sort of a terrain in between. It's gonna be a different team entirely.
Yeah, I saw for a brief moment there. I saw another team at the southern side of the minimap. So not too sure which team was that, but I guess they had eyes onto them. Team Secret. What a rough day it has been for them, except for that chicken dinner though. So right now, let's see what they're going to do. They are taking out the blue. Pretty much similar strategy as the round before. It didn't really work out for them because they were gate capped by RRQ. And so far, haven't bumped into any other team yet. So far so good for them. But let's see how long that will last.
There's another team that having a bit of a problem to get into the circle in the last round. So they are deciding to get into this quite early on. Not as late as before. TS, they're taking it as conservative as they were back then. So they're still staying in the blue zone. I do hope they are compound hopping at the same time because they need a lot of first aid for that. GEEK SLATE taking the fight against FaZe while we're talking about PERSIJA Esports. PERSIJA EVOS with Microboy taking a fight with Hill, GE around the corner, RRQ behind their backs, Sam9 just coming in, and DX also coming out from the back line of Sam9. There's going to be a lot of massive fights on top of water treatment here.
Oh yeah, it's going to start off. It's going to start soon. And you got to think about it, right? So we're stage 3. We still got 16 teams. And that means there's going to be a lot more action as we head on to stage 4, which will happen in about a couple of minutes time. It's going to be interesting now. So you wanted action, right? It could be the elevation that you've been waiting for.
Like, this is the 4th phase of the circle. It's where the great migration happens. The circle is not enough for everybody. It's going to be Ranked tossing out the bullets to the side of Rosemary. That's going to be really crucial. As Alter Ego star player knocked down on his knees. Ranked level 1 vest, level 1 helmet. Don't have a candle. Well, just going to go for the guns. Rosemary will be picked up by Octa. He got himself a couple of smokes there, and there you go. It's going to be easy for him to actually revive that here on PBE. On the other end, if you're not being careful, there's going to be Box Gaming on the other end. Bacon time waiting on those elevations. And Shirty already shot down on Fnatic. Oh boy, it's quite far as well. We're talking about 200 meters apart, maybe even more than that.
Ooh, and the fact that they're all by the edge of the circle, I mean, it's scary though. Because very likely they won't get the circle. And if they don't, Alter Ego need to go through the high ground where Bacon time is at. But at the same time, we can see that Zuxi been knocked down somewhere else. Not sure what's happening there with PERSIJA EVOS, but it's going to be on Zen, knocked down by Redface.
PERSIJA EVOS, Microboy cooking up the nade, waiting for them to actually go for the rush. And Microboy already got himself an exit out, playing a bit of ring around the Rosie. FaZe on there and trying to find the rest of PERSIJA EVOS. Where are they? The twin, one of the twin being knocked down here, while the other's waiting at the coach bench. We're talking about Luxy's not playing still, but Zuxi need help from Microboy. FaZe are trying to circle, taking over, and the flush is real coming from FaZe here. But PERSIJA Red FaZe also being knocked down, being tagged from afar. Oh, Ventura slowly closing into their compounds there. We're looking at him cooking up the nade, but it's an off angle a bit. Hale taking the fight against Red FaZe. It's going to be a 4-way war out here. 4 teams right on top of each other, and this is not great for those actually indoors.
Oh, not at all. But look at this, FaZe Clan and PERSIJA EVOS. At least they're on the high ground as compared to other teams. Right now we can see that Nepeko goes down to Alva or somewhere else. It's going to be VOIN. They're starting their own fight. And Nepeko will be finished off by Keenan. It's probably a long range there. No, it's not. It's going to be a short range as Asa been splattered down by Lapa.
Oh, VOIN is here as well. They are running down and hunting all those kills by themselves. Lapa will go straight into RRQ's lair. VOIN, they are split it into a different compound for each of the player. RRQ being shushed away and being taken out by these guys from their compound. PERSIJA on the other hand still stuck in here fighting against FaZe. FaZe Mormon trying to find them for the longest time. TS taking on BTR. Satai is on the ground as well, kneeling down to help and to wait for the help coming up for him. but Mela cooking up the molly, and now switching over to just see where are the shots coming up from. Mort taken down, none other than VOIN Esports player, but there's quite a distance between them. Still kind of a bit of a revive, but Mort trying to just toss down, need to find a perfect angle. He knows exactly where they're at. The one nade is so important.
Bam! Nicely done there. Found an angle. Managed to get a knockdown onto RRQ members, and now VOIN defended their ground, but they got to do it fast. They got to reset quickly as GEEK SLATE is coming in.
GEEK SLATE trying to take advantage about what they are left for the side of VOIN Esports, but Alva is so important to keep PJEV at their bay. Misery hovering his crosshair to take a fight in as well, but GEEK SLATE, they're not wasting time. They want to go for the rush. PBE finish off by the play zone. I think that's going to be the last PBE players there. Is it going to eliminate it at 16? Rosemary being picked up again, taking off PBE Ranked. That's going to be the end of it. Sem9 taking on TS. GEEK SLATE going slowly but surely into the rush. FaZe is here for PERSIJA. There's nowhere for them to have a breather at all.
Oh, not at all. But Microboy coming in for another angle. Managed to get a knockdown. He managed to finish off his opponent. Mela goes out. So now it's going to be Momon and Victorious versus Microboy. Microboy 1v2 switches over to a UMP. Needs to reload. 16 bullets, 25 bullets right now. No extended mag onto him. And now super duper low, but he still managed to get a knockdown to Momon. One more left. Can he do it? No, he can. Victorious, the MVP from that chicken dinner, will become the hero.
Dealing heavy casualty on the side of FaZe. They're down to only 2 men. Lucky enough, Victoria wasn't inside the compound. If he's staying indoor as well, the entire team of FaZe is being obliterated just now. But for the side of VOIN, they got himself a bit of a reset. Lucky enough, GEEK SLATE is not pushing in. If not, the entire team don't have time to have a breather. Back to the side of VOIN, they're trying to clear all the corners before they get into the circle. But Bacon Time just having the most sweetest place to see through what's happening. Shirty got the walls covering himself back up to just make sure he can reset himself with a lot of damage being taken into. Ice, on the other hand, no more on top of this high heels, but now back with the team as a team, and they're trying to cohesively working about which angle they want to hold for each of the players.
Absolutely beautiful spot here for Bacon Time. Alter Ego will have trouble trying to get into the circle. If they move towards the southern side, it will be DBD waiting for them instead. If they move north, it will be Box Gaming. So pretty much pick your poison at this point. But it looks like they're going towards the high ground, and they will go towards Bacon Time. Bacon Time, we need to prepare for the defense as the circle moves behind Bacon Time. This will force Alter Ego to fight.
But at the same time, Bacon Time don't have to move as much. But those come out from the southern part. We do have VOIN Esports, BTI, and one more team fighting against them. 3 teams coming up from the southern part. But the north is way too much saturation here. Bacon Time, yes, they got the paramount view. It's going to be a sweet spot for them. They don't have to move as much. They can gatekeep Alter Ego all day if they need to, but at the same time they have to be more than careful because Box Gaming start to close in as well. They have to got to as 2 angles, different angles entirely. While Noise keeping at bay for the side of Alter Ego, who already bridged in here, being an intruder, greeted out with that nade, chucked down quite a number of HP. Noise gonna toss another one. If he can knock down on Rosemary, that's gonna be it. Alter Ego might actually lose their front liner.
Yeah,
there.
Rosemary trying to be the distraction. So far so good because he's yet to be knocked down. But his teammate on the other hand, Potato, knocked out by Echo, by DBD from the other side. Bacon Time will want to steal this away, but Nine Noise gunned down from afar. Beautiful counter fire onto him by Rosemary. Just need to expose himself a little, and Rosemary will take advantage of that. Now they know where Rosemary is at. He will taste a little bit of that nade, but not a big issue now for Rosemary.
At the same time, he's running out of resources, and Box Gaming is here as well. GE has been waited there for the longest time and being greeted by the side of Box Gaming, while Alter Ego still have exchanging fires and utilities against Bacon Time. And Alter Ego, Rosemary don't have any more grenades to flush out this guys. He needs to figure out a different approach here. We'll talk about tagging team with Fnatic as well as Potato just to go for the flank. Found it out. Ice is going to be the opening for Alter Ego. They're going in for the rush. Rosemary finish off the flank side first, while Touch and also Shittias have to hold their ground.
Yeah, they're ensuring they cover all angles. Now the last 2 members of Bacon Time will need to defend this building. They're coming in. Fnatic at the forefront. 10% health. Fnatic will be knocked down. Fnatic, but they need to reset Shirty quickly. Right now we can see that Rosemary is still active. 1v2, can he pull off a clutch here? 1v2. And at the same time, we can see that Retouch, he tries to take off his opponent. Rosemary super low, can he do it? Can he put an insane clutch here? Will this be the moment that we've been waiting for the entire day as Retouch? No heroic story for him, but Box Gaming is here.
Oh boy, housekeeping team at Box Gaming sweeping the floor clean after the massive fight between the teams of Alter Ego and Bacon Time. Almost got an advantage at first for Alter Ego, but it's just so hard for them to close things over. But Box Gaming make it a run, and there's DBD on the other hand as well, and it's going to be Bacon Time bowing out next, and we're not done yet as DBD now greeted Box Gaming. You know what? You got that fight, now we're going to fight you next. Hill is coming up from behind too. It feels like a graveyard on top of this compound right now.
I know, right? How many boxes are there by now? It's going to be heaven for whoever wins this fight. There'll be a lot to loot. Now Boss Gaming going up against DBD, playing by the edge of the circle. The circle might move away in 3 more seconds. They gotta be prepared for that. They gotta plan ahead as DBD is surrounded by DBD playing as a trio. Now the circle did move away, so this fight needs to end fast.
They have to wrap things up really swiftly here. DX taking on GEEK, SLATE snipes on the ground. While we're looking over the side of Yan and the rest of DBD, trying to figure out where exactly the players of Box. GE got them caught from behind, and now GE start to move as well. Box being boxed in every way possible. Shoonots try to carve the pathway for the rest of the team to push forward, but they need to take down DBD. They have to cut across. Winnie on his ground, bleeding out, while DBD decided, you know what, this is going nowhere. It's going to be a bit of a stalemate. Jimmy repositioned himself, but there's going to be Hill Flash waiting at the other end. GE waiting from the inside, gatekeeping them from moving and pushing forward. Where would they go by now for Box and DBD? They have to settle this down as swiftly as possible.
Jimmy carving up a way for his teammates, and he's also opening up an off angle in case Boss Gaming tries anything funny. Now Boss Gaming, they are opening. The circle is starting to close in onto them as Yen starts to fire. Yen gets one knockdown. Can he get the second one? Changes to an M4, shoots, resets himself. At the same time, we can see that Jimmy is swapping over. Jimmy at the forefront at this point with a UMP in hand as Trisme tries to defend his ground with an M4. Trisme trying to get one. No, he will not. Jimmy is still surviving. Jimmy is alive as Box Gaming goes down.
Frantic response coming up from Box Gaming, trying to fight that one. They are the one that actually have to revive themselves for a bit after finish off so many fights in between. DBD winning that one, but not much longer. We're talking about they barely make it into the circle right now. Hale spotted them out, definitely got shot from afar, and there's going to be one knockdown, leaving out only Yan, the last man remaining on the side of DBD. No matter how much you win on the outskirts, the moment you step into the circle, somebody gonna gatekeep you. FaZe Venturas, last thing of hell on Sky, and finally down. It was an open field for Hill.
It was tough anyway. I mean, he did dance gracefully, but unfortunately, that was his last dance. Now Yen tries to get away. He's being spotted out by Hill. Hill has the high guy advantage. Sky only will be knocked out by Venturas. I believe that should be from afar. As FaZe Clan secures 5 elimination points, they're currently dominating. Yen, the last member of DBD, still survives.
Hill leaving down to 3. Now trying to find the last player of DBD. Yen, I feel it's so close for a deathbed right now. Yen definitely heard the audio cue. Tiger taking a small shack. Flash coming in from behind. Yan, he has to stand up and fight for his life. Yes, Flash trying to surround him and corner him around, but there's GE on the other end. They cannot overtake. Tiger picking up the top again, but that's it. DBD have to settle down at 8th place.
Yen didn't know what hit him. The nade was cooked up to perfection, and it eliminated him. Now Hale will focus in on to getting into the circle. FaZe Clan on the other hand still has Sata to deal with, but Sata super duper low. Sata, he's always known as the survivor, comes with multiple names, just as the ninja he is. Sata right now will play for placement points, but Mama knows that someone's there, but he doesn't have a name.
He hurts his movement just now coming out from Sata.
There you go.
That's it. He got no health utilities. Otherwise, you could have just gone for another brawl. BTR have to just leave it be at 7th place here. Well, we're looking at GE out of nowhere having a 2 eliminations in their hand. But if you compare it with FaZe, all of a sudden FaZe starting from Miramar and the last wrangle, They're just going all guns blazing, cylinders out. We're talking about full throttle here coming from FaZe this time. But Loyu got himself an upgrade of lead just now. I'm not sure how he wants to play alongside with the rest of the team here, because they're not right and on those elevations, but they are in the center. They got those compounds, but in the meantime, they can't see whatever there is outside.
Oh, but look at this. GE is still surviving. They don't want to be the last team. They want to at least go above Box Gaming. So they are playing their hearts out at this moment as Alva sees where Venturus is at, almost taking him down. Alva still survive. VOIN! Still a full squad. Can you believe it, Juju?
VOIN is really consistent. And you talked about them getting 20-ish more points here and breaking 120-ish point by the end of the day. But FaZe will not let that happen. They knocked down one down on the VOIN players. They are in an open field. They do have the terrains, those small hills to take covers from, but not from two teams. There's Sam9 taking a bit of a poke to the side of VOIN as well, but Hill is breathing behind their necks. Adips heard those gunshots come out from behind. He's shifted his attention to it the other end. VOIN on the other end get themselves a bit of a reset. Now how to push forward. They don't have vehicles. I'm not sure if they have any smoke left on their ends, as well as DX Lamborghini will actually take covers from those smokes, will be revived. But in the meantime, VOIN still have a full squad. Same goes for Sam9.
I know, right? Somehow they're like zombies. They're unkillable at this moment. It's crazy, VOIN. But Xavier this time doing a lot better for the British round spray coming in from Rabbits, but no one's there. Sam9 still holding strong to the compound. The compound is right in the middle of the circle. VOIN spots out FaZe Clan. From earlier on, they saw each other, but they can't seem to eliminate one another. As FaZe Clan, Venturus moves in. Venturus guns down by Keenan. Beautiful spray.
Hasty coming up from FaZe just now, being eliminated, but still good consistency based on the last performance here. Talking about 3 rounds in a row, 3 maps FaZe has been showing us what they have to offer this time. They're not sitting this quietly anymore, but at least they have to settle down in 5th place. But down to Hill again, such consistency between VOIN and Hill Esports here. DX finally make it in top 4. This is the best round so far by the side of DX, but Sam9, Dab, as long as he's alive, the entirety of Sam9 can breathe, because they can actually clutch it with Dab being such a powerhouse for the team. Dab again making an entry. DX cannot move towards the side, but Tiger going out and down on his knees. Adips with a DBS and that finish off Maxius. VOIN didn't see this one coming.
Oh, Adips, beautiful cover there. And now Flash is left. Oh no, Flash. Wait a second. Dude, pull out your weapon, but backup is around the corner. As Putra helped Dab. Dab survived thanks to Putra. And that is it. They managed to defend the compound. Now, the rest of the other teams, they are still on the outside. With VOIN and Xavier. Unless Xavier chooses to crash it on the Sam9. If not, Sam9 will just be waiting at the compound in a comfortable position. But Keenan is there!
Sam9 got every box condition take care. We're talking about they got the compound, they got the walls, they got Dap as well to go for the flank and push it out with the nade. This is gonna be it. It's gonna be finish of Lapar, leaving only Kanan left. But if Kanan actually trying to revive, it's gonna be a definitely a death box moment for both of the players. That pushing to the side of VOIN, but DX will be got heavily to the side of Putra and Loyu. It feels like it's gonna be Sam9 winning. There's just no way they're gonna botch this chicken.
Well, after what happened to Vampire yesterday, I'm gonna hold my horses on that. But yeah, I totally agree. Like, they're right in the middle of the circle. The blue will put pressure on the VOIN and Xavier first. Unless two teams just chooses to focus on the Sam9, that might be a different story. But right now, it doesn't seem to be the case. Everyone's on their own. VOIN spots out Xavier moving, and Keenan might have a better view.
Rabies and Frankie were forced to actually move here. They got the buggy, and you know what? Rabies say goodbye to Frankie. Frankie will try to go for the flank, but Rabies being shot down the moment he hopped onto the buggy. Dap, on the other hand, trying to reunite with the rest of the team. They try to get the four walls going on, waiting for the rest of the other team to push to the side, like you mentioned before. They got the compound, they got the circle. The Blues are closing on both sides of DX and VOIN Esports first, and cannot pick the wrong competition. It's gonna be Sam9 having all man here. There's him 2v4 and DS placing at 3. That's the best they have so far within 2 days. But Lapar on the ground. Kenna will be rushed in. Look at the spread, and that's it. Sam9 having a finish off with the big bang explosive match how much they secured for those eliminations. They got everything on their side just now.
And they are also the third team in the PMSL to receive 2 chicken dinners. Who is going to be the third one? We probably will find out tomorrow. But right now, rejoice Sem9. 2 days for them. Each day they have their own chicken dinner moment. Sem9. They had the circle. They had the compound till the final moment. It was their ball to drop, and they totally didn't drop that. Dep, 2 MVPs, right? And even he's surprised.
I got the MVP. It was me. You saw the way he asked just now. He's like, really? It's me? And this guy, this is our boy. I mean, like, he is so well when it comes to reading out what's needed to be done. He knows exactly where to stand, exactly what to do. And when it comes to distance, they travel quite a bit for the side of Seven. But FaZe, though, this is an upgrade. After you switch over to Onzans, it's just everything falls into its place. FaZe has performed better than before. Same goes for DX, but VOIN and Hale Esports. These are the teams that should look out for. They have been so consistent on the top every single map.
Yeah, VOIN. Really, really scary. But I want to remind some of the viewers who probably watched the Wildcard series, Choo, if you remember what happened to West Point Mamba. Superb during the league, and when it came to the grand finals, everyone just counted them and they couldn't even play. I hope that's not the case for VOIN, because right now they are impressive.
I agree. They have been brilliant. Stellar performance coming from the entire team. I love how VOIN work as a team. They don't have that much of a pressure for one player, only putting so much responsibility on their IGL. Only everybody pull out their weight. But FaZe on the other, we have to give it to Mela. He makes such a difference for the team and Onzans as well. With Taurus this time, it feels a different team entirely for FaZe. If you compare with yesterday, totally an improvement.
Oh, absolutely. So these teams really starting to step up today, but some of the teams not really as well, like PBE for example. A lot of going back to the drawing board work for them for the coming days. But right now we can see Sem9 still fairly consistent as well. Not too bad. DVD had their improvement moments. They won this compound fight, which was crucial for them because DVD, they are one of the struggling teams, but at least the last round they can go back home smiling.
You know, when you compare with yesterday's performance and today we see more of a teamwork plays come out from these guys. They've been playing a lot of tag team here and there. They know when to battle, when to ask for help from their own teammate. This is what we actually witness and actually can learn by today's performance of all the teams. It doesn't matter how good of a player you are, how big of a name you have outside in the world of PUBG Mobile, inside of the world of PUBG Mobile. It's down to whether can you work along well and gel well with the rest of the team.
Ooh, okay, so we do know Sem9 chicken dinner, 21 points, 11 eliminations, that's great. VOIN, we know that they got a lot of elimination points as well, that's great, 14 points for them. But look at the other end. I mean, Team Secret, after that chicken dinner, we never see them coming back. So, man, it's still a lot of work to do for Team Secret, unfortunately.
It's a hot and cold time for Team Secret. It feels like they're on a roller coaster ride. It's just really high and really lows for them. But for the side of VOIN now, they didn't break the 120 points just yet, but they are still the only team with 100 over points. It's just a huge gap between Sem9 and Hale, but Sem9 and Hale both at a tie. We're talking about so close of a tie here that anybody can just overtake each other, including RRQ down there.
And VOIN almost got the 120 mark. Looks like that will need to wait. But it's still the only team to get 3 digits after 2 days. VOIN. Look at the difference of their elimination points as well. Like with the second place, it's like almost 27, and then there's a gap with Hale. I mean, they are the highest in terms of elimination points. VOIN, so good. My goodness, I really want to see more of them. Hopefully they'll be able to continue on, but oh wow, they're stealing the show.
Yep. Alva and Lapa. I think I'm the one who always confused about the faces here, because when they're next to each other so close, when it comes to their facial expression as well. But over, I mean, like, this guy is deserving of this. 24 eliminations by far. Since yesterday, he kept the consistency going, always being the one that making such a good play from the side of a team. You know what? He's always on different angle entirely, taking the enemies by surprise. But Octa come up from alter ego. Now this guy, he pops here and there. He's everywhere.
Oh yeah. Yeah, he's like my advertisement when I watch a online movie. It's like he's just popping off everywhere. It's just hard to get rid of him. Octa, he's very experienced as well. He's played with the team for quite a while. I mean, he's definitely an asset. You can't think about it. Yesterday's top assist was like, I kind of forget, but it was Nuzi. Yeah, yesterday was Nuzi, and now it's Octa. So they're switching it back and forth here. But of course, this is only for today. Nuzi isn't playing today. I'm pretty sure Nuzi will be looking at it and say, "Hey, that's my spot. You know, you don't take that away from me. Wait till I play tomorrow."
But I also want to highlight regarding teams at the bottom, right? And I'll put in your mind and put in account that Boom is not playing today. So I mean, like, Boom can anytime they can actually just catch up to the bottom place. But GE, out of 2 days they're barely actually making it into 20s. They're still around 90 and they will not be playing tomorrow. And so it's going to be punishing for the entire overall rankings when it comes to week number 1.
I'm putting it into my mind, you know, like what you say. I'm following instructions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks for being such a nice friend.
Putting it, yeah.
buddy.
But you know what? We're going to follow instructions as well, because after this we'll have an interview. Of course, we're going to throw it back to Tash Bunny, our good friend who's at the venue, who will be doing all the interviews, at least for today, tomorrow, maybe her.
Who's she interviewing?
Yeah, she'll be interviewing. Oh, we don't know yet.
Who?
It's not known yet. It's still a mystery.
Who do you wish to get into? I wish we can get a bit of VOIN Esports, honestly speaking.
Okay, I got a couple of wish lists. So VOIN is one of it. I really want to hear the story. I want to know what's happening to DBD. I want to hear PBE maybe, because a wildcard representative, I think that'll be nice. GE, I want to hear what they have to say as well.
I want to hear DX.
DX! But today we heard DX already, so probably unlikely to get DX.
We got Tiger. Did we actually get? I don't think we got any DX. We got Tiger from.
No, we got DX. We got Rabbids, was it? The first one, the first interview.
Oh, the first one. Yeah, okay, the first one. I mean, it feels like that's ancient times, but okay.
Yeah, I know how time flies.
Speaking of DX, right? Oh, DX is just, I don't know. Everything feels wrong for them today and yesterday.
Yeah, it's definitely not working out. Oh, one more. I'd like to hear from Bacon Time, just for them to explain the Pachinki thing. That'd be nice as well.
Oh yeah, we want to see what's the rivalry between DX and Bacon Time. Like, are they gonna, you know what, pull back from Pachinki just for the sake of friendship against DX, or DX have to back out from it? I do want to listen from DX side as well. We only can have.
Sorry, Chichi, I'm going to disappoint you. We're going to go towards one of our favorite choice. Let's go.
But with me, I have Team VOIN here, where they ended day number 2 on the very top spot. You guys, before we start, can you guys introduce yourselves?
So hi, my name is Jangs and I'm with.
Halo, nama saya Septiadi. In-game name saya VOIN Lapar.
All right, so we're here with the 2 teams that ended today on a very strong start. So, question for you guys right now is congratulations on being the top spot for match day. Did you guys plan to get such a good result today?
Jadi dia ngucapin tahniah karena udah berjaya dudukin tempat pertama dia 2 hari ini. Jadi dia nanya, apakah kita ngerasa yang kita bakal dapat result seperti ini?
Baik, yang aku rasain nggak nyangka sih bisa di STX 1 karena sebelumnya hasil scrim tuh buruk atau turnamen sebelumnya buruk, tapi kami belajar dari kesalahan dan improve bisa ke STX 1. Semoga kami bisa mempertahankan lah.
Okay, so first of all, they not expecting to have such a good result on these 2 days because in the previous scrim or previous tournament they didn't perform so well, and they hope that they can they hope they can make it consistent, be a consistent team until the very end.
That's actually very exciting to hear, because we all know that the best The best way to grow is through mistakes. Now, for today's game here, for which team do you guys think that possesses the greatest threat for your team? And how do you guys think that you guys can deal with this team?
Jadi dia nanya selama 2 hari ini kira-kira siapa tim musuh yang kita rasa adalah threat kita, kayak ancaman buat kita, dan gimana caranya kita ngadapin mereka?
Tim Yal sih, karena di Miramar dia tabrakan kompon di LL, kami harus bagi-bagi sharing kompon. Ya paling kami harus pintar-pintar liatin gameplay dia sih, gimana dia rotasi.
Okay, so VOIN Esports actually think that Yoodo Alliance is our biggest threat is because of at the Miramar map we actually share the compound with them and it's a bit hard for us to play. So how can we deal with them is actually by looking at the map stream back, looking at the replay back, so that we can learn how they play and we can anticipate with them. That's all.
That's actually very fair. Now, given the fact that they actually had a few chicken dinners, especially on day number 1, I think this is something that you guys definitely want to look out for. And finally, do you guys have anything you guys want to say to your fans out there who are supporting you guys?
Okay, kata-kata terakhir buat fans-fans yang dukung VOIN Esports.
Buat fans dari Indo, jangan lupa dukung terus VOIN Esports dan kasih support terus apapun hasilnya. Dukung terus Indo Pride. Jangan lupa juga VOIN Gacor.
So they actually talking to the Indonesian fans out there. Don't forget to support VOIN Esports and the other Indonesian. See Indo Pride in the comment section. More Gacor.
Gacor. What does that mean?
It's actually like VOIN great, I guess.
VOIN Gacor. Okay, I love that. Can we have that spammed in the comments? And for now, we're going to pass it over to our casters. See you guys tomorrow for day 3. Day 3, actually. Yeah, day 3. And I'll see you guys later. Bye.
VOIN Gacor.
Gacor. I learned a new word today.
Yeah, I didn't know. I have not got a clue about what Gacor means.
Yeah, but at least we learned something. But you know what? I think a lot of people are confused. Is Junks there as a translator? Or what is it? But he's wearing the jersey. What does this mean? I'm very confused.
I think we talked about this since day number 1, right? We know for a fact Junks are coaching for them. And plus, I'm surprised coming out from VOIN Esports stating that the biggest threat in Miramar was Yoodo Alliance instead of DX. Been sharing Los Leones with them.
Yeah, correct. So today we didn't have a Yoodo Alliance, so fair enough, they had a little bit more space up there. But tomorrow is probably going to be a different case. It's going to be exciting tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be a fun day.
It's down to the circle, man.
Okay, I know it's very hard to please Choo Choo. Mr. Manager, you got to work something out, you know.
It's down to
Mr.
the
Manager, do something.
The circle, we can't predict anything from the circle anymore. It's like this season, I'm like, whatever. The circle, drop it, you know.
Yeah, drop it like it's hot, right? Yeah, yeah. But overall, it's been great. But anyway, we gotta go right now. So thank you so much for watching. Choo Choo, it's been a pleasure today. I want to do what Mom Boy does as well. But can oh. See you guys tomorrow. Da.
Watch out. Watch out.